the historical place of Marx in the first place and apply his own method to himself. They kind of took him as sacrosanct, and so they look to Marx as if it's like a gospel, and they learn it like kind of in a way which is like a fundamentalist Christian versus, let's say, a theologian, right? Like
Mm.
someone who reads the Bible and takes it, yes, I understand the Bible, closes it, and then goes to try and apply it to their life.
Mm.
They don't understand the Bible, right?
Right.
The theologian who reads the Bible, reflects upon it, thinks about applying it to their life, looks to the feedback, then reads it again.
Mm.
That's like a hermeneutic analysis, and analyzes it like that. They understand the Bible,
Mm.
right? The way that and especially if it's an institution and they're engaging with each other. But the point is that our understanding of Marx, like Marx looked at the world in a certain way because of a historical dialectic,
Right.
right? That's Hegel's point. Hegel even says, like, basically, like he understands himself to be the death of an era, right?
Right.
And that the next era is going to be different, right? And he's analyzing, he realizes he's analyzing from this position. Now, Marxists who went on from that, they don't see that. They see an almost ahistorical view of Marx.
Right. Yeah, I've
They
kind of
don't see,
noticed this. Yeah. Go
yeah.
on. Sorry
So
though.
they read Marx and then they're like, okay, we're going to go and apply this, and we're going to take this as true, and take Marx's conception of a communist ideal as true. When if actually Marx was necessarily going to be proven wrong by his own tenets. Like, do you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
the categories of understanding which develop Marx's thought are going to develop beyond Marx. That's the idea.
Mm.
Now, I think that they did develop beyond Marx and destroyed themselves, and the dialectic worked as intended.
Right. Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
uh, but the they didn't see that happening, and so there were the rigidity in Leninists was, I think, a lot of reactivity to the fact of, like, within Marx, there is this hatred kind of built in that people don't really deal with. And, it's understandable when you look at the horrible exploitation that was going on and you
Yeah.
say, okay, the capitalist class are absolutely taking the piss out of these people who are now starving to death,
Mm.
because they don't, even if you do believe in economics, capitalist economics, you could just go, well, why aren't they given a charity?
Yeah.
Like feed the homeless, for fuck's sake. You
Yeah.
know, but the moreover, you see that, like, there are these like frivolous fancies, like in the conquest of bread and all that, and they're not feeding people. But it also created, like, there was also like a hatred of the British. There's a kind of distaste for or arguably hatred towards the Jews.
Yeah.
There's the agricultural class are placed as an enemy in the USSR.
Mm.
And there are these kind of enemies that need to be defeated, and it's this reactivity to these enemies that I think just blindsided them,
Mm.
right? And because they're engaged in this, what I think the failure of Marx fundamentally is the reliance on tyranny. And as
Mm.
soon as it became tyrannical, it was doomed to be dogmatic and fail and destroy itself.
100%. Yeah, I totally agree with that. And this is the question I wanted to ask you is how is that going to be dealt with in socialist thought? Because um, to me, because one of the things that capitalism does well, and although it's not perfect in this, and this is something you didn't really want to talk about with the Connor Boy too much, but I wanted to get into it a little bit more here, is the idea of corruption and tyranny and things like that. Because in all systems, and this is again going back to the kind of human nature side of things, is that people who are seeking power, people who are getting into positions of power, whether they be businessmen or politicians and things of that nature, there's a much higher proportion of these people are going to be psychopaths, sociopaths, and highly narcissistic and all that kind of stuff, right? And those kinds of people, so to the point where it's basically an inevitability. So when we get something like capitalism now isn't perfect. It has a way of dealing with this, which is it separates things out. So say you've got a corrupt business, then either people can just not shop there, or they can be imposed. There can be policy imposed on them by the government, or people can just choose not to work there, etc., etc. There's ways to kind of break up the power. They're also competing with other businesses as well. Usually, that's if there isn't like loads of monopoly regulation, which helps a few businesses just have monopoly over the various different sectors. But in the theory of capitalism, you might say, like, usually there's like a breakup between all these different things, and between them and the government to some degree, obviously.
Duopoly.
So that mechanism is something that helps. I'm not saying it completely doesn't do it, but I'm not saying it's a perfect situation.
It doesn't become as kleptocratic as quickly.
Yes, so it's a way to break all that up, and at this point in time, is probably one of the only real mechanisms we have that is been a bit more successful at keeping that in like a more giving it a kind of longevity, you might say.
It's got more social. It's just, I think the fundamental thing is it simply has more social mobility.
Yeah, sure.
Capitalism than the USSR, and feudalism the prior, like, it has more
Yeah.
social mobility, right? Like they're not able to enforce that position through violence.
Yes.
Um,
I mean, and not that it hasn't ever happened, but it's not as frequent or as heavy-handed, or it's just developed a lot past that in comparison to other systems. And that's what I worry about with a lot of socialist thought, is that, especially the Marxian thought more than any, is that how quickly it can turn, and how do socialists actually reckon with that, and how do you? Because you are not the typical socialist, so I want to know like what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah. I mean, to be entirely honest with you, I think that given an incredible an incredible amount of power to the government is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Amen.
Like, oh my God, like when you talk about like psychopaths, narcissists, and stuff like that, I'm like, yeah, they're lizards. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Why would I trust Boris Johnson with anything? Like, they're accepting money from Russian donors and stuff like that at the time when we know Russia has annexed Crimea, and we know that oligarchical relations
they
with
even
Putin.
released that Russia report. I don't know if you ever read it, but they were literally talking about how Russia basically doing everything within their power to do all kinds of shit to various democracies in Europe and the UK and stuff like that. And so they know that they're an active belligerent, essentially, but like,
but they're still willing to play along if it's in their own interest.
Of course,
they don't care about others because they're psychopaths.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
As you say, like when we talk about psychopaths and narcissists and this development of these this kleptocratic system, and that capitalism is just essentially, I think that the market works to such a degree that we allow the psychopaths to ideologically murder each other in a market system. It's like, yeah, just kill each other, but you don't actually kill each other. You just destroy each other's businesses.
Yeah,
that's like that's kind of like how we do it. You're like, all right, just the hostile takeovers. You can be a manipulative, horrible, crude individual. You just do it without a gun.
Yeah.
And that's essentially how I think capitalism kind of works. It's like war games. You just keep them.
And in a utilitarian way, it's kind of like minimizing the harm of that. It's like accepting that that's going to be a part of the situation, but minimizing the harm of that as much as possible. Well, there's probably more things that can be done in that regard, but so far it seems to be like the best way of dealing with it so far.
Well, this is the thing. I think utilitarianism is an ideological result of egoism, right? If you look at towards Jeremy Bentham and the ethical foundations of utilitarianism, it was based off Hobbesian philosophy.
Right. Oh, I just meant in the sense of like just trying to minimize. I don't know the deeper aspects of what utilitarianism is, but
it's not that. It's just that I think that you are coming to that conclusion because utilitarianism is based upon that presupposition.
Right.
So it's like a self-fulfilling. It's the same thing where I think liberalism is a self-fulfilling rational system. The reason that you come to this conclusion because of the reasons, like the sort of axioms you've presumed in order to come to these conclusions, but you've not questioned the axioms. Now that's where I would kind of want to go.
Okay.
Really, because when we look at the way that you're saying like it's always going to be this way, and we've managed to create a system which minimizes the harm and so on.
Mm.
I guess I'd say, well, why is it always got to be this way? Like, why must it always be why do you think it's always going to be this way? See, I
Because
don't
we
think it
can't
is. I
mind
don't-
read people. And
you
also, a
don't
lot of the
really-
people that don't want power or things over others are not going to go for that. And that's most people. Most people with empathy and most people who just want to get on with their lives are not going to be seeking these positions of power. And so, regardless of the system you create, number one, you don't know whether these people are going to be like this or not. And so you could be voting in anybody anyway, regardless. And
See,
no,
this
go on.
is
Sorry.
sorry. No, go. I don't want to
Oh, and
interrupt.
just that, like, basically, it just seems unavoidable, basically,
Mm.
based on that, like, based on the fact that you can't mind read people, and that most people who are not predisposed to being tyrants are not really looking for positions of power. So that means that it leaves a vacuum for those people to get sucked into, basically.
Like, it's a nuanced question, isn't
Mm,
it? In many ways, like it's a nuanced issue, right?
mm,
Because you've got like the people who are seeking power over others are actively participating in the system in order to use the system towards their own ends.
yeah.
Um, and then you've got the people who actively avoid power because they're scared of their own responsibility, like taking
Mm,
responsibility for themselves. Like in the Econoboy discussion, I said most people don't want to be owners because they're lazy and
yeah.
cowardly in some respects, right? It's like the Kantian, stop being lazy cowards and think for yourself.
Sure.
Um, People don't like doing that. Like, they don't like people like being told what to think, what to
Mm,
do, and what to feel.
it's
Go
very
along with
true.
the flow, and then if you break that, then you're usually sort of ostracized from society to some degree.
Yes. Yeah.
Uh, and I think the best way to learn that is to go to senior school, and just be bullied. Yeah, and I think that's like have separate interests from the masses, or don't agree with their behavior, and you'll see the full force of the mob mentality. The sheeple will just
Mm.
come down on you like a ton of bricks.
Oh, trust me, as a centrist, I know this very well. But but yeah, the the point I'm making though is that you can't force that on people. You can't force them into that
No, it has to
situation.
be a development, hasn't it? Like that's the thing. But
Yes,
I think
but
that I think
mm,
that the development is a development in reason, and it's a development in the
oh, um, hello. Oh, you've frozen on me.
material conditions of your society, which will force you to change.
Sorry,
And there
you
will be.
froze up on me there a second.
Oh, sorry. Is this? Can you still hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, yeah. You just froze up for a couple of
Oh, yeah, yeah.
seconds.
Sorry. Oh, right. Yeah, sorry. Something happened with the internet there.
Mm.
Um, Actually, I've just realized I don't have. I'm doing it via Wi-Fi, and I've just realized that's probably why.
All
I've
right.
just like they normally have it like wired in.
All right.
All right. Okay. I hope that. Tell us if this happens again, and I'll go and grab the wire.
I will. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Um.
Sorry, I probably
So.
interrupted your flow there, but
Oh no, no. It's just that all I was saying is that the material conditions, like I think that when you're attempting to satisfy a desire, you
mm,
have this certain conception of the material world around you. When you do attempt to actualize your desire, if whatever's frustrating you may lead to an ideological shift, right? If you're being consistently and constantly frustrated by your environment,
mm,
well then it'll change you. The environment will change your activity, and your activity changes your environment in a reciprocal way. So I think that the material conditions, but also the ideological conditions of our society, are reciprocally developing as we attempt to satisfy ourselves within society, um, in a way which is, I think, necessarily leading to towards some sort of concrete psychological change. So one of the things I was going to say is, like, you brought up narcissistic, psychopathic behavior.
yeah.
One of the things you related that to was empathy. And in your relation to it with empathy, it seems, and if I'm right, you would probably see empathy as a material condition from which is disposed from a brain. Like an individual can be born without the capacity to have empathy. Well, I think that's theoretically possible, but I think that when we look at psychopaths, actually, most of them do actually have empathy. I think it's a misunderstanding of psychopathy and like sociopathy to see it as a lack of empathy. It's not that they haven't got empathy and they don't have the faculty. It's
Mm,
that how they look to understand empathy is different. Like, for example, sadism, I would argue, requires empathy. If you can enjoy someone's suffering, then you can understand and feel their suffering in a way that allows you to take satisfaction in it.
Right. So it's more
So
of an extraction of empathy, and obviously you understand. I don't know if it is an understanding though, because I know what you mean in the sense like they are recognizing the fear or the hurt or the pain or whatever. I don't know if recognizing it and seeing it or knowing what it is the same as having empathy, which is being able to put yourself in somebody's shoes and try and understand what they are feeling. If you know what I mean, like why are they hurting? Like why are they upset? Why do they think what they think? Rah rah
well,
rah. You know.
there's sometimes separation made in empathy for this reason, between cognitive and non-cognitive empathy.
Mm.
As far as I'm aware, you've got non-cognitive empathy, which would be the perception of, essentially the emotion, the positive emotion. Like when you feel someone you see someone get hurt and you feel bad for them,
Mm.
that would be like a non-cognitive empathy. Well, a cognitive empathy would be an act of extrapolation and the consideration of a person despite not having. You can not have non-cognitive empathy, but have cognitive empathy. You could put yourself into someone's shoes. Like I don't see why you would necessarily need cognitive empathy, non-cognitive empathy, to have a cognitive
Well,
reflection.
I guess it because then it
And
wouldn't necessarily be genuine. You know, people
what
who are
makes
doing that kind of thing. Well, because if you're say you don't really have like a good sense of empathy,
uh
or like an instinctual feeling of empathy. Yes, you can probably train yourself to be more conscientious and whatever, to be
yeah.
like a better person in society or whatever. But that's
Uh-huh.
not really. That's just you training yourself to behave better. That's not actually
Oh, I think that's far more genuine. That's the weird thing. I think we take the opposite
really
approach.
okay.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean, yeah,
100%.
I guess.
Trust a rational person over an
Hmm.
emotional person 9 times out of 10.
Hmm. I know what you mean, like from a personal standpoint, because dealing with over emotional people is difficult. It's definitely very difficult.
I think, like, look at it like this: like people, if you are subject to your emotions,
Hmm.
then you're not truly free, right?
Sure.
You are a reactant
Hmm.
to whatever environment, whatever the environment is doing you, whatever the stimulation is occurring in you. So if you have a psychological change which occurs from the outside in,
Hmm.
and you might end up being a you might go from, and I see people develop like this all the time, because they're not like, like you see people throughout their lives, they start off and they're nice people, then they develop into horrible bitter human beings because
Yes.
their life's been shit. Like I get it,
Yeah.
your life's been shit, but that just means you should be a horrible bitter human being and make everyone else's life shit.
No.
But they do.
Yeah.
you know
It's very
and,
frequent. Yeah.
yeah, and I think that and I would prefer someone who was conscientious enough to go, it's not their fault.
Hmm.
My problems are not their fault. And I think
Yeah.
that's a good way to go. Like,
But to
and
me,
don't get me
that's
wrong.
like a blend of the two, though, because you kind of need. I mean, this is the Jungian thing, I guess, is just the integration of the shadow kind of situation. But like, to me, that would then be like a genuine thing. But somebody who doesn't have the already instinctual empathy, or that's been like kind of developed out of them in some way or another, I don't know. Like, I guess it's not that. I don't know if genuine's the right word exactly. I don't know what the right word would be, but to me, it's not like an authentic empathy if you're just doing it for your own either convenience or just to get along in the world and stuff like that.
See,
It.
I think it's the problem. I think
Mm.
you're assuming that they'll be doing it for themselves. They think this is the thing. I think you could start off doing it for yourself, but understand yourself to be united with
Mm.
another individual, to the point in which you care about others. I was actually watching someone who was diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder bas-
Right.
basically say that they started off thinking that everyone else was basically prey and they are predators. And this is a very typical thing. You hear them describe themselves that, like, I'm a cat in a world of mice, or
Mm.
something like that, something twisted
Yeah.
and fucked up. And they look at themselves as outside in such a way as to see the group that they're looking at as essentially a means to an end. They've objectified the other to the point in which they're not ethically considerable.
Yeah.
But in attempting to understand themselves, I think they can come to a realization that they are dependent upon the other, which forces them into a state of reflection and realize their own deficiencies. Now, this guy basically said that he was diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder. and now he realized that he was harming himself, and that harming others was a bad thing even for him, and he understood and so started to associate himself with others, and so started to avoid them. So like he started to like actively see himself, like even though he's not really had such an ideological development, to see himself no longer as, let's say, this harmful force in the world, like a predatory force. He's like, I need to isolate myself from the group because I'm doing damage, and that's bad. But he's been conscientious enough to make that psychological development. And I think that in many ways, like I see people who are quote unquote normal, like individuals, and I think there could be some of the worst people in the world. I think you can get
Yeah.
some of the most empathetic, um like I know a lot of, like, I know chavas who are so emotional. Sometimes you'd see them and they're
Yeah.
like, oh, like, and you'd think, oh wow, this is an emotional person, and that they care about others. And then something will flip and trip, and then that triggered, and that intensity of emotion now becomes something like anger, hatred,
Mm.
malice, and now you have this just unstable, like,
Yeah. It's only
nutter.
their own emotions that matter at that point. Then. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But that's the thing. But I think that they're subject to their own emotions, right? That they're
Mm.
slaves,
Yeah.
and
To a certain degree.
so,
Yeah.
yeah. So like I 100%, like, so like even when we talk about, for example, what do we mean by a narcissist and what we mean by a psychopath? These are forms of behavioral analysis that we do upon within the norms and conventions, within this concrete material psychology that we are in, this historical time period. And
Mm.
we say a psychopath behaves like X, Y, and Z. If you go back like a few hundred years ago, 1,000 years ago, these might not be considered psychopaths. Maybe actually normal people. Like, have you read,
Mm.
for example, like the Legends of Camelot? That kind of thing. Like,
I haven't read it, but I know what you're on about. Yeah.
the things that they consider okay are so messed up.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand what had to have been going wrong with these people. Like, I look at them like, you are just a brute. These people thought they were civilized, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
like,
It's like
like,
this always makes me think of when public executions were like basically public entertainment, and people would be getting disemboweled and pulled apart by horses and all kinds of shit, and people are just like, yeah, amazing. Like,
yeah, yeah, exactly. Or like,
oh man.
I think it was a point in which the Colosseum, they executed some of the crowd because they just ran out of slaves to execute, and then people were in the crowd that watched the people in, like, even though that meters away from them, they're part of the same group. They are essentially the same identity
Mm,
as we would categorize them. They would not categorize themselves in terms of a unity that way, and so
mm.
we're just again cheering as their fellow Roman were just like beheaded for fun. And
Yeah.
it's like, right, lunatics. What, like, like Roman law, like the father owned the children. They were literally his slaves.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
so it's like, right, right, like it's hard to imagine. So this is why I say, like, actually, like, why do I think that this will change? Because I think we've changed so much. Like,
Mm.
if we were to talk to the average brute, like, well, the average person 2,000 years ago, would be like, you absolute monstrosity.
Yeah.
Like, you are like one step above. Like, you know what? I actually probably prefer the bear. In some respects. Like, the thing is like, the ideological development of society is profound. And I think even when you say, like, well, these narcissistic psychos will always exist, well, maybe to some degree, but what we define as a narcissist, a psycho, and all that will change as our conception of what's appropriate changes. And because of that, we are modeling our behavior even upon this analysis. Like, I do not wish to be narcissistic, and so the narcissist looks at narcissistic traits and changes themselves. You see people even,
Mm.
like, on videos on YouTube about narcissism, commenting, I didn't realize I had these traits. Now that I know them, I try to, like, avoid these behaviors. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure. And then those are good developments. I just don't know if the people that are seeking power and stuff like that are in that self-reflective camp. And the vast majority of these people don't tend to be. Like, it's not a usual thing that these people would be introspective in that way. So
Mm,
this is why I say it's inevitable to some degree. And also, I think that although the behavior of these people may alter and they may adapt to the systems that they're in, once given an opportunity to be that brute, they often show themselves. So
Yeah. Well, I don't even
yeah.
disagree. I think that what I'm saying here is that even that capacity to be brutish, and that desire to be brutish is limited by our institutional development. Like
Mm,
they might gain satisfaction on breaching, like narcissists like breaching boundaries.
mm,
But what is the like understanding the boundaries more allows them to gain satisfaction in a way which, when they're breaching the boundaries, it takes less of a, like, they don't have to behead someone, for example.
right, to
They
get the
might
same
simply,
satisfaction. Yeah.
yeah, exactly, right. Like the what we're seeing is an institutional development, and
Mm,
you understand an individual isn't producing society, but is as much as, sorry, that an individual is producing society, but is as much produced by society. Then you kind of have this, the fact that you realize that they are being mediated by the body of the public, and
mm,
how our rationality is developing as a whole.
sure.
At
Uh,
least if society's functioning properly, which it's not, because I
yeah.
think capitalism is creating a lot of social instability.
Yes, it can be just as all other systems are
Yeah,
as well. Like
yeah.
but like so to relate it back to the original point, then I'm still not. I don't know if I'm still thoroughly convinced on it. I do take what you're saying. I do take your point. I'm still not thoroughly convinced though that the phenomenon of these kinds of people is going to die out, and that they're going to be like significantly less in positions of power or anything like that. And I still think capitalism at this point in time, I don't know if it will always be in the future, maybe, so that could maybe change, but for now is probably the better way to deal with it at this point in time. That's what my point of view is.
I guess this is the thing. I think that capitalism, if embraced, this is
Mm,
why I'm a socialist, because I think that we need to strive towards something better,
mm,
right? Because what's happening is neoliberalism, and this is what I see the development of neoliberalism as a perversion of the, built upon the death of what ethical institutions, right? This, let's say, like, don't get me wrong, they died for a reason, right? Because they were dogmatic a lot of the time, and
yeah.
um they didn't necessarily reflect the actual good of the public. But our ethical institutions, or even our social institutions in general, are falling into crisis to a massive degree. Like, your average individual doesn't believe in any sort of spirituality.
Mm.
Like, the atheism is kind of prominent, and even when you see a Christian, um,
Are they really? Or yeah, yeah,
it's like even their interpretation of Christianity seems to be a bit skewed. Like,
yeah.
if you've managed to take away dominion over nature to mean not stewardship and care, but to
Mm.
mean we need to cut down the Amazon and do what the fuck we want, then
Yeah.
you've done something wrong, has
Yeah,
something has
you've
went
twisted
wrong.
the doctrine there. Yeah, definitely.
Exactly. And I think that this is, I think we're going the wrong way. I think we're embracing hedonistic self pursuit to such
Yes.
a great degree that it is going to collapse in on itself. And the thing is, every time it does this, every time this happens, it forces some sort of spiritual reversion, which is usually heavily dogmatic. You end up
Yes.
with the development of a new kind of cult religious morality,
Mm.
which is, better, but it could be better again. You know what I mean? It's like too dogmatic. It's like you've transposed the universality of your own principles towards someone else into a power structure, rather than take responsibility for yourself. And
Yeah.
that's what I think is happening right now. And it's specifically happening, I think, towards wokeism, where you basically got, like, the woke kind of crowd developing a civil religion. I think Carefree Wandering actually does a really good video on that. And you've got the
Yeah, I like
civil,
Carefree Wondering. Yeah.
yeah, he's a really smart guy. I think he's wrong on a lot of stuff, but like, that's more of like a deeper philosophical
Yeah.
sort of disagreement. But the I think his analysis is probably some of the best on YouTube. Um, and I think he makes a really good point. I think what we're seeing is a development of a civil religion, which is used to, let's say, confine the behaviors, and reduce the freedoms of individuals, because their freedoms are becoming too much for them. They're
Mm.
actually they're basically self harming, and they're putting themselves into an ideological asylum.
Mm.
And I think that's what's going to happen. Unfortunately. I think what needs to happen instead is for individuals to rationally like to engage their own rationality around a spiritual basis. Um,
Yeah, I think
but
I think you're massively right there. This has been observed by quite a few people now, but like I think I don't know if it's a symptom of capitalism or not exactly, or if it's more a maybe it's just a fallout of just unmitigated liberalism. I don't know if that's to me they're not the same thing, but
I
maybe
think
to
they have the
some
same ideological foundation, you see, because I see this all
right.
as a development of Protestantism,
Yeah,
and the Protestant rejection of Christianity of Catholicism in terms of how you understand the self. You see, if you understand the self to be a particular and not a universal encompasses us all. We are individuals who are necessarily connected. We are embodiments of the same thing, right?
right.
Protestantism, we are not. We are separate, um, exclusive individuals whose identities have no necessary relationship. Well, how do you resolve the fact that we're going to come into conflict? Social contract theory, liberalism.
I see. Right. Okay. And then liberalism's like a follow on from that, and then the wokeism is like a follow on from that. I guess
Mhm.
is
And I think
the basics of it.
exactly, and I think that the way that our society should develop is probably rather than go wokeism and sort of abstract, is probably go more rational. I think social democracy is in the right direction.
Mm.
To be entirely honest with you, and is a nice, rational, mediated development of liberalism. It's not something that I think is absolutely correct, but is an ideological improvement.
Sure. And like that to me, that I think that's probably the best we're going to get for a while until we get to some level of a superabundance, if that is possible, or maybe
I
if
don't,
the energy situation is solved. But
I don't even think it's that. I think once you get to a point of social democracy where everyone is genuinely happy to see other people happy and they have an experience of social cohesion to a greater degree,
mm,
then you can then work, that's a stronger foundation to then build on.
yes,
Do you know what I mean? But until we get there, we're essentially trying to get monkeys to work together,
yeah,
and they don't want to work together
yeah,
because everyone wants the same banana, right?
yeah,
So, like, it's just like it's the tragedy of the commons, right? And we're just seeing that, and it's like, right, everyone's going to rip each other apart, and the only thing stopping them ripping each other apart is the government. Um, and
mm,
well, and the marketplace actually, the capitalism manages to give people so many like such desires that they're like, I don't want to go to prison because I also want to do other things that I can't do in prison.
mm,
You know what it's not like even that bothered about prison. It's that it's like taking a toy away from a child. You know what I mean? It's like it's not just the social exclusion. It's like, well, it's like sending a kid to that bedroom, but that bedroom's like got a PS5 versus sending the kid to the bedroom, but the bedroom doesn't have the PS5.
yeah. I, I, I kind of take what you're saying. I don't know. To me, because to me, capitalism is just an economic structure. I think the social side of the liberalism and the philosophy side of that, I do see that as an issue and a problem. I don't know if capitalism is because I don't know if it's always linked. Like because you could still have an economic capitalist system that revolves around like maybe I don't know what kind of Christian you are. I'm a bit of a Christian myself. I was actually really surprised to hear you say that on the Econoboy debate. Actually, I didn't realize you were kind of coming back around to a Christian perspective. I had a similar journey, like in the past year or two. I've been kind of coming back to it as well. But I grew up Mormon myself, and
Oh, really? I was just talking about Mormon. We were just talking about Mormonism yesterday about the Osmonds being Mormon.
oh
Uh,
yeah,
but yeah,
but yeah, fucking so I became atheist for a very long time. Then dabbled with different kinds of spirituality and stuff. But it's only been the last few years that I've come back to Christianity, and I was interested that you were kind of doing the same. And I do think there maybe is a place, like in response. I mean, I think most religions are valid, to be honest with you. I think I just gravitate towards Christianity because it's something I can identify with and it's familiar. But I do think that there is a need for it, and I think I don't know, is it Nietzsche or whatever who talked about God being dead, but then went
Yeah.
on to say something about how they're going to fill that void, basically. And
Yeah, basically, like that's. But he fills it with the self.
which is
And it's
again, in a way, what you're saying about the wokeism thing. In a way, actually, they're kind of either filling it with the self, or they're filling it with politics, or they're filling it with Marxism or something like that.
I think Nietzsche would hate wokeism so much. Like, and that's
100%, yeah.
actually Carefree Wandering, right? Like, Carefree Wandering is like a Nietzschean, from what I'm
Right.
aware, and I think he hates wokeism. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
he just sees it like it's like Nietzsche didn't like. For example, Nietzsche has no ethics, right? In terms of like, he's not nihilist,
Right.
right? Like, he's such a, and I would say that like, you know, Carefree Wandering pushes back to Jordan Peterson, where he's like, where he interprets Nietzsche as an individualist, and instead sees him as a pre-postmodernist. They're both right. Like, Nietzsche is very much an individualist, but he's also very much a pre-postmodernist, and it's the truth somewhere in between them, right? Because Nietzsche sees the genealogy of morality of revolving around power structures and a will that is oppressing yours, and you need to free these burdens of tradition in order to establish yourself. The will that wills itself comes from almost a primal internal development, and the ways philosophy develops. He starts off a little bit more restrained, and you know there is this relationship between the Dionysian and the Apollyon values. But when he starts getting onto the will to power, the will to power becomes this this need for self-powerment, right? Self-empowerment, and that at the start isn't as bad as it ends up, which is like, oh yeah, if you kill people, but like that's fine. Like, what? Like, you kind of, right? Like, so you'll read like, if you read like the end of like towards the end of the genealogy, where I think he's starting to like, maybe his mental health's declining, I think, to be entirely honest with you.
Right.
Because he went totally mad. I don't know if you know that about Nietzsche.
I
He went
do know little bits and pieces. I've never properly read him, but I do. Again, it's more that I kind of pick up concepts and stuff like that. I'm not I'm not a super well read philosopher or anything like that.
Well, he might have had syphilis, right?
Oh,
That's
okay. Well, yeah, that might explain a bit then. Yeah.
right. But it would have been we think it would have been inherited syphilis anyway. So it's kind
Right.
of very sad anyway. Like,
Right.
and the man was a genius, right? He was a genius in so many ways, but like he also you know, Jung theorizes that he's actually his own philosophy basically destabilized his psyche. So, and I think that's partly true. I think that like you know, and he might have even gravitated towards this philosophy because it's justifying his instability. If you understand, it's like he starts to look at the world in a way which is like, no, I don't want to use the word perverse because it has connotations that are like psychoanalytic, but in a way that's distorted. And then that distortion he seeks to justify because of his heavy individual. Like, he wants to justify. It's like, have you seen a paranoid person try to justify that paranoia and they never want to leave that paranoia alone because they'd have to reflect on their own reasoning? And they don't
Yeah,
want
I mean, I've been that person at times, so yeah, I totally get it.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's kind of like that. And like, so Nietzsche wants to, like, Nietzsche would hate wokeism in many ways in that respect. Like, he wants this sort of individual empowerment, but then it ends up with being this kind of brutish self-satisfaction. Like, he talks about like being a predatory bird, like how the upper class could be predatory birds eating lambs, and they could laugh about the suffering of the lamb. And it's like, well, what is more natural than sadism? And that's like, you know, and it's like, right, you need help, man. Like, by the end of it, you're like, this isn't right. This
Starting to
isn't.
give into the dark side here.
Yeah, exactly, right. Like, it's like, no, but like, you know, I think that, like, you know, Jordan Peterson, all that, call that the dark triad, right? Psychopathy, narcissism, Machiavellianism,
Yeah.
right? And it really is. Like, you read Nietzsche and you're like, yeah, this is narcissistic. Um, and he flips his nut, right? And I think that's basically, I think that, like, because Nietzsche's philosophy is one-sided again, right? He's very much individualistic, and he doesn't see the body of the public as a manifestation of himself. is the result of a Schopenhauerian interpretation of Kant, which is subjective idealism, which is based on a Protestant notion of an individualism, Protestant individualism. So
Right.
it's kind of like the same story again, just from a different philosophical development,
Right. I see. Um,
continental rather than
so, but
Anglo-American.
this is like the commentary though here is that the loss of like you said before, the loss of that kind of unifying factor of a kind of religious way of thinking that kind of bonds people between with common values and culture
Mhm.
has led to that in a lot of respects. And I wonder if there is now a time for something of a dissident Christian movement. I say dissident a lot because I like it, but I think there's a place for that because I don't really believe in any denomination of Christianity exactly. I just really like the Gospels, and I think there's a lot to learn from that. And a couple of other books in the Bible have some pretty good nuggets of wisdom in there as well. And
I like the philosophers.
mm,
It's kind of hard because sometimes, like, I want to say I'm a Catholic because I think I'm probably like mostly, in terms of me belief system, is mostly akin to Catholic.
right.
Um, but then, like for example, I'm going to make a video soon on why the Catholic Church should allow gay marriage because I just don't think they've understood natural law,
Mm.
and they've just fucked up the philosophy.
Well,
Uh,
I've been thinking about something similar recently. It's really odd you say that. I've been thinking about it, but more like just to address Christians in general rather than Catholics specifically. But just the ideas that maybe there's a role for gay marriage in being a journey for, say, kids in foster care to find stable families and stuff like that. You know, it's there's
Sorry,
God
that's very
provides a way, let's say, you know, and I think that could be the way, and to allow gay marriage in that respect allows a pathway for that, and it also allows a
say
pathway
no
for
to love, right? Like, why
mm,
would you say no to a loving relationship?
yeah,
Like, if it's truly a manifestation of mutual care and concern and mutual interest and self interest as well. Like, if you are truly in a loving relationship, like, why would what is, to be honest, supposed to be basically the most spiritual manifestation of love, like the Holy Spirit,
mm,
is love
yeah,
incarnate, right? Made incarnate within we. So like why would you not be okay with a loving relationship? And I think the
mm,
only reason that I can think of is a historical, like, kind of economic reason, really, to be entirely honest with you, which is if people were gay at the time in which society needed people to reproduce massively,
mm,
that would have been bad
yeah,
for society.
yeah,
But it could equally be said it might be better at points of population, um,
like
uh,
overpopulation
overpopulation,
mm.
that actually homosexual relationships might be beneficial to
as a
the birth rate.
yeah as like an
So,
equilibrium kind
as
of
an
thing.
equilibrium. So
Mm,
it's like, and this isn't even considering, as you say, like, bringing people into a loving family,
mm.
and the development onwards. But I think that it's just that the the dogmatism is a problem.
Yes.
Like, you
Oh
get like,
yes.
so like Christians can be so fucking like, well, all religious people, right? Actually, Christians are some of the best, right? That's the worst thing you got to realize. But as soon as you engage with religion, Christians are the best ones. You start like when the Hindus and the Sikhs are great as well, and so the
Yeah.
Buddhists.
Yeah.
Islam in some places is terrifying.
Horrendous.
Christianity in
Yeah.
some places is terrifying.
Mm.
Um, I mean, shit, even Buddhism. I've seen Buddhism like being like, there was Japanese Buddhists justifying the invasion of China.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah,
it's
there's
like,
been genocides under Buddhism and stuff, you know.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
oh,
It's not. It's they're not. Nobody's got their hands clean in these
yeah,
situations, ideologically speaking. And but I do think there is a power in that unity, and I think it speaks to a deeper psychological phenomenon. I mean, like I think Jordan Peterson's onto something when he's talking about that, and also I guess by extension Nietzsche in talking about that that hole that needs to be filled and that power that religion or God or whatever you want to call it has. I don't think it manifested for no reason. You know what I mean? I think it manifested for a very practical reason. And I think that needs to be rediscovered in society. And as a direct I don't know, like a counteraction to these new developments, whether it's dogmatism from fucking religious people or dogmatism from these wokeist type people or whatever. I think there's a room now for perhaps a, a a dissident religion that is not any particular denomination, but is putting spirituality in the middle to try and create a cohesive value system that we can kind of all gravitate towards and has room for philosophical discussion and
I think
expansion on that. Sorry?
veganism probably hit that probably the best. I think the vegan community is a very ethical community,
Mm.
based around the mutual consideration of everyone as equal. Um, um, and I'd say that the vegan community gives me the most hope in our society for the development of ethical community again. Um,
Okay.
I like Christianity because I think it's the most developed. I think like don't get me wrong, I'm not super well read on Hinduism,
Mm.
and there seems to be some really good stuff in Hinduism. Although Hindus and Buddhists, I seem to have come to varying ethical situation like standpoints with them, but
Yeah.
I think they're close. Like a Hindu and a Buddhist and a Christian are all closer than two atheists, and I don't think that people realize this.
Yeah. No,
You
yeah,
know,
I think that's very true. Yeah, yeah, 100%.
uh, and it's even though their beliefs can be so radically distinct in some of their conclusions, some of their fundamental beliefs are so akin, and there's been such development and the people I think Jordan Peterson actually just spoke about this, the development. Like, why would you reject like 2,000 years of institutional development? Just why?
Yeah, and
Like that.
wisdom and knowledge
Yeah.
and state crafting and culture crafting and all that kind of stuff. I think there's a divine beauty in that, and I think it speaks to something powerful in the human psyche that like I said before, I just don't think it should be ignored, and I think a lot of the trap that the left wing especially are falling into is that trap of either atheism, wokeism, or filling that void with
Well,
something
that
else.
atheist, a woke atheist, all the
Mm,
fulfill themselves is with it's the same
mm,
materialism, right? And it's the same thing that happens to the right when they're atheist as well. Like the only
mm.
people that
Yeah, sure. Mm,
the only thing grounding like right wing Christians is dogmatism, unfortunately, right?
yeah.
Like, as soon as you see them in the United States talking
Mm.
about religion, it's like you don't understand your religion at all, do you, man?
A lot of
And
them
like
don't know.
they've got so many little churches, right? And each church has their own individual sort of dogmatism to them.
Yeah.
And then they're sort of going through the marketplace of churches, like which church best reflects how I wish to live my life. you know
Yeah.
and it's like that's not the point. Like, it's about truth and God and love and like the metaphysical tenets of existence,
Mm.
not you. But it is about you, because you're actually, it's like
And it's about your
you're a
relation
liberal
to it.
first
Mm.
and a Christian second, right? You
Mm.
know what I mean? Like, it's like the see it as like, oh, like it's just the marketplace of ideas, and I think it's the same thing across the board, and that's why it's like one side picks Christianity, and these are like weird little Christian denominations which have no real, like, for example, that like, don't you come to mass wearing a mask? You know what I mean? Like, well, the Catholic Church on the other hand's like, please get vaccinated.
Right.
It's such a stark contrast. Like,
Mm.
you would think, like, well, actually, if we have evidence to believe that helping our neighbor requires some level of personal risk, it is my responsibility to take this personal risk for the greater good of everyone. That's like the most Christian thing I can think of.
Yeah.
But instead, it's like, don't you tell me what to do?
Mm.
Like, and that's
Yeah.
like, it's just so unbelievably like right wing American, and it's like first and then Christian. So it's like, and it's the same thing with wokeism, right? It's like, you read the New York Times, right? Or you read the Washington Post or whatever, um, and it's gave you, like, you read these opinion posts, you indulge in this kind of like self-satisfying, like, I don't know, like,
It's like mental masturbation in a lot
yeah,
of sense.
yeah, it is, and it's just, it's so infuriating. You see them, it's like, actually, who who does the best on this? It's Slavoj Žižek, man, and he talks about that. There's this Jewish joke that he always loves to give, right? And it's I don't know if you've heard it before. Have you heard it before?
I don't think so. No.
Oh, I love it, right? So wait a minute,
No, go for it.
I'll repeat it, right? So you've got 3 Jews in synagogue,
Okay.
and the rabbi stands up and he says, "Oh my God, I am nothing. Please, forgive me." That kind of thing. It's
Mm.
like very much like uh,
Flagellating.
self-flagellation. Like, I am nothing. Like please, like, love, like, that kind of
Mm.
thing. Forgive me, like that kind of, like, mercy and all that. Have mercy on me. And then a businessman stands up and he says, "Oh my God, I am nothing," blah blah blah.
Mm.
And the third one stands up and he's a poor Jew and he goes, "Oh my God, I am nothing." And the businessman nudges the rabbi and goes, "Who's this guy who thinks he can be nothing?" And I think that's
Mm.
actually how it works, right? It's like where it's like the liberals who are like, "Oh, I'm just so privileged because I'm white." And
Mm.
it's like, you're trying to tell me that you're better than me by telling me that you're acknowledging that you're worse than me,
Yes.
right? That kind of thing. And it's like, this could not be more of an like, as you say, like a self, like, sort of self masturbation. Like,
Mm.
I would have preferred you if you had said, "I'm better than you," because then I could at least tell you to fuck off.
Yes, yeah,
Like,
100%. Yeah. I will say actually though, this phenomenon is actually codified in the Gospels as well, because Jesus actually comes around to the synagogues and he actually castigates the Pharisees who are basically virtue signaling in the thing that he says praying in the open in front of people, which is essentially just virtue signaling, really.
uh,
Going around saying how in love with God I am, or how all the great works that I do for all the people, and blah blah blah, and all this stuff. And he's just like, no, you're meant to do this in your own time, away from prying eyes, because you're meant to do it because you're just a good person. You want to
yeah,
be a
you
good
do it
person.
for its own sake.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
duty
not for
for
the
its
fame and
duty
the
for duty's
glory and the virtue
sake. Yeah.
signaling. Yeah, yeah, and
It,
the
that's it. Like,
validation.
unfortunately, this ended up leading to, like, Calvinists who are like, everyone's self-absorbed to the point in which we only do it for our own self-gratification. Anyway, but like, and you gotta be careful of, like, looking, like, doubting yourself to the point. Well, wait a minute, this brings me joy. Am I a bad person for liking to do good things? And you got,
Yeah.
and that's a Calvinist where they're like, we're all going to hell, like,
Bless
but
the Calvinists.
yeah, but you gotta bless them sometimes, because you're like, that's a sad existence, isn't it? You're like, oh, we're all fucked. Uh, but it's this inability to take responsibility for one's nature
Mm,
that I think it demonstrates a separation between, again, it's like a concrete, materialistic notion of reality, which was Protestant in origin,
right.
and I think that not all Protestants are like this, by the way, because some
Mm,
Protestants are very different. Like, there are a lot of Protestant sects,
yeah.
but this was very popular, at the time, and
I can
in the
see the
Reformation.
through line of
Yeah,
where this is coming. Yeah, I can definitely see it. I think the point I'm making here though is that I think that the economic system of capitalism can still exist with those social frameworks, if that makes sense. And I don't think it would necessarily be something that would massively impede it. I think the bigger, broader problem that you're touching on there is the a lot of people don't really think that deeply about the philosophies of liberty and freedom, or if they are enslaved to their emotions and all that kind of thing, and their
no,
relation to all that. And because of that, they just think, well, I have liberty, I have freedom, I just want to be able to do whatever I want. And if I feel like this way, I should be able to do that, and I should be able to do this, and blah, 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 blah. And it
mhm.
becomes very selfish and stuff, and because they're not really actually attached to any deeper meaning or anything like that. So to me, I'm taking a separation. I do think capitalism exacerbates it. So I'm not going to say that like capitalism has no part to play in that. But I do think that capitalism is somewhat separate to that, just as an economic system. And I think I don't know if because we need to come back to the social thing again, because obviously we've had a bit of a diversion into religion now,
Yeah,
but like because I want to get into something else that you mentioned in the Econo Boy debate, and maybe a lot of the stuff we've spoken about might be able to tie into this. But um, you mentioned that you said that worker co-ops are shit. Is I don't know if
well,
you.
I mean, like, that current structure, as in, like,
Yeah,
that, unable to compete with corporations, like, right
right.
now, like, they're not very good. Like, and I don't think that many people are thinking enough specifically on how a worker co-op can be structured in a way to mirror the advantages of a corporation whilst maintain equal stake in the company.
Mm.
Because one of the things is, like, for example, with debt, like the way, like, for example, like taking a worker corporation and calling it a limited liability partnership, and then having like $1 million debt on each person. Let's say there's 5 people, like each person, like they've taken a $5 million loan, each person is now personally responsible for $1 million of that. Well, that's terrifying, and
Mm.
no capitalist in their right mind who's starting a limited corporation would avail themselves um to such what's the word, like liability.
Mm.
And these kind of issues are systemic in some respects, um because how do you organize a co-op? You can't organize a co-op without it being a like, or you go, when you go to register at like Company's House, you go,
Mm.
oh, we are that thing. And the problem is that we have nothing to base it off. So even co-ops that do succeed, they are kind of like lucky, consequentially lucky, often small tech
Yeah.
companies, things like that, where, yeah, this works because of the scale of enterprise, because of what you're doing, and because it's been a relatively simple task to establish.
Yeah.
When you look towards something being um, huge, like a huge a huge endeavor to compete with the established corporate giants of today, which you would need to be. You need to be pretty fucking big, right? If we're being honest with you, you need to have primary industries, secondary industries, quaternary industries, that kind of thing, at least involved, just to provide a service that, well, a tertiary industry, like
Mm.
the service to the individual. If you want to make Starbucks, right, like a counter to Starbucks, then you're going to need to be, relatively similar. Like, if you want to be able to compete with the economies of scale
Mm.
of Starbucks, you're going to have to be pretty big. You're going to have that scale. And I
Sure.
think corporations no one has, there is a lack of economists developing and understanding structures of cooperation which are easily implemented and successful in today's marketplace to make them meaningful for the working class.
Right. Yeah. Okay. And I would agree with that. I think where I'm having a disagreement though is how possible is it actually, and
Mm.
the reason I say that, because in a way it's kind of a microcosm of the government discussion we were having earlier. In the because let's say essentially a co-op is almost like a union that is a business. Would that be like a fair kind of assessment? Like people are voting
No.
and advocating on the company's direction. They have a stake in it, like you say.
I think unions are probably closer to corporations than they are co-ops, if I'm honest. In
Yeah,
terms
I guess in the sense of I meant more in like how they're meant to be rather than like how they actually
of unions
operate in
in
reality.
principle,
Yeah,
like
yes,
yeah,
yeah. That's more what I meant. Like, it's like a
yeah,
union in principle as a workplace or as
yeah, yeah.
rather
It
than
is
a
a work.
separate
It
entity.
is
It
a work.
is the
Yeah, it's a
company.
worker union to
Yeah.
its like highest, arguably to its logical like end.
Mm.
Like, to the absolute unionization of the workforce.
And to me, that presents a lot of problems, especially considering all of the things we've spoken about before. So, for instance, like I think people do naturally gravitate towards hierarchical structures. Now, it doesn't have to be like so rigid and enforced in such a way, but because I do kind of agree in a certain sense that there can be too much of a rigidity in that kind of structure. However, I do think people naturally do that. There are certain people who are just better at kind of managing things or organizing logistics and stuff like that. They have more of a mind for that. Then there's other people who are just better with their hands, better at labouring, whatever,
Yeah,
all that
100%.
kind of thing, and or better with finances, rah 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 rah. And then
I will.
go on,
I
sorry.
think. Sorry. No, go for it. I don't want. I
Oh,
don't want to.
I was just going to say that like these people will then split off into these different sectors, and these different sectors have their own worth as well to that company. Like it's going to be easier for you to pick up various laborers, sorry, than it is going to be to pick up the financier who's been doing all your books and stuff. So it's going to be one of
Yeah,
them situations
more
where
medium, high skilled workers.
yeah, and then when you're trying to organize all that and make it as equal as possible or as fair as possible. I mean, to me, I like to think of the word fair more than equal. I think But
Because you're a liberal.
yes, basically. But I do think that that's a fundamental part of it, though, because we're dealing with the reality of the situation. And when you're dealing with the reality of the situation, I think the best you can get is to make it as fair as possible rather than as equal as possible. I mean, part of being as fair as possible is making it as equal as possible, I guess. But I don't think you can really force the whole thing to be as equal as possible, because you're starting to destroy the incentives that make the company possible in the first
See, I
place.
don't think you do, but I think that
Mm.
may be a problem in terms of how our society approaches equality and in
Mm.
how our society approaches fairness. Like, for example, if you read John Rawls, like the King Liberal,
Right.
I'm actually doing a talk at a university in. I need to write it, like, and time's clicking on, but it's in about 2 weeks at a very
Right.
prestigious university, and a person I'm doing a talk with is a Rawlsian, or he was actually taught by John Rawls, right?
Whoa. Okay.
Um, I'm not talking to him. He's just talking at the same time. Like later on in
Got
that day. I
a
just so happen
yeah.
to have got wiggled my way in there.
Yeah. That's pretty cool
You know?
though. Fair dues.
No, yeah, it should be. But and one of the things is I'm going to disagree with him on probably everything, and it's terrifying. But the thing is, is that
Mm.
is like he's in terms of roles, it's when this justice is fairness. I'd say like if you read McIntyre and specifically about let's say these corporate structures and let's say the classes and in terms of what we consider low and high skilled workers, I think is one, it's been horribly skewed. I think that the corporate class have managed to make themselves appear to be more skilled than they are. For example, I think there
Sure.
are plenty of academics who are far more skilled in terms of intellectual capacity than your average corporate individual. And I think that they're a lot of the time glorified bookkeepers and socially manipulative. But
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
depending on the corporation and the individual and so on. And I think that there's McIntyre offers some really great points on this. But I think the big thing is one, what do we consider fair? And fair from a liberal perspective is this, excuse me, fair from a liberal perspective is not grounded in anything other than the material outcome for individuals. So if the typical thing is the veil of ignorance, the maximin reasoning,
Mm.
achieve the greatest level of material outcome for the lowest for in the lowest possible case, and you have the fairest society. It's the society with the least material inequality, and that least material inequality is what's considered fair because you've maximized the minimum scenario that you could have if you were it's not the least inequality necessarily, but it's the least it's the least material deficit for the lowest class,
Right.
right? So like it lends itself to being um to redistributing wealth typically,
Mm.
but will justify inequality. And that's where you get the concept of justified inequality from John Rawls, really. They really loves that. And
Right.
this notion of fairness, Alistair McIntyre and Robert Nozick will take this apart and show that the reason in itself justifies the conclusion. Like you've assumed a type of reasoning to justify your conclusion, but you haven't asked why that reasoning. Robert Nozick basically says, "Why should I exist as if the economy, as if as if wealth rains down like manna from heaven,
Yeah.
right?"
Right.
And Alistair McIntyre does a much better job even in saying, well, actually, this is a form of liberal reasoning. Like, why have I disembodied myself from all possible social relations to then try and individually work out what is the best case scenario for everyone? And I'm not supposed to know anything about myself. Well, I am actually going to, because I'm the one thinking it, I've already been conditioned necessarily to assume certain outcomes. And so basically, I'm assuming what would be materially within my best interest as being the best social scenario. And he does a really good job in After Virtue of just taking this apart. And I think that's my main real pushback on this. It's just self-justifying reasoning. And the
Mm.
reason that it doesn't work is because it doesn't question why reason in this way. Is my reasoning correct? am I thinking properly? And what equality truly is isn't equity in terms of outcomes. It isn't material equality.
Yeah.
It's it's equality in terms of the consideration of interests, and rather the consideration of judgment about those interests. People like to think, I can understand the interests of another person and even myself inherently. You absolutely can't. You do not know necessarily yourself, at all, right? Like
Yeah.
there is an absence of self knowledge, which is why therapists, like, in some respects, exist.
Mm.
And once you realize that you are mutually dependent upon another individual's judgment, trying to put yourself into a situation where you act as if to arbitrate what is fair, you haven't questioned why it's fair. What is fairness? And
Mm.
it's self fulfilling, right? And this, I think, has led to and moreover, it's led to a justification of a managerial class. The managerial class, as Alistair McIntyre points out, is really a class of individuals who manage to extract the most profit from the workforce.
Yeah.
It's just they're glorified admins, right? The organized were in such a way as to extract as much profit as possible for the corporation, and they are rewarded for that. It's a They are essentially the enforcers of corporate interest within the structure, and it's constantly self um, self gratifying, because yes, they will produce more profit and they are rewarding those individuals who are producing more profit. But we have to ask whether the good of society and the good of the people is simply to produce as much profit as possible, to create as much material uh, um, development,
Mm.
to be as excessive as possible, because we might actually be able to go, if you're a group of workers and you go like, look, oh yeah, we could make another, let's say 10% profit, but we'd have to work 50% more. It's not worth it. We're not going to do it anymore. But a
Mm.
corporation, 10% profit for 50% more from your workforce. Yeah. Why wouldn't I do
Yeah.
that?
Right.
And the
Mm.
managers are going to enforce that. And
And
then
then the
this is,
people can leave.
well, yeah, but then the can leave, but then we live in a coercive environment, right? Like, you
Yeah,
can
but
leave,
you can't
but
get away from that though. Even in your system of, like, say, all the workers, all the they were all co-ops or whatever. They'd still have to be in a coercive situation where they still have to work to eat and
well,
get
I
their
do believe that
living.
you necessarily can ask someone to work to provide for themselves and take responsibility for themselves, right? I don't
Mm.
deny that. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say like people should be allowed to freeload, right, when
Mm.
they can and are capable. But if we're talking about necessarily the economic conditions which would prevent people from working, let's say we have an excessively large workforce, given the fact that we have a technological development which can replace all of these individuals in a way which is more developed and sophisticated, right?
Mm.
Automation, for example.
Yeah, of course.
Pay the workers, pay them, because otherwise, one, your economy is going to collapse, and and two, the benefit of human innovation is for humanity as a whole, and it's this lack of unity between us in the first place that leads people to think, well, why should I pay someone? Like, why should I pay someone that I don't owe anything to? Why am I responsible? Like, I think Econoboy said it really well when he was debating Big Papa Fascist, and he asked him, he's like, Big Papa Fascist asked him, why am I responsible for your grandmother? And he responded, we're all responsible for everyone's grandmother.
Mm.
Like, that's the mentality change that needs to happen before you can have a truly um rational society. And right now what we are seeing is a partially rational society which perpetuates the values of a certain class of individuals, especially the managerial class, the employing class, as a way to uh, maintain its sociological hierarchical structure, right?
Mm.
It's power system. Basically, if you look at for example, the way the education system is formulated, the way even Alistair McIntyre even points towards psychology within our society and how these are essentially tied into how we believe people operate. We believe people operate in such a way as to justify a certain sociological conclusion, which is people need to be organized by their superiors in order so that they can live good lives and they are incapable of doing it themselves. And Kant specifically argues against this because when you when you essentially undermine the fact that people are people, when you say that the slave doesn't know how to be free and that justifies their slavery,
Mm.
then that is necessarily wrong
Yeah,
because you've not given them the opportunity to learn how to be free in the
sure.
first place.
No, I do agree with that. I think, yeah, there has to be a substantial change to make that happen. I mean, I think even though even traditional corporate structures would massively benefit from that, although they probably end up downsizing, though I suppose. Um, but I don't know if the answer, because like in your scenario, is this like enforced by the government in the co-op situation, or is this just like a natural development in your view, like in a Hegelian way, or
I mean, like, I think the government should. I mean, the government right now is so undemocratic. It's You can't say that it would be a natural change anyway. Like everything the government does to us seems to be somewhat enforced. Not everything. Like most of us agree with basic laws, right? Like,
mm,
everyone agrees killing is wrong, right? Like almost everyone in the world's like, oh yeah, yeah, we shouldn't kill each other. That's stupid.
yeah,
Um, you know, the nuances of the law are less agreed upon and instead enforced by a political class. And that needs to change before we can even talk about living in a democracy. But I think once we live in a democracy, then what you have is the enforcement of the will of the people um, by true representation. Then yeah, like that. I think that's what the law is, and the law is for our own benefit. The law is reason incarnate. At least it should be.
mm,
And so when you talk about, I would say that there should be certain legal barriers in place. So, for example, I think everyone should be entitled to healthcare.
right,
Um, entitled to well-being, actually. So entitled to a certain level of well-being, so that they are being respected in terms of the material conditions of society. Because without a certain level of well-being, you are essentially incapable of reasoning correctly. And I think the best example of that is probably what you give in terms of, you said you've seen people at, in you grew up in a poor place in
yeah,
North Wales, was it?
yeah,
Yeah, and you've seen people at their extremes. That's, I think, what happens when you are in an extremely coercive environment. People start reasoning individualistically, as in a tragic scenario. No matter what they do, it's wrong, right? If you have a if your life is so meaningless and empty and devoid of happiness, and you've been taught throughout, within our ideological system, that happiness is material, and you're
yeah,
incapable of material satisfaction, then you've got an option, a choice. You can engage in material satisfaction via theft and
or other
consume
unscrupulous
drugs.
means, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Um, or you can turn away from material, right? And some people do, right? There's a lot of good poor people who find strength and happiness in community, but
mm-hmm.
there is a lot of poor people who simply try to self-satisfy to the greatest possible degree and turn into these mindless brutes who
Yes, yeah,
terrorize everyone in the neighborhood, right? I know that personally, because I
mm.
had me windows put in. I had like spray
Oh,
paint sprayed on my walls, like someone got fucking slashed on me path. Like, I know,
yeah, it's grim.
like it could be pretty grim, right? Like,
Mm.
so I'm not illusioned. Like someone got their eye removed behind me house because of a drug dispute, basically.
Fucking hell.
Um, and so, like, I'm pretty well aware of how
Mm.
bad it can get. And I think that these people are, yeah, mindless brutes and barbarians. And I used to think like, I used to think like, oh my god, these people need politically dominated to not be these absolute monkeys.
Mm.
To be entirely honest with you, because I think you get to the point when you're so fed up with them, where you're like, for
Yeah.
fuck's sake, stop thinking. You're destroying your own neighborhood.
Mm.
And like, it's hard not to. But then you realize, well, actually, like, this is systemic. This is predictable as hell.
Mm.
Why are we allowing this to occur? And it actually fulfills a certain role within the system. And you start realizing, well, actually, this is by design. And I think that I think this is anything. It leads me towards socialism because I want those people to have the material conditions necessary to free themselves from things like addiction and things like that. But also, we're going to need an ideological development so that our society isn't so based on material gratification, so that we'll have classes and swaths of or underclasses of people who are simply drug addicts.
Yeah.
And people can say that, oh, you shouldn't, like one of the things I hate the most, and I don't know if you agree with this actually. I just quick tangent
Go on.
is chavs as the demonization of the working class. I normally say chava, but like chavs
Yeah,
as the
yeah.
demonization of the working class. What a load of shit! Like what a load of shit. They're
I've seen them
just
as a subsect of the working class. They're not like they don't represent the working class. I'd have never seen it that way anyway,
yeah,
personally. But
exactly. That's probably because you are working class, and you're like, fuck, I don't want to be represented by that.
yeah, well, yeah,
Right? That's me, right? Like fuck that. Like I'm not that guy. That guy's a fucking lunatic. Like and it's like why you? I mean, not all chavas because like they're all. You get good ones, right?
I've met some lovely chavs, yeah, in my time, yeah.
And you get them, but the idea that it's this like demonization of the working class, it's like you're middle class, aren't you? You know what I mean? Yeah,
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
you've probably
it
not
is.
dealt with these people enough. Like this is not like fuck. Like as soon as you realize that like these people are like when you've had your windows put in enough, or
Mm.
you've been punched in the face, you start being like, fuck those guys, right?
Yeah.
And then when you realize, like, like for example, someone walked through my estate and they said like they were looking at the floor, and
Mm.
then all they heard was the fuck you're looking at, and they're like
The
you look up, and
classic,
then there's someone
the
at the other
classic
side of
line.
the yeah,
Yeah.
exactly, like at the other side of the street, looking at them, like staring, like trying to start on them, and they're just like they end up having to run through the estate, like just get
Yeah.
away from them, right? And it's just
Yeah.
like, look, man, like no man, like when you realize like your bus stops have no windows and you're freezing cold and you're like, why am I getting wet?
Mm.
And you're like, the only explanation is because my fellow neighbor is an absolute moron. Like now you understand the plight of being poor.
Yeah.
Like
It's a difficult one because I think it's a little bit more multifaceted than all that. Personally, like I do think it is like a lot of the times it's a result of abuse in their own home and things. I don't know
yeah,
if it's always
uh,
just their material conditions or things like that. I don't know if it's always just that kind of thing. But I do accept it does play a large role in it though. I do accept that.
it's like
Um,
it's like the advantage of capitalism is the disadvantage of capitalism, though, right?
mm,
Like, so you can have this ideology in an individual which is so self-gratifying that they can go from middle class or even upper class all the way to lower class within 2 generations because
yeah,
they've self-satisfied at the point in which they've blew their money. Now they're in the lower class. They've taught their kids the same ideology of excess in a state where they'll never be able to actually express it. And the only way that and they're so disgruntled with their lives, they beat their kids, they abuse their wives.
mm,
It's all horrible. And and it's like very predictable, right? Like,
yeah,
and it's because you feel like your life's meaningless because your life is meaningless,
mm,
right? Like, and I hate to be like the guy that says this, but like no, like half of them, their lives are meaningless. Like they lived or died. I don't think that they would necessarily care, which is why
yeah.
that drug inducing like basically a
Nihilists
company
essentially,
state.
yeah.
Yeah, that like so it's like you need help, and I think the
Mm.
best way that we can combat this is to help them, right? Like,
But the
um,
devil's in the details here because it's not that I disagree with you on this because I think there has to be a way to help people in these situations and to get to that better place because I am in this I've got the same spirit I think in that I want to progress to something better for people as well. I think what I get tripped up on, especially when it comes to like the socialism debate, is how to go about it and how and what the real core issues are, I suppose. And when I'm thinking about stuff like this, I wonder, like, well, how do you go about it? Like, because we're talking about, oh, let's make worker co-ops a thing or whatever, and like that is going to help the material conditions and blah blah blah. Or maybe we'll have like a more robust welfare state or something like that, or redistribution of wealth of some kind. But I'm thinking like maybe there's ways via capitalism to make it happen in certain respects. Like I was thinking today about, I don't know if this is a particularly original thought, but like I was just thinking about like every company that has like say 100 plus employees that makes like a certain amount of profit, a certain percent of that profit, let's say 5 or 10%, is reinvested in the workers. Then they have an incentive to create profit for the business. So the business wants to create more profit, of course. That incentivizes them, and then they, by law, have to give that. So it's not a tax on the business exactly, but it is a direct payment back to those workers in a sense, so that you don't have to completely upend all the systems that are in place. But it is a way to give back to those things. And I did a quick workout to just on like a percentage basis. I looked at Walmart because I thought they probably have quite a lot of employees. They have like 2.3 million employees or something like that, right? And they made something like 138 billion in 2021, right? So I said, well, if this rate was
profit, is that net profit?
that was net, that was gross net profit, right? So like that was like after they've actually paid people and all that kind of stuff, right?
Okay.
So yeah, which is crazy amounts of money. And I said, well, let's just say it's 10% for this thought experiment. I did all that. I worked it all out. It would have increased the salary if they got it like each year, like as a bonus each year or something like that. Or maybe you could break it up into quarterly things, like, or whatever. I don't know. That's for other people to decide. I just thought this would be interesting to look at. But let's say it was yearly. It would have increased their salary by $6,000 a year. And now these are people who are working on minimum wages here, a lot of them. So this a $6,000 increase in your wages based on the profit. So if you increase that profit even more, you would have maybe got a $7,000 or $8,000 increase in your wages. Mm-hmm. And that's at a very small expense to those gross net profits. You know what I mean? Like, you know, what was it? It was like 13 billion or something like that would come out of that. They're still left with 120 billion to still reinvest in their companies and do all that stuff.
The problem is, if I'm honest, right? It's the same thing with getting tips. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's all good. I was finished as well.
I'm terrible for that. I really do need to work on it.
Oh, it's all right, man. I don't care. I'm fairly assertive person. Like I jump in when I need to jump in, but like to me, this is just an interesting discussion. Like I'm intrigued. The push and pull is not as fierce as I thought it might be in places, but I like the there's a good chemistry because I think we've got the same. We want the same things, but I think we are coming at them from different angles. I think
two different approaches.
Mm.
I think basically that's why I think that this is why I think that profit sharing in this respect is you know, I would agree that these policies need to be instituted, but I don't think that it should be basic unilateral sharing of profit. It should be based. The reason that we would hierarchize in terms of business, in terms of skills and all of that in the first place, is based on the amount of value that an individual produces, right? And and this is why Marx kind of pushes back on this, saying that like equity is a bourgeois notion of equality, because when you know, like I've worked in places where people are lazy, and you know, even if you were to give them as much money as possible, like they'll be lazy, right?
Yeah.
Those people don't deserve the money. Well, there's people that work 3 times harder, and they'll be pulling the slack of that individual who'll be getting paid the same. And that I think is necessarily unfair. So what I think the necessary step in terms of the development of our social enterprises is to move towards socialism as the establishment of meritocracy. I did that as an essay actually during my undergrad, and I think that the reason that we need to move that way is precisely to respect the labor of the individual who's engaged. Right? If you own the value of what you've produced, and that is then basically creating this profit. Okay, if we accept that we're not going to get out of this market system overnight and move to cooperatives, which would necessarily reflect this system, the first step is to say, if you work harder, you will see at least some tangible benefit. And you might find that some people earned a bonus of 1,000, while some people earned a bonus of 10,000 because of how hard they worked, because of the amount of energy that they've put into the business, because they, you know, and that I think is, more reflective of what socialists actually want. And yet people like to associate socialists with something more akin with what the Leninists were doing, you know?
Right.
And I think it's the exact opposite. There would be like inequity within there should be inequity within any structure of business,
just naturally.
Depending on how much effort and value you produce, like how much market value you are producing. And like obviously if everyone's being paid fairly in that respect, there's not a problem. Problem is that obviously this would probably get hijacked by a corporate system who would then see it as a way to give higher bonuses to the managerial class again. So
yeah, sure. But this is why I always said it maybe should just be a flat thing, and so maybe try and avoid that. But But it's
But I think that the problem is that, yeah, you've increased the material conditions, but you've not created the ideology necessary for people to actually take responsibility for themselves.
no, true,
True,
true. But
true owners.
but then we're talking about. But the thing is, and I know that these things are interconnected, so don't get me wrong. But we are in a debate about capitalism and socialism, so I'm trying to somehow bring in the economic side to it in a certain respect as well, because I think that's still important to the discussion. But I know what you mean in the sense that, like, no matter what you change, even if you change everything to co-ops tomorrow, if that ideological shift hasn't happened, then it's going to be a disaster, regardless.
Mhm.
So, like, it's you can't, one goes with the other. You know, it's like a hand and glove situation, and I know what you mean. Like, in order to get to these places, there has to be a change in culture and ideology, like, massively. Again, like, I'm a bit more skeptical on the ins and outs of this more publicly owned system. I'm not against it in the sense of, like, I don't think co-op should ever exist or anything. I think, and they can. I'm very happy for them to exist, or even to overtake the economy if they become more successful and that shift happens. I guess what I'm more against is the idea of of it being enforced onto the populace, because I think
I
that
don't
would
think
be the mistake, really.
I don't think you can enforce it, to be entirely honest with you. I think
Mm,
that enforcing it, you can't force moral progress, right? That's
mm,
just straight up. Like take for example Iran.
mm.
Um, Iran is a theocratic, fascistic system.
Yeah,
Now, in the 80s, Iran looked to be one of the most developing Middle Eastern.
yeah, they were pretty liberal, you might say.
Yeah, like
Mm,
the like comparatively ideologically developed, which is what caused that reversion because it was entirely enforced for the most part, and that there basically was a
mm,
minority, it was a class minority that were actually engaging in this way that started to give women rights. Like there was more of like a higher class thing,
mm.
um, and it wasn't shared amongst the body of the public, and so the body of the public basically revolted. They tried to kill that leader, and
Right.
who had to flee the country, and now we have the
Yeah,
the
the theocratic
well,
state we see
I think at the
today.
time was it the Ayatollah Khomeini?
I can't remember his name, but he was like the
Yeah,
Ayatollah or whatever the fuck.
yeah, it
uh,
was and it became like a horrible state, and so
mm,
you end up normally when you try and this is exactly the same thing that happens with socialist revolutions,
mm,
just becomes fascist. Every like Zizek I think argues that like every failed like fascism is the result of a failed left revolution,
mm.
often.
Yeah,
And that is I think more often than not you tend to see it's sad, like having to realize like you can't skip history. You
yeah.
have to let people actually learn for themselves. You can't.
Oh, you've frozen again. Oh, damn it. I don't think you can hear me when that happens. I don't know if he's frozen
And
on the. Oh, there you are. You're back again. Yeah, sorry, you froze again then for a second.
oh,
Um,
I was just saying you can't take someone's responsibility from them
mm,
and expect them to be better people. That's
yeah.
just not how that works, you know.
No, 100%. I think, yeah, like you say, like the developments in the West when it comes to, like, say, women's rights and universal suffrage and all those
Maybe in
kinds
the
of things.
70s.
You what? Sorry.
I'm trying to think of when. Sorry, I'm just trying to think of when Iraq because I'm thinking
It
it
was in
was
the 60s and stuff like that. They were quite liberal. And then
60s.
I think
I
it
was
was
going to
roughly
say,
around the 70s
and then
that they had the revolution. Yeah.
70s had the revolution, and then a lot of them had migrated because I know quite a few Iranians who had basically ran away from
Yeah.
Iran
That's what
around the time.
Persepolis is about, isn't it? I don't know if you've ever seen that movie, but it's pretty good.
What's that?
I don't. Maybe I'm saying it wrong, but Persepolis or
I've never seen it. No, no, I've never
oh,
seen
it's
it.
really good. You'd probably quite like
Oh
that.
yeah, yeah, probably. But yeah, sorry, it's just I just realized I probably messed up the timeline there. I was saying it was the 80s because like the 80s, I'm pretty sure they were all very
I
firmly.
think it was like ongoing for quite a while, so it may have stretched into the 80s. I'm not
I think
sure. I
it's
can't remember off the top of my head,
right. It
but
started in the 60s where the basically the revolution started. I remember reading about this, but it's unimportant really. It's just more of the
yeah.
fact like I don't want to
Well, yeah,
basically.
no, I know what you're trying to get at, and the thing that I was going to say before was that in the developments in the West, when it came to universal suffrage or women's rights or gay rights and things like that, it's largely been a bottom-up situation that the populace has put pressure on the government to make these changes. Whereas like what you're saying is like the reason a lot of these things have gone wrong is because it's come from the top down, and people have tried to
Yeah.
impede these values onto the populace. That most of them are not ready for, or have not really contemplated properly, and it's just like a big change for them.
Yeah, it's like really like the in some respects the United States had to make a vassal of half of its population just to get them to stop enslaving another part of its population.
Yeah,
Like if we're being honest with ourselves, like that's
yeah,
what they did.
sure. It took a
They just
fucking massive bloody war, to
Yeah,
sort it
and
out.
then even then the racism was still like the racism necessary that they would have been like I mean they did necessarily enslave like they just found a way around the law, right? They
Mm,
just went like, all right, the Jim Crow laws, like around the way of the structure, it's like, all right, yeah, you're free, except if I accuse you of a crime, then I'm going to send you to prison, and then you get sent to prison. The state can then sell you to do hard labor,
yeah,
and we have slavery, which is even worse
and
than
we
the
can do
slave.
that to any color. Amazing.
Yeah, like I mean, predominantly black, really though.
Largely, I mean, there is also when we move past that era, like I will say that these things start to take a more complex nature personally, but I know what you
Yeah,
mean. The basis of
100%.
it is kind of there. I know what you're saying.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Mm.
absolutely. But mainly, I think the reason it was predominantly black was just because of the way the inequality within the justice system around black people.
Sure.
Uh,
Yeah.
you know, the
I mean, it ramped up significantly in the 70s with Biden's crime bills and stuff like that. But um, like, because I remember I've looked into a lot of the statistics of this kind of stuff, and like I think the imprisonment rates were higher statistically by a few percent or whatever when it came to black people back in the Jim Crow eras. But it was not until like 70s and 80s with the new crime bills and stuff that Biden wrote a lot of them that it like exploded massively.
mm, mm.
Like you could see it, like
Been
you
a
could
while
see
since
the
I've
swirl.
done me civil rights history. Like it's that
Oh
was I
man,
know.
I've delved into a lot of this stuff. Like I've been trying to parse it for a long, long time, just to figure out what the real deals are there. Because I have quite a deep respect for the black community in America. I grew up with all that kind of stuff. I'm a bit of a weird white person in a lot of respects. So my dad's like a graffiti artist and stuff, and he grew me up with black culture basically my whole life. And um, I don't know, I just naturally gravitate towards it. Like a lot of people I listen to and stuff like that are all black and whatever. And I don't know, I find their voice very unique. I also, I guess, I kind of connect with them just from like a working class perspective as well.
Yeah,
And
I do get that. I do get that. Yeah,
yeah,
I
and
think.
yeah, I just find
Sorry.
I find it interesting. So yeah, basically, obviously, as you grow up in this day and age, there's all these people talking about, oh, this is happening, there's oppression, blah 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 blah. And I just
I
started
think
to like pass it out. But yeah,
Yeah, but I think that I've been totally honest with you. That's I think part of the problem, right? Like
mm.
they've got the it's this identity of being oppressed as well that I think is that needs to be cast away
Yes,
by the black community.
it's a
But
bit.
I think
It's holding
it's
people back a
ironic
lot. Yeah,
because white liberals typically are the ones that are like, quote unquote empowering black voices by telling them they're oppressed and then putting them on a stage,
yeah.
right?
But they're
But
psychologically putting
you,
them in
you are
a slave mentality in
you
a
are putting them in a slave
yeah.
mentality. You are putting them in a box.
Hmm.
And that was exactly the box they're trying to get out of, and you
Yeah.
are putting them right back in, maybe through good intentions, right? You know what I mean? But you don't realize,
Well,
like,
what is the pathway to hell paved with again? I can't
yeah,
remember.
exactly. Like, it is strange, like, and I think, like, we're underestimate the ideological developments. I mean, like, take for example the South of America, right? Like, with racism, it's still I would be surprised if racism is still not more prevalent in some respects, but it's
Yeah,
prevalent in maybe more of an overt way. Well, I think in the north it's probably more covert, and then you
yeah,
see it's the same in Britain, right? Racism is typically more covert than it is overt.
usually.
It's usually like it's but and classism is the same, and various
Mm,
forms of discrimination happen in various different ways. And I think understanding this ideological nuance is basically how we should probably be approaching society.
mm,
uh, and until we start doing that, you're not going to see, like, until the average person starts reflecting upon their own existence and their own engagement with society in a way which is not so dogmatic,
yeah,
then I don't like it's a hellscape. I think Zizek says it's easier. I mean, you're not going to say this about capitalism necessarily, but Zizek says he references, actually I can't remember who it was who said it first, but it's easier to imagine the end of the world than an end of capitalism. And I think that's
Yeah.
true. And I think that's not because capitalism is inherently bad, and it's just that. Well, of course, like it's the same reason why a suicidal person turns to suicide rather than fixes their problems, because it's easier to think in terms of a concrete negative
Yeah.
metaphysical death than it is to think in terms of a positive reaffirmation of your life at that point.
Mm.
And it's this position that we're in right now where I think that a revolution is suicide. That's all it is.
Oh,
It's just
yeah,
it's just
that's a really good way of putting it. Actually, yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, I never really put it in that kind of context before, but yeah, that's actually really good metaphor, I suppose you could say. Um, yeah, no, I really like that. Actually, yeah, it is literally the road to a kind of cultural suicide or
yeah. Well,
economic
I mean,
suicide. I don't know.
I didn't think of this. I just want.
Oh right, yeah. But, well,
Well, I mean,
either way, it doesn't matter. I mean, like, I just
I'm ready
find that
to
a really interesting concept. I like that kind of juxtaposition. But yeah. So I wanted to. I don't know where are we up to, because I've got a few more things. I'm not. I feel like I've probably covered a lot of what I wanted to speak to you about, and probably more as well. To be honest, with you. There's been a really interesting conversation, and this is what I wanted to do. Is I wanted to have a conversation around capitalism and socialism that isn't so bogged down in all these kind of policy prescription type things, or like what's going to work, what's not going to work, what's going to, are people going to do equity stakes in a fucking co-op and blah 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 and all this kind of shit. It gets
well,
tiring and boring, and most times people don't really have anything to back up what they're saying on either side. So
yeah.
it's quite annoying, and I think at the root of a lot of this is something that we've touched on quite heavily in this discussion, is a ideological and philosophical issue that is permeating throughout society and having massive effects. So yes, I might have maybe a slightly different angle towards how I would like to tackle this, but I think we're acknowledging a lot of the same kind of problems, which I find really interesting. Maybe if we put our minds together, we could actually set the worlds to rights. Who knows? Um,
Like honestly, I think that's what it really comes down to, right? Like when you're talking about, you know, one of the things is that we're entering a lot of the time we're entering this thing like we should do this, or we should do X, or we should do Y.
mm,
And it's in reality we should probably do neither of those things a lot of the time when you see like the prescriptions between Democrats and Republicans, or you see the prescriptions between Labour and Conservatives.
yeah,
They're ideologically it's just ideological dogmatism, right?
yeah,
Like it's like neo-Keynesianism versus like neoliberalism or something like that. And it's
yeah.
just like,
It
but
just becomes
make them
football
both
teams, basically.
yeah, exactly. But it's like, what happens when they're both wrong?
Mm,
Well, no matter who I vote for, I'm going to get an idiot.
yeah,
Like, and it's like, no matter what corporate, what social structure I endorse, I'm getting a bad one.
mm,
And it's realizing that in the first place, that I think we need to both go, oh, well, wait a minute. Like, actually, this person's making valid criticisms to my ideology. I need to reformulate my ideology. But a lot of the time, it's like double down. I'm never wrong.
mm,
You're more wrong than me. Mentality, and I think that specifically around cooperatives, that's why I straight up say cooperatives suck,
mm.
right? Because they do suck. Right now, they suck, and we need them not to suck. So how do we make them not suck? Is the real crux, I think, of
See,
one
that's a
how.
discussion I would love to have, because like that to me is like the way forward. Like, because I'm not against the idea of co-ops. I guess where I'm having the disconnect is like, I guess I'm always arguing against how co-ops are now. And so that's why I'm always like, well, no, I can clearly see the flaws in a lot of what people are proposing here with these kind of blanket ideas of just randomly giving everyone just all the power to vote on the direction of the company and all this stuff. I just don't think they're really thinking it through. And it's not that the concept itself is completely bankrupt. It's that the way people are thinking about it is not deep enough. Like, the devil's in the details with this kind of stuff,
Yeah,
and you really have to think about it properly. And if somebody came to me with a model of cooperatives that seemed pragmatic and practical for everyday use, and that people could really get on board with, I'd be all over it like fucking a fly on shit, mate. You know what I mean? Like, I'd have no problem with it. Um,
but
so
it's more often than not you see something which is practical in only a handful of cases,
yeah, for
and I
very
think that's
particular sectors
for
or
very
things like that.
particular
Yeah,
sectors. Yeah, specifically like quadritary industries and stuff, where it's
Mm.
like everyone in the labor force here is so highly skilled that it's like, yeah, okay, once we've reached the point in which everyone is coding Python as a specific workforce for like, like coding in Python for like, I don't know, and working as a contractor or a subcontractor or something for like a huge corporation to begin with. And yeah, sure, that works. But like that's because Microsoft works and you're working for them and you're
Mm.
just sharing. you
Yeah.
know, it's not applicable to nine times out 9 cases out of 10. And I think you just got to be realistic, haven't you? And I think that this is a big problem. I think we're so divorced from reality. I think Vigo calls it a perverse philosophy, where we're just like, as you say, it's football teams. We're just so radically against each other. When I think socialists should not see themselves as anything other than capitalists trying to make the situation better, because
Mm.
truly, more often than not, your historical place means you are a capitalist. You're not a socialist. You couldn't be a socialist in many ways.
Yeah.
You're by saying you're a socialist, you're saying you're a capitalist who wants more. You want it to be different. You want it to be better. That's all you are. You can't be better than the average capitalist because you are in capitalism right now. We
Mm.
haven't managed to have the glorious revolution that you so dream of and overcome this social scenario because otherwise you probably be something
Yeah.
else.
And the glorious revolution is in your mind.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly. Exactly.
but I don't know how much longer you've got left. And I think some of these questions I have here could be extrapolated into entirely other debates. I wasn't quite sure how quick it was going to go because the Econoboy one seemed to go quite quickly. Um, but so I wasn't quite sure how much we were going to get through or not. But I feel like we've had a really, really robust discussion, to be honest. Um,
Yeah, I think it's been good. I think it's been really good, man.
I don't know. I had a few other things to ask you, but if you haven't got time, we can leave it maybe for another time. If you're willing to have me on again, that is. I don't know if you are, but
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if it depends on if you want like other like how long have I actually been going on now, guys? Actually, streams. I can't actually check
it must be a good
because
2 hours or so.
normally I'd be able to see it on Streamlabs. 2 hours, 13 minutes. Um, it depends. Like, how long were you planning? Like, for example, are these questions like
I mean, these could be long, to be fair, or they could be quite short. I honestly don't know.
give us a feel for them, and I could give you very
I mean, they're kind of related to your turn to Christianity and stuff like that. I also was thinking about maybe touching on the veganism stuff a bit because I'm really sympathetic to the veganist arguments, but I'm not a vegan myself. But my partner is vegan, and I don't really have a problem with vegans or anything like that.
yeah.
If anything, I find it kind of admirable. However, I do have like some philosophical differences there, but I could easily be persuaded out of it. I suppose I don't know. It's just I've never really had like a very strong debate with anyone about it, so could be interesting to explore that. Maybe just another time
Could
though.
do another stream on Christianity and veganism.
Yeah,
Uh,
sure.
Specifically because obviously like they're two well, I would argue that if you're a Christian you should be a vegan, right? Like I think that
Okay.
it's the necessary. I was going to make a video on that at the church as well because and I actually tried to give a talk at me well one of my local churches actually, and the priest was actually really interested. He's like, oh really? Because I was like saying, this is, I think it's a moral obligation.
Mm.
More than that, I think it's the rational end of Christian belief, right? Like
Hmm.
the logical conclusion of a Christian belief to um as an extension of love thy neighbor, right?
Yeah.
And you just start to realize that your neighbor is not defined by a limitation of humanity, but is defined by consciousness. And there's a actually a Jewish thinker who was very Isaac. Oh my God, I think it's Isaac. I can't remember his name now. He's a Nobel laureate. He wrote a book. He wrote some very famous literature um, back in the 60s, I believe, after experiencing or maybe in 50s actually, after experiencing the Warsaw Ghetto. It's like 50s, 60s after being in the Warsaw Ghetto. And he said, what is it? He made a very good quote about basically how we're Nazis to animals for one, but then
Right.
he did a piece of work called the Slaughterer, I think it's called, and it's about the ritual slaughter of animals within Judaism.
Oh yeah.
And
Okay.
and it's about a guy who is a rabbi developing an understand. He never wanted. He was never a person who would have been good as a slaughterer anyway, right? Like he's not that kind of. He's not that way inclined,
Yeah.
and he was gonna be the rabbi, but he was not the rabbi basically because he was circumvented after like 3 generations of his family being rabbis. And obviously, he's incredibly religious. So we're talking about someone who is incredibly religious and understands the nuances of his religion,
Mm.
being put into a position of applying those nuances to the material conditions of animals, right? And he goes mad basically. And but in that there is a really nice passage where he starts realizing that he says, why should actually I'm gonna quickly pull it up because it is that good.
Yeah, go
It's
on.
uh uh Isaac Bashevis, I think it's Isaac Bashevis Singer, and it's the guy's called I'm probably my kind of like pronunciation of this will be unbelievably bad. It's like Yonath Maya, Yonath Maya,
Right.
is the main protagonist, um, and um, he he says, "There's woe is me, I am losing my mind." But the where is it? It's there it is, I think actually. Actually, I can just do this. No, I can't. But he just heard like a big ding. Sorry about that for everyone. Uh, uh, okay, I think it is. An unfamiliar love welled up in Yonath Maya for all that crawls and flies, breeds and swarms, even the mice. Was it their fault that they were mice? What does a mouse do? All it wants is a crumb of bread or a bit of cheese. Then why is the cat such an enemy to it? Yonath Maya rocked back and forth in the dark. The rabbi may be right. Man cannot and must not have more compassion than the master of the universe. Yet he, Yonath Maya, was sick with pity. How could one pray for life for the coming year or for a favorable writ in heaven, when one was robbing others of the breath of life? Yonath Maya thought to himself that the Messiah himself could not redeem the world as long as the injustice was done to beasts by rights. Everything should rise from the dead. Every calf, fish, gnat, butterfly, even the worm that crawls in the earth, there glows a divine spark. Where you slaughter a creature, you slaughter God. And I think that
It's quite powerful.
really is where I would say Christians should move
Mm.
towards an understanding of how we actually engage with each other. It is this it is this realization that there is a divine spark in everything. God is consciousness itself. God is the simplicity of being and the complexity of knowing that being as itself.
Mm.
And so he's the beginning and the end, the alpha and the omega. And I think that if you don't understand that that includes the end of nature, which Aquinas argues, and that the end of nature is the entirety of the end of every conscious creature, the telos of every conscious creature being manifested simultaneously as a single unified will to produce itself, to be the creator and savior of nature. That is God. And so why would we kill animals and deny the good of nature, or deny the good of ourselves or the good of God in the first place?
Hmm. There's a lot to ruminate there. I don't know if I want to launch into it now because I feel like that's a good place to leave it and set up for another conversation. Because I would like to think about that a little deeper, I think. Because relating things back to the religious side of things, like I don't know. I do. These arguments are having a lot more effect on me. I will say, they're having a lot more effect on me than the general kind of vegan arguments. I still have my side of what I'm thinking. I don't know if it would be really a debate if we had this conversation. Exactly. It's that I'm coming to you as someone who's willing to be converted, but here's my philosophy and perspective on it now. Here you go. What do you have to say about it? I think that'd be more the conversation.
Yeah, exactly. That's the way it should be approached anyway. It doesn't have to be a state of war, does it? It doesn't have to be a
No, of
conflict.
course not. Of course not. I guess it's more debate for the for the audience or whatever. But
unfortunately, yeah, they love the blood sports, don't they?
They do. I wish we could have given them a little bit more today. I wasn't quite sure.
We would have got more viewers. We'd have got more viewers if you know, if we just started calling each other's names. Our viewership would have just got straight away.
You fucking fascist capitalist, you.
Exactly. and they can take sides and hate each other. And like, there's nothing more compelling than the 3 minutes of hate, right? People would definitely go to the cinema for that.
Oh yeah.
Like, but yeah, absolutely. Well, it's been really good, man. We can just basically schedule in the conversation on Christianity and veganism.
Yeah, we'll work it out. We'll work it out. I'd like to do it soon. Probably have to be in the next couple of weeks. I'm working a lot more in the next couple of weeks than usual, so it might be a little bit difficult to match it up. But we'll work it out. We'll work it out. If it's a couple of weeks, it might be 3 or 4 weeks from now. Who knows? But we'll figure it out definitely, because I think it'd be like these are the kind of conversations I've been waiting to have while streaming for a long time. I've been doing a lot of reaction stuff and whatever, and that's all fun and whatever. But really, I love bouncing off people. I love the energy, and it's nice to speak to a socialist that isn't so dogmatic. In all honesty, and to have an actual productive conversation that isn't just all bogged down in random shit that nobody needs to fucking know about.
Yeah. I mean, I know sometimes it just gets it becomes like something totally different, and I know what you mean. I do know what you mean. Yeah. In which case, but if we're gonna call it there, do you want to shout yourself out to the audience?
Yeah, I'm the base centrist. I guess centrist is maybe a little bit misleading. I'm a bit more of an independent, you might say, but I kind of use the term independently, interchangeably. But yeah, you can get me on YouTube under base centrist. You can find me on Twitter as well, arguing with people there. I think that's probably it, to be honest with you. Oh, I'm on Twitch as well. You can follow me there as well. It's up to you guys. YouTube's probably the better medium to get me on, really. But yeah, that's it. And I do a lot of reactions to things. I give my takes on a lot of issues, be it race, transgenderism, or morality, Christianity, and also just your bog standard YouTube drama. So, yeah,
that's good. But yeah, well, it's been great, man. And remember to check out the link to his channel, Base Centrist, in the description. Go subscribe. You know, he's you're just getting started with it, really, aren't you? You're not like
I mean, I've been doing this for about 4 or 5 years, but to be honest with you, it's mainly been a hobby. I've only been taking it seriously in the last year or so, where I've been trying to stream more frequently. But because I'm just a regular guy with a regular day job, some weeks I just can't do it. Like it's just one of them. So it is a little irregular, but I'm trying to be as regular as possible for you guys.
Exactly. Go subscribe, and that way when he's there, you'll know about it, and it's good for him, and it'll be good for you because you'll enjoy the content. So go do it. And thank you very much, man.
Thank you.
And yeah, let's talk again sometime.
Yeah, 100%.
Take it easy, man.
See you later, man. Bye. All right. So, we are done with the debate. So, I fucked up, guys. I fucked up. I forgot to press start the stream when we started the stream. So there's like 20 minutes, 30 minutes or so until I realized. So my version of the stream is not going to be as good as his version of the stream. So if you want to catch the first 20, 30 minutes of the stream, please go back and watch that, because there was a couple of interesting things covered there as well. Now, Zion and Be Catholic or Be Lost, you two are in the chat here. So yeah, if you have anything to say, what's on the schedule for me? Why do you want me to keep streaming? Because I mean, I've got a lot of time. I can continue streaming if you really want me to. I don't really mind. to be quite honest, I'm kind of loosey-goosey right now. I thought that was a really interesting conversation. I knew it was going to be interesting because I've watched this guy before, and he's... I've got a lot of respect for him, really, because he's doing something that not a lot of socialists do, and that's challenge their own side. And he's done that a fair amount. If anything, it's probably hurt him more than it's helped him in regards to his like viewership and stuff like that, because I know he was doing pretty well when he first came on the scene, and I think that's probably because he did have the label of socialist and vegan and stuff like that, and he was coming through with these kind of nuanced philosophical takes and all that. But I think over time, people realized after he started challenging the kind of socialist, norms or whatever you want to call them, I think people were like, oh my god, I can't deal with this guy, like, fucking challenging my preconceived notions of what socialism is and blah, 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 and how to move forward and critiquing my own movement. Oh my god, what are we going to do? Yeah, I think that's hurt him over time, but I love that he keeps to his principles, and I really hope he gets a resurgence in his viewership, because he's a very valuable voice. I'd like to see him come back onto Destiny. I'd like to see him do more discussions with Mr. Girl and stuff like that, and really get involved in some meaty discussions. I say that very purposefully, but probably beyond veganism. I'd like to see him talk about relationships or something like that. I think that would really help reinvigorate his channel. But yeah, he's happy to have me on again. By the way, I'm going to say flat out, this is like my first big debate / discussion with a bigger channel. And I've been on Break the Rules, but I've just been kind of like a guest on a podcast situation. That was like the first time I've really been kind of featured properly as a guest. So really, really thankful for that. I couldn't thank him more for that. Honestly, it was a really edifying discussion, and one that I'd love to come back to and pick his brain about all kinds of shit, because he's a very interesting guy, very knowledgeable. You can teach me a lot about philosophy, like, honestly. Like, I love thinking about philosophical concepts, so I've picked up lots of bits and pieces over the years, but I'm by no means a theologian in that respect. So Zion's saying what's on schedule. Yes, he wants me to stream more, I'm assuming. Either that or there's a lot of React debates to do. So yeah, I could do a React debate for a bit. Yeah, 100%. I wasn't planning on doing that today, but to be honest with you, I'm feeling in a pretty good mood. That's put me in a pretty good mood. So we could definitely do that. So there is, I did do, I'm just sorting out my fucking UI, my interface here. Fucking hell, I can't. I'm such a boomer. I'm moving all this shit around in the wrong place. Okay, so either that or there's a lot of React debates. Do Destiny and Rose versus Fuentes in Baked. That happened recently, did it? That's gonna be that's probably gonna be pretty fun, actually. Oh no, yeah, I want to do it. Yeah, I covered the breakdown in Nick Fuentes' movement not long ago. One of his guys, Jaden or something. No, Zion, honestly, to be honest with you, it's nice to just interact with chat, to be quite frank. Gives me something to bounce off of. And yeah, I'll do a reaction to that. I have no problem. I like watching Fuentes slowly degrade over the years. Like, I've got no love for these kinds of retarded, like, white nationalist Christian types. To be honest, they give Christians a bad name. I think they completely pervert the ideas of nationalism, which can actually be a unifying factor for people beyond races. I'm not saying... Okay, this is going to be a bit of a spicy take, but I don't think fascists were wrong to try to use nationalism or perhaps even religion to unify races together. Unfortunately, they just got... and I'm talking about the original Italian fascists here. I think it can be a useful thing, and I don't think it should be completely thrown out that this idea could be helpful. I think it's just not good when it becomes hateful. That's the problem. And I think, and that's the balance that has to be struck. And a lot of these fucking white nationalisty types like Fuentes are definitely in the hateful category. It's just, it's really annoying, to be honest. So it's very fun to watch the fact that his movement is starting to disintegrate. And now he's having to debate Destiny and people like that again, which is something he never wanted to do, I'm pretty sure, for a very long time. But now he's having to do it because his shit is falling through the cracks, and he's needing to get more viewers. So yeah, it should be interesting. I love a good Destiny takedown. Don't we all? Don't we all love a good Destiny takedown? It's pretty hilarious. Who's Rose though? I don't know if I know who Rose is, but yeah, let's see if we can get this sorted out here. Then I'm just gonna jump on YouTube here. I'm assuming it's on YouTube, right? Destiny Rose Fuentes. Oh, that guy. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not a huge Rose fan. I find him a little, I don't know, maybe I just haven't seen enough of him. Oh, it's okay, Zion. I think I found it. But yeah, I don't think, maybe I just haven't seen enough of him, but I always find him like really placid, and I find a lot of his takes to be kind of like really milk toast and just kind of boring, to be honest. I understand he's on the liberal side. He's he's not a bad guy or anything, but I just find him a little bit boring, I guess, is just my main thing. He's just a bit boring for me. Now let's see, can we get this up here? Da-da-da. And yeah, please guys, please give a subscription and all that kind of malarkey. Really helps out the channel. In fact, I think I got a couple out of that. I've had at least 2 or 3 out of that, but who knows, over the next few days I might get a few more. So should I watch this on Rose, the General Maxim? I'll watch it on this one because we might get a little bit of extra bits and pieces. Alright, so this woman, right, I didn't realise she's fucking Big Papa Fascist's wife, right?
Nice.
I had no idea, man. He got himself a hottie, didn't he? Hey, maybe fascism isn't so bad. I'm kidding, guys. I'm just kidding. Why want to put it to 2 times? Do you play any PC games? I do. I'm a big XCOM 2 fan, and I use loads of Star Wars mods on it because I'm a fucking raging geek. So I play it that way. It means that the game is a little bit fucked up. Some of the sectoids look a bit fucked up in it because of it. I can't get rid of that. I've tried so many times. I can't get rid of it, unfortunately. So I've never streamed it because of that, because there's a couple of visual glitches. Pretty much like 95% of it works fine, but I just love playing XCOM. So, I mean, if you ever wanted me to do that, I'd be more than happy to do that. Maybe while we're listening to some political shit or whatever, some debates and stuff, I'm happy to do that. I like to do legendary runs with permadeath stuff and whatever. I like to give myself a good challenge. I have a mods on it called a better advent, which it makes it a lot harder as well. But I also, to balance it out, I have RPGO on it. I don't know if you know this mod, but basically it gives you a load of different new classes and abilities to pick and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, I love using all that stuff. To be honest, it does make your soldiers a bit overpowered, but on legendary with a better advent, I think it's like a good balance, because you still end up losing a fair amount of soldiers and it's easy to make mistakes. So yeah, it's one of those. I also quite like Total War games and stuff, although I haven't played them for quite a while. And I have been playing Elden Ring a fair bit. I've taken a bit of a break. I've taken a bit of a break from Elden Ring just because it's such a big and vast game, and I don't want to tire myself out from it. But I do love it. I do love Elden Ring. So if you ever want me to see me do some Elden Ring, I'd be happy to do some Elden Ring. I wouldn't say I'm amazing at Elden Ring or anything like that, but but I like to think I'm alright at it though. And what else do I play? I like to play a lot of RPGs, like tactical RPGs and things like that. I'm very into that kind of thing. That's my thing. Do I smoke? Am I a smoker? Do I do edibles? Yes and yes. I've done a lot of psychedelics. I've done DMT. I've done acid many times. Done mushrooms. And I don't smoke weed as much these days. We're trying to get hold of a weed vape because we're trying to get rid of tobacco and all that kind of stuff. And so I've started using vapes just to see what they're like the disposable ones. But I think I'm going to get a proper one and then eventually I'm gonna try and see if I can get some. I have tried mushrooms. Yeah. LSD changed my life. Mushrooms. Oh yeah. They're a big breakthrough. In fact, that kind of stuff actually brought me back. It was DMT actually. I had a DMT experience maybe about 2 years ago, 2-3. I was already kind of flirting with coming back to Christianity in a way anyway already before this, but I had a DMT experience. It wasn't like a breakthrough experience where I saw like angels or anything like that, but it really did make me realize that the reality that we see is not really the full extent of reality. And it just changed how I fundamentally viewed spirituality and stuff. And I don't know, I just see all religions as a manifestation. It is the human condition to want something higher and to acknowledge that there is something higher, a higher reality, a higher God, a higher presence. And that to me is what makes all religion valid. Although unfortunately, because they are human constructs, they're imperfect, they get hijacked, they get used for, bad things. I'm sure we're all aware of all that. So it's, yeah. Oh, you worked for a gummy company. Fuck, man, that is so jammy, that. That is so jammy. I bet you got free shit all the time, man. Oh, that would be well good. I did proper, I tell you what, I've not done until recently. I never did proper, like, brownies or edibles. Until when was it? Until like I did edibles before, like I did brownies before, like when I was in uni years ago, but I smoked with it, and so I didn't really get the full experience. But then I did it not long ago, probably a few months ago now. I had some brownies that my mates made, and but I didn't smoke with it. I just ate them and got the high from eating, and I've never done it that way before, and that was a new experience that I really liked. I really liked that. In fact, I could probably do that and just never smoke again, because that was a lot better in my estimation. I was more lucid when I'm smoking spliffs or blunts or whatever. I always get like really lethargic. It's probably also the weed I'm smoking, to be fair, but I always get really lethargic and I feel really unmotivated, and I don't feel very present with people and stuff like that, and it really annoys me. I don't like it. It makes me a bit anxious as well, because I'm just like, I feel like I'm not really interacting with people properly. But with when I was eating the edibles and I was just sat there feeling it, and I didn't even realize at first, but then eventually you go, oh wait, shit, I'm actually high. But the edibles was way better. I preferred it. I leaned more on LSD mushrooms. I learned more on LSD and mushrooms than I did in school. There are some deep personal truths that you can learn about yourself on psychedelics, and I don't know if I would compare it to school or anything like that exactly, but I would say that even a bad trip can teach you a lot about yourself, and I think it's worth experiencing those things, definitely. Although I do think people abuse it sometimes. I knew a lot of people. There's like quite a big party scene up here, and a lot of people would mix all their shit, so they'd have like LSD, ketamine, MDMA, and coke and shit like that all in the same night, as well as alcohol and weed and stuff like that. And I'd just be like, what are you doing? You're completely not only would they just be a complete mess like that night, completely fucked off their faces, you're diminishing the actual experience because it's too much. You're not even really experiencing anything other than being completely fucked. That's all you're experiencing. You're not having any kind of breakthrough or anything like that. Ever heard of Oklahoma? Of course I've heard of Oklahoma. What are you talking about? Of course I've heard of Oklahoma. It's very red, but we had Mary Jane legal, or marijuana. Marijuana. So I guess you're from the South of America. Well, welcome, Zion. Welcome to the place. So you're very red, which means Republican, right? Because red here is the left side. It's Labour. I know it's it's flipped in America, isn't it? I stopped my IT, started making gummies for 3 years. Sick. That's awesome. Psychedelics change your entire perspective. Yes, they really do. I would advise, like, I'm not one of those people that tries to pressure people into psychedelics, because I think that people have different thresholds for things. And to me, it's one of them things where it's like, if you're afraid to do it and you're nervous, don't do it, because then you're just gonna fuck yourself up and have a bad trip, and that's all you're gonna know of psychedelics. I think if you're just really ready and you're just like, yeah, whatever happens, fuck it, I'm gonna do it, then you'll have a much better time. And if you're in that attitude, then you should totally do it. If you're nervous, don't do it. Basically, that's my advice. In the South, but have legal medicinal marijuana. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I wish we had that. To be honest with you, I think it should just be legal in general. In a way, the UK is really strange, because technically it's illegal, but there's been various police forces that have come out of the woodwork to make public statements to say, we're just not really going to enforce these laws. Because they've just got too much on their plate, and they're just like, you know, if you're going to cut the funding to police, which has happened for quite a long time in the UK, they're just like, well, we're just not going to enforce certain things. At the end of the day, most people who are smoking weed are just sat at home eating pizza and doing whatever. They're not breaking into people's houses and being crazy people, so there's just no need to even bother. We'll go after like the big time dealers, but other than that, we're not going to be pulling people over, or, you know, patting people down in the street if we notice they smell a bit of weed or whatever, you know what I mean? He's saying, I'm very progressive. Psychedelics is not for everyone, and it's not affecting anything. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I wish it wasn't just a medicinal thing, but at the end of the day, whatever. Sometimes I find that stance to be more political, because, like, you know, they're like, okay, we want to make this legal, but, you know, just for the voter base and stuff, we'll make it medicinal, because then it's not as crazy for them. It's not as big of a change, so... Yeah, it seems like they've done it for like political reasons, when realistically they probably do want to make it more legal, so that it can just be a, you know, liberal capitalist thing where, you know, you sell it and blah blah blah, and it can generate tax revenue and all that kind of stuff. It also draw people to your state and stuff like that as well for tourism and whatnot. So it would be a good idea to make it just properly legal, I would think. But obviously, you still have your standard laws, like, oh, you can't buy this until you're 18 and blah, 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 and whatever, but your standard restrictions and stuff, or maybe you can't have this while you're driving and blah, 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 you know, that's all that normal stuff, but yeah, it should just be legal, though. You're very progressive. I want to know what you mean by progressive, because I'm not going to lie to you, man. I don't know if I'm a super progressive or not, or I don't know what I would really be classified as, because... I consider myself an independent or a centrist, whichever descriptor you want to give. But I am... I like lots of different policy, and some of them are economically left, some of them are economically right, some of them are socially... I'm more socially left on a lot of things, although I can definitely see the excesses of that, and I'm more in the camp like perspective philosophy now, where I do recognize that the deep hedonistic culture that has been cultivated is quite damaging in general to people. Zion's saying you could possibly hop on audio, but I'm working at the minute. I tell you what, I mean, I'll be doing this if you want to listen for a while, but when you've got a bit of time, or if you've finished working or whatever, then I'm more than happy to have you on. If you get a call, you've got to take it. No, oh, okay, right. So it's not like you're super preoccupied. But then you can explain your progressivism. Yeah, we can do that actually, and then maybe we can just do a bit of a joint reaction to this debate thing or whatever. So Discord link. Yeah. Hold on a sec, mate. I'll pop that in the chat. You are on the YouTube chat, right? I think you are. There we go. That's my thing there. But yeah, did you enjoy the discussion with perspective philosophy? I think we did pretty well, actually. I was really determined to just not make it the bog standard capitalism socialism debate. I feel like I pushed back enough. I made my position fairly clear. I think I gave like opposition to his views, and I feel like I gave good reasons as to why I think what I think, but it was also quite expansive and quite far-reaching, and I think we touched on a lot of things that kind of pulled back together when we brought it back to the main topic, and I really liked that. I think it was I think that was just a lot better overall to have that discussion in that way, because it helped. I think it helped the audience understand why we're coming to the conclusions that we're coming to. So I think rather than it just being like, well, I just believe in capitalism because capitalism is so good and blah, 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 and whatever, it's just like there's no need. Again, it's what he was saying in that discussion, is that like people just get so dogmatic, and it hinders the conversation, because then the other people, they're talking past each other at that point. And yeah, maybe that is part of the reason for a debate, I suppose you could say. But yeah. Yeah, I think he's still streaming. I guess he's speaking to chat as well. But yeah, I'll go back and watch his stream. But yeah, I don't know. What did you guys think I did well? Did you think I argued for my side well, or at least give a good discussion at the very least? Because the one thing I was really nervous about, this is like my first time doing this properly, and I was just really nervous that I was gonna like get dragged into a discussion I didn't really know much about, or get bogged down in philosophical concepts where I was a bit more out of my depth, because I'm just not like a theologian like that. But I think I held my ground pretty well. I like to think I did. I think and I think I facilitated the discussion. That's really what I was trying to do. I was trying to facilitate the discussion by asking very discerning questions. That was my motive going in. I was like, what subjects can we touch on that are really going to expand and create a more robust discussion and get to the heart of things that a lot of people are talking about, either from the capitalist side or the socialist side, and where those disagreements are and how they're really going to be effective. And to be honest with you, if we're looking at it from purely a debate standpoint, I actually think very subtly, I think I actually kind of won that debate, because he was very much in line with the idea that social democracy is kind of the way to go. Yes, he sees that as a road to socialism down the line, but at the end of the day, we are debating capitalism versus socialism, and that is a capitalist mode, which he did admit in the beginning of the debate. Also, I think he was also kind of open to the idea that capitalism in of itself is not necessarily the mechanism by which a lot of this social degradation is taking place. I do take his point in that there is flaws in capitalism that socialism points out that is good to acknowledge. I just don't know if socialism is offering the solutions. I think it's easy to say sometimes that, in the far future, when people are ready for socialism, things will change. But realistically, I don't know if that's always ever going to be. Even with these big cultural changes, if we have like this big cultural change where people are more aware and more conscientious to other people, and also more conscientious about business and economics and how these things work and how to drill down into it and how to create things more efficiently and blah, 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 blah. Even if all that happened, would we still be facing people being selfish? Wouldn't we still be facing people having abusive backgrounds or whatever? Like, I don't know if it's never going to completely go away. And I think we can minimize it to a point where it becomes less and less of a issue in society, but it's always going to be there, and those people are always going to be jumping out into different parts of the world and parts of the economy. So there's not a lot. I honestly do believe that is an inevitable part of the human condition. It's always going to be there, and I think it is better to have some flexibility towards that thing. Do you have a link I should click on? You forgot your Discord password. I don't have like a server that I've created or anything like that. I could probably make one, or did I make one not long ago? Maybe I did make one. Maybe I can share a link to this server, and maybe that'll like automatically log you into Discord or something. I'm not sure. How do I even share this? Shit, my. Is that it? Let me just. Oh no, that's just me doing the same thing again. Okay. How do I invite your friends? Can I? Oh, here we go. Right. So in a server link. Okay, yeah, I found it. Okay, here we go. I mean, Discord is the best way. Is there no way you could maybe reset your password real quick? Yeah, there is a link there to a server that I am in. I can jump in that voice channel now. There we go. So, you know, if you can join that, I'll be in that voice channel there. But otherwise, it's going to be a bit difficult because I'd have to set up Zoom and stuff like that, and that we could maybe do that, but it's a little bit of a faff, which is British slang for like messing about. Like it's a bit of a mess about, basically, to do that. I'm not against doing it though. I'll sort it out. If you really want to come on, I'll sort it out because at the end of the day, you've taken the time out to come and watch my stream, and I'm happy to give back. If you want to come on, I'm happy to do that. But yeah, but it could be a bit easier on my side if you just if you know your email that you logged into Discord with, then you might be able to just reset your password or something like that. But yeah, so guys, if anyone else that's watching, I think Zion may be coming onto the stream soon. But I'll just in the meantime, I'll play a bit of this debate. I don't know if the debate's actually started yet. Let me move up a little bit here. Looks like Rose is coming in. We've got Destiny, Rose, Tomfoolery, and we've got this guy in the corner. I think this guy might be General Maximus. He might be reacting to it, so this is probably not a good one to look at, actually. Yeah, let's go on here.
When Nick said, I say that we should not leave this capital.
Oh, here we go. Right, okay. This is the... I think this one's been edited so that it's all the debate. Okay, right, okay. We're okay. We're good now. I found the server, but it's making you... I don't know what it's making you do, but... Oh, here we go. So I'm assuming you're the dude? Have we ever interacted before? I feel like... Or maybe I've just come across somebody else called the dude, because obviously it is a character from The Big Lebowski. I am aware of that. There could be a few people floating around called the dude, but... yeah, you just click the based and gay pilled thing, and it should add you in like automatically. But you may it's not super specific. I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about. Oh shit! Oh fuck! That was scary. All right, hey man, are you okay? I heard you for a second there. I don't know, maybe you need to... Oh. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Let me put a push to talk once.
That's all good, man. That's all good. I think I've got to turn you down a little bit. I'm assuming you're using like your phone microphone or something like that. It's a bit echoey, that's all. It's not a big deal or anything, but...
How's this?
Yeah, that's a fair whack better, yeah. But yeah, welcome to the stream. Do you want to be known as Zion or the dude?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I'm from Oklahoma.
You're from Oklahoma?
Yep.
Right, and you described yourself as a progressive. which I'm assuming is probably a bit unusual for that part of America. But I'm assuming that you may be not your typical progressive as well. Would I be correct in thinking that?
Bernie actually won the Oklahoma primary,
Oh,
but
wow.
in the long run, there is a lot more red than blue here in Oklahoma.
Right. But I also know Oklahoma to be quite a working class kind of state. People are more inclined to work with their hands and things like that around that kind of area. So I assume that some of Bernie's policies, even if they are conservative socially, may have appealed to them just from like a kind of working class basis. Would that be a fair thing to say, you reckon? Or, I mean, I'm just kind of spitballing here. I'm just trying to figure out why maybe Bernie did so well in Oklahoma. Oh, are you still here? Oh no, he left the call. Oh, okay. Oh shit. He left the call there. Don't know what's going on here. I mean, if it's easier to just not put it on, what's the word? Push to speak. Oh, here we go. He's back again. If it's a bit easier for you to not have it on push to speak, you can do that. It's not a problem. You're not really having like a huge like background noise issue or anything. So,
Okay, can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, great. I just had to mute the your stream.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
Right. Oh, I tell you what I'll have to do then. I'll have to stream this video to this voice channel. So if we are watching it together, but first we'll have a chat. But if we do end up watching a bit of this together, then obviously you're going to need to hear it as well. So
I'm very new to this. I've only used this to talk to my gaming buddies, so
oh
this
no,
is
it's all good,
very
man.
new
It's all
to me.
good. I'm a bit of a boomer myself when it comes to this stuff, so I've worked it out generally. Generally speaking. But yeah, we're basically good to go. If you see there's like a stream thing, you can click watch stream on the Discord server.
Yeah.
And that'll give you the video when we're watching that. But anyway.
Can I tell you how I found it?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Okay, so whenever the old the Nick Fuentes Jaden, I think his name is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing happened. I'd like to see the right wing fractured.
Yeah.
So whenever you posted that, it came up right in my recommended. So that's how I found you.
Oh, sweet. I'm glad it got some reach there. I wasn't quite sure. I mean, one of those, it was annoying because my stream got taken down for a brief second. I wasn't sure if it was to do with the internet or if it was to do with, they were saying the F slur. And I'm a bit of a free speech person. I don't really care if they're saying it. I think they're being malicious, and I do care about that. But in of itself, I don't find. To me, I'm an adult. I can take hearing a slur. Basically, is what I mean. And and I kind of forgot that on streaming services they take a bit of an issue with that. So I wasn't quite sure if the stream got kind of like struck down for a second because they started saying it in the stream. And I was a bit like, oh shit, like maybe that's the reason, but it could have just been an internet failure. I'm not sure, but that's why the stream got broken up, is because the stream, like something happened there, and it was when they were saying that. So I assumed it was probably to do with that, and then I started streaming again. I didn't get a strike or anything.
Whenever you played the Kino Casino?
Yes, it was the Kino Casino.
Yeah. Which is new to me. I've never heard of that before. But
I think they are kind of new. I think it's like the new venture. I don't know if you remember Andy Warski, but Andy Warski used to be like a bit of a figure on YouTube years and years ago. I think it's kind of his new venture. It's like a kind of like a talk show for, right-wing drama, I guess you could say.
It's kind of find a way to avoid the mainstream, but at the same time gathering an audience. Is that what they're?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, to be honest, I don't think they care that much about these right-wing people. I think they just like memeing on them, and they know there's a lot of people out there that want to watch them get memed on, so they're kind of taking advantage of that. I don't know about the other one, the fat guy. I don't know if he might be more like.
Oh, right.
He seems a bit more right-wing than maybe Andy Worski is, but
he seems very Jokerish.
In the way that he likes to watch the world burn, you mean?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. There is a bit of an element of that. There is. I think I categorize Mr. Metica that way. I think Mr.
I also noticed like he took a sip of vodka and then took a sip of. Oh, I have a actual business beer.
Sorry, you keep cutting out a little bit there. I think maybe you need to be a little bit closer to the microphone. Oh, you haven't left the call. Yeah, you're not cutting out badly or anything like that. It's not like it's not an internet issue. I think it's just there's like a sound threshold. So if you're not making enough sound, it cuts you off. So I think you just need to be a little bit closer to the microphone. That's all. Are you still there? Sorry, we will deal with these issues pretty soon. Oh, he's going to be back in like 2 minutes or so. Okay. Well, in that case, I don't really want to start this video though, so yeah. I'll talk about Kino Casino a little bit. I think Kino Casino, for all those people out there, whether you're left wing or whatever, if you just like to see these far right retards essentially tearing themselves apart, then it's a good place to go for that kind of thing. It's a good place to go for that kind of entertainment. They're kind of like an offshoot of the blood sports scene. The kill stream is basically the the mother of all that, you could say, but I think the Kino Casino is a bit of an offshoot of all that, and I can never really. Oh, there we go. Yeah, you're back.
Oh yeah, I'm doing like IT support for a casino, back and forth.
Oh, I see.
But I'm good now. I fixed that person.
Oh, we're good. We're good to go. Okay, good. All right then. Well, yeah. What were we saying then? Yeah, I think Kino Casino is just like an offshoot of like the blood sports scene and kill stream and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So, yeah. So, what is your? Because you said you're a progressive. By that sense, I'm assuming you're a bit more of like a Bernie man. Is that right?
I am a Bernie man. Bernie did win Oklahoma, which is a deep red state, but in the primaries, Bernie beat out Hillary. So there's something to be said by that. I don't know what it is, but there's something to be said.
Well, I said before, I don't know if you heard me because I think maybe you dropped out of the call, but I was saying that perhaps because of the kind of working class element there, that even though they might be socially conservative, economically the policies that he was proposing may have just kind of spoke to them more on like a kind of class level.
Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. It's weird because I do run into the average Trump supporter here all the time. I work somewhere with over 1,000 employees, so I run into anywhere and everywhere out in the political spectrum. Right. But whenever I run into to the left of, I mean, there are some people that are Trump supporters and like just die hard that won't move an inch whenever anything happens. But
they must be very difficult to talk to. Yeah.
Absolutely,
yeah.
yeah. But there are there are some like you said, blue collar people that see that it's almost a fake out that they the quote unquote red team is there for them, but they really aren't. They're just there for corporations and to make sure that runs smoothly. And I think they're seeing through the wool and finally getting who's actually working for them.
I think, though, that the Democrats are doing the same thing, largely. I'm not saying about Bernie specifically, but the Democrat institution as a whole, they're kind of two sides of the same coin, in my estimation, and they are largely just doing a lot of the same things. Like, it's not like Biden has never dipped his pockets into corrupt dealings with businesses, getting his son on fucking oil boards and all kinds of things. It's that, these people, a lot of them have the same kind of vested interests. Like, Nancy Pelosi, she invested in a bunch of stocks for like fucking, what was it? Was it vaccines or something, or was it something else? I can't remember what it was. They did.
She had stocks.
She did some insider trading, basically. It seems like.
Yes.
And, go on. Sorry, go on.
Oh, the people that I talk to, and it is kind of hard to find people that are kind of to the left in Oklahoma, but they're definitely there. I actually did worked for the Barack Obama campaign back in 2008, and it's basically a third of Oklahoma is Democrat and 2/3 is Republican.
Right.
So Obama ran against McCain, and it was 70%, the exact same number that the national number was. So it's hard to push Oklahoma towards a more towards a progressive state, but the people that are on the blue side are more progressive than the centrists. In my opinion.
Right. See, because the thing is when I come across these kind of, because I do make a distinction between the wokists and just kind of regular left-wing people, and although the wokists exist in the left, I would say, I would also kind of feel like they're their own thing in a way. They're like the demon hellspawn of the left in a lot of respects. And I find them, you know how you were talking about with the Trump supporters who never move, and it's like you're running into a brick wall with them. I find it to be the same with those woke people. Like, they're so dogmatic and invested in their weirdo conception of the world that you're just running into a brick wall with them, and it's very frustrating. It's a very, very frustrating thing.
Very much so. Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah, sure.
Are you from Liverpool by chance? I don't think
Liverpool.
You
have the, no, a lot of my family are from Liverpool. I'm not from Liverpool, no.
I'm a big Beatles fan. I didn't hear the the Liverpool accent from you, but I'm a Beatles fan.
Their Liverpool accent is actually different to the Liverpool accent that is most prevalent today.
Shit.
Like the Liverpool accent of the 1960s or whatever is like an old school Scouse accent that you usually hear in older people.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like died out a bit. Like, the Scouse accent is more like, "Yeah, lad, what you doing, matey?" Like, it's a like high pitched and all over the place. But the old school one would be like, "Oh, hello, I'm from Liverpool," like kind of thing.
The second one sounds a lot more like the Liverpool people I've talked to.
Right. I mean, that accent does still exist. I'm assuming that there is still, like, the younger generations. There's still pockets of that floating around, but yeah, it's not. That's not the usual Liverpool accent you would hear.
I know this has nothing to do with politics, but are you a Beatles fan?
Oh, I
Do
like
you
the Beatles. Yeah,
the classic rock?
I'm not a mega Beatles fan or anything, but I definitely appreciate them. Yeah, I think the Beatles are pretty good. A lot better than Oasis. A lot better by a country mile.
What I mean this is off topic to what you're doing, but what are your like musical influences? What do you like?
Oh, I mean, fuck it. I mean, I don't mind talking about whatever, to be honest with you. But I grew up listening to a lot of soul and funk and disco and a lot of like hardcore gangster hip hop from my dad, and also classic '80s hip hop, like Curtis Blow and fucking what are they called, Houdini and and KRS-One and all that kind of stuff. So like I grew up with like primarily like black music in my house, and a lot of '80s as well, actually, because my mum and dad are both children of the '80s, so there's a lot of '80s.
Do you like '90s gangster rap,
yeah, a lot of that, yeah, a lot
Snoop Dogg, Warren G.
Yeah, like a lot of like Tupac, Biggie, like a lot of stuff like that. There was it was weird because I grew up Mormon, right, and so we weren't really meant to listen to any of this stuff.
Shit.
And my mum wouldn't let us listen to it, right, but my dad, when I would be in the car with my dad, there used to be a radio show on BBC Radio called the Tim Westwood Show, and he would play all the hip hop stuff, like from all America and UK and all that kind of stuff. And my dad would tape it secretly and play it to me in the car all the time when I was a kid.
Nice.
So I got a lot of like Nas and
Good
shit
on your
like that.
dad.
Yeah, no, yeah, I really appreciated that side because it's a weird one for me. I've always found myself in a weird position because here in the UK, like that's not. It only hip hop became more prevalent probably in my 20s or so. It became like a lot more cooler to be into. Like there's a version of hip hop, UK hip hop here called grime, and that started to become like more popular in like the 2000s to mid 2000s, but it was quite underground even then. And then it became a bit cooler by the time I was about in the year 2010 roughly. It started to hit the mainstream a bit more, and then a lot more of my friends who are white started to get more into like funk, soul, disco, hip hop, and stuff like that. Whereas I'd grown up with it my whole life, and it was a little jarring for me at times because I don't know how to put it, but it's like when you have an understanding of something and you have quite a deep connection with something, and in a way it was exciting. I was like, oh, I can actually speak about this stuff with my friends now. But on another level, they didn't actually fully understand the background to a lot of this stuff. So a lot of people would take it as, like, for instance, a lot of gangster rap, you could see it in a way as it's glorifying criminality and violence. And in a lot of respects, it is kind of doing that. But there's also a lot of messages in there of the dangers of this lifestyle, and also the effects that it has on the community and things like that. And it's sometimes it's more pronounced. People like Kendrick Lamar today are making it more explicit that they're kind of from this culture, but not necessarily for the culture, if that makes sense. Like they're not for gang culture, but they are from
talking about it but not living it.
Yes. Whereas back in the days, it was more like it was harder to bridge that gap because of how volatile it was. Yeah, and if you came out to be against gang culture and stuff like that, it was actually a bit of a brave thing to do because people might actually come after you. But in a weird way,
right.
a lot of these people talking about it and rapping about it were actually giving a insight into some of the problems being propagated there that were actually outside the scope of a lot of these kinds of the new ways, a lot of the ways that people think about like oppression in the black community and blah 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 and whatever. I mean, to be honest with you, a lot of the stuff that they talk about in gangster rap actually gives a lot more credence to certain right-wing criticisms of the black community, or what prescriptions, like what they could do to help better themselves if they're stuck in these kinds of cycles and stuff like that.
I can see that.
Yeah, it's
may I
interesting.
ask,
go on, sorry. Go on.
I mean, you don't have to give the exact age, but like, what generation are you in? Like,
Oh, I guess I'm millennial. I'm 31, so I know I've got a
Oh,
youthful
okay.
face, but
Right.
I'm a bit of
Yeah,
getting a bit
you
older
don't
these
look
days.
21. I would have pegged you at like 26, maybe.
Well,
Yeah,
thank you. I appreciate that.
yeah.
Why? How old are you? What generation are you coming from? How old are you?
I'm getting a call. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. You're getting a call. Okay, right. Okay, so this might happen a few times. I don't know how frequent these calls are going to be, but it's okay. It's okay. We might have to deal with a little bit of dead air here and there. But if it persists too long, if it happens too frequently, I might have to let him go. It's not to be nasty or anything, but it's just, it's kind of like stopping and starting, you know? I don't want to keep stopping and starting like that. I appreciate him coming on, but it might get in the way a little bit. That's the only issue I'm seeing here. Sorry to say it, but yeah, if anyone else is watching right now, if you having a good time, how's your day going? Let me know. Jump in the chat. I'm happy to interact with chat at any point. Oh, I got a voicemail. Oh, that might be. I think that voicemail might actually be important. I'll have to listen to that in a bit. How are we doing on Twitter? We've had a few people follow us on Twitter. I'll give that a like. Yeah, not a lot going on. Yeah. Oh. But yeah, I don't want to keep having this stopping and starting. That's the only issue. And I don't know how long each of these calls are going to take when he takes them. So it could be that he takes a call that's 2 minutes or 1 minute. You know, quick like, oh, you want this thing? We're going to do it? Yeah, I'll do that real quick. Blah, blah, blah. Or it could be 5-10 minutes of customer service stuff. Like, I have no idea what he's doing. So, it's interesting though. It's always interesting to speak to the American cousins, you know. I'm gonna nip and get a drink, actually. Getting a bit thirsty. Oh man, are we back? I don't know if he's back yet. I don't think so though. See, this is what I wanted to avoid, really, because I don't really have anything to speak about in between, you know. I don't know if anyone else is in the chat who watched the debate. If you want to call it a debate, I mean, I guess it was more of a discussion, but I don't know if anybody else has watched that, but you know, let me know what you think, because I like to think I did pretty well, but who knows? Maybe I just embarrassed myself. I don't think so, though. I think he enjoyed it too. I don't think it was just. I think it was more productive than most of these kinds of discussions, usually, generally speaking. Maybe I'm just being biased, but it is. I don't know. It just seemed better overall. I don't know. I could very easily be being biased, though. Who knows? So I should probably change the title, shouldn't I? Am I still streaming? That's another good thing, because I actually did get rid of the restream tab. Oh yeah, no, we're still going. We're still going strong. Still going strong. Which is good, very, very good. Yeah, I am interested to go back to what he was saying, what they might be talking about after that debate on his stream, because I know he probably did speak to his chat for a little bit afterwards. So it'd be interesting to see what he's got to say about it. But I really did my best, man. I really did, because I don't know. I wish I could get into more of these debate spaces and stuff like that, and I want to, get in there and really challenge people and, maybe elevate the level of debate and discussion. It's difficult, it's difficult. And Twitter's like a different beast. Like, if you ever follow me on Twitter or anything like that and you see me arguing there, you might get a different perspective of me, because I can be a little bit more aggressive there. I think it's just the nature of the platform. Also, I will take responsibility in that I don't react well to clearly dogmatic thinking, and it rubs me up the wrong way very badly, and I don't think that always then presents me in the right way. I'm also testing out ideas on Twitter, so like if I'm arguing on Twitter, I'm like, okay, so I have this kind of idea about things, and this person's saying this. Well, I'll just say this and see what they have to say, and maybe they'll sway me one way or another. But usually it never goes that way. It just goes in a bad way. You just end up talking past each other, and it doesn't go anywhere, and you both get frustrated, and you're just basically shouting at each other for no reason. So that's usually the story, how the story goes on Twitter. And like an insane person, I keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. But it is what it is. I've still got to use Twitter to kind of build my audience as well in a certain respect. I don't have to do it exactly, but it's at the minute it's one of the only way. Oh, hello, we're back. Sorry, I was just kind of filling the dead air, rambling. Sorry.
Oh, no problem at all. I basically, long story short, working from home, helping the casino work like a well-oiled machine. If something happens, they call, make it work better.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I expect you to get paid pretty well for that, actually.
They do help quite a bit. I'm like, if you looked at me, I'm completely white, but I work for an Indian casino. I'm 256th Cherokee, so they consider myself Cherokee.
Come on.
Yep.
That's some bullshit. I'm probably
I have my Indian card.
I'm probably a bit
Native American card.
I'm probably a bit Jewish or something. I mean, look at this fucking hair, man.
Dude, yeah.
But I have convinced people I'm Jewish before, just to piss about with them. Obviously, I tell them I'm not eventually, but like, it's funny. It's funny because people just believe it straight up. People just believe it straight up every time.
I've watched all your content, and I'm a firm believer you're a groiper, and you're pushing, for like everything Jewish.
Oh man. That's the one thing I would hate to be compared to as a groiper. Holy shit! I'd lose my shit, man. If people thought I was a groiper, I'd have to go on a crusade.
No, I watch your content, and like, you're as middle of the road as it is, and I mean that as a compliment.
See, I don't see myself as middle of the road exactly, because I have some pretty strong stances on things, but I I don't like to take my stances based on trying to be middle of the road, and I don't take my stances of trying to be left or right. That's how I view myself. Like, either my stance is considered left wing or right wing, dependent on what the stance is and where it falls in the political spectrum, I guess. And that just means I have a smattering of different opinions that, to me, make me independent or / centrist, I guess you could say.
That kind of falls in my definition of middle of the road. You're not pushing for one side all the way or the other side all the way.
Right, I see what you mean. Yeah, I'm not like I'm more bipartisan in that respect. Yeah, I see what you mean now. Okay, yeah.
That's why I subscribed, and that's why I watched. Your
sweet. Well, thank you for the subscription.
Yeah. Where I found you was you were watching the Kino Casino, the whole Jaden thing.
Yeah, that was very funny. That was very, very funny. And it's so fun to watch these megalomaniacal, narcissistic weirdos just like fall apart. It's just so funny. So funny.
It is everything. I mean, in my opinion, like everything built on the right side, it's like it's built on a lie. So like if you don't just if you call the lie for what it is, you're out of it, right? So you have to like keep going on this lie for as long as you can.
And, by lie, what do you mean? What is the lie that they are propagating?
The lie is that there was actually fraud in the 2020 election, enough to change the votes.
Right.
May there have been fraud somewhat? Sure, there is in every single election.
Yeah.
But enough to change what they're talking about? No.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that way. I will say I understand the suspicion because I was watching that election night and I was watching the graphs. I was watching the votes come in and all that kind of stuff. I was staying up all night watching it, and there was irregularities, and it probably is just to do with the fact that the way they submitted the postal votes was in like a big chunk. So that did make it look very different to how it's usually counted. And even me back then, I was a bit like, whoa, this looks fucking weird. Like, what the fuck is going on here? And I was suspicious myself of this because I'm a bit of a history person. I like to read history, and I'm reading. I don't know if you've ever read Gangs of New York. A fantastic book, by the way.
I've seen it. I haven't
I mean, the film. Go on. Sorry.
Oh no. Nothing more than that. I've seen it. I've liked it.
Yeah, it's a great film. It's a really, really great film. But they basically condense the book down. The book covers about like 40, 50, if not more, maybe even 60, 70 years worth. They don't really touch on when they come up to the 1900s. They don't really touch much after the the event at the end of the film where the British come in and start cannoning everything and blah blah blah. Like that. The film doesn't cover much beyond that, but the book itself actually goes beyond that point. Like it covers like I don't know, a good 80 to 90 years worth of history of New York, but specifically in criminal elements and crime, and the creation of the police force and stuff like that.
There's I'm sorry, I cut you off.
I was nearly finished, but all I was going to say was the film condenses like maybe about 20 to 30 odd years worth of stuff into one film. So certain characters didn't exist at the same time as others and stuff like that. But a lot of the events and a lot of the things that they portray in the film, like the corruption of the boss, Hoss or whatever his fucking name is, the guy at Tammany Hall, the mayor, and Bill the Butcher, he was a real guy. All these people, they were real. They didn't necessarily exist at the same time, but a lot of the corruption and the other stuff that you see in it all was happening. So like that. So it's a really good like kind of historical capsule that is quite true to the events that are in the book that are backed up. I went into like old newspapers to see if there was other reports of this from the book, and they're all there. Like it's fucking insane. In fact, reading some of the news articles from like I think it was like the Boston Eagle and all this stuff from like 1800s, like 1850s and stuff, and reading about these like fucking big barroom brawls that kick off and all this stuff between different gangs or whatever. It's crazy, man. There's so much crazy shit going on back then.
So Scorsese's new movie, I'm not sure exactly what he's going to call it, but it happened in Oklahoma. It's called Killers of the Flower Moon. Have you heard of that?
No, I didn't know he was bringing out a new movie.
He's making a new movie about basically a lot of Native Americans are becoming rich because of oil and natural resources. The white man comes in and takes either kills the Native Americans or takes the resources. That's what his new movie's coming out. Google Killers of the Flower Moon. It's based on a book, but Scorsese's making a movie of it, and he actually he filmed part of it here in Oklahoma. It happened all here in Oklahoma.
Right.
Basically, it's about the white man taking away natural resources and enrichment from Native Americans.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's a tale as old as time, but yeah, it's still one that's I don't want to say it's unique exactly, but it is a tale that is worth telling. 100%, yeah. Like, I found it really interesting, like the history of the Native Americans in America and their interactions with obviously the new Protestant American people that just started showing up and stuff. It is really interesting. It's a very interesting intertwinement of the two peoples. And I will say, unfortunately for the Native Americans, I think there was a lot of betrayal there from the white man's side, obviously. I mean, I'd be an idiot to say that's not the case. But I do think another thing that is not often spoken about, but is also true of the situation, is that the Native Americans had no strong unity between them, and they were all tribalistic and would fight amongst themselves quite a lot. And I think that was another thing that made them easier to take advantage of. And unfortunately, that just went against them as well. It is what it is. History is what it is. People, they weren't to expect that these guys were going to come from overseas and start like coming on the land and stuff. And they weren't exactly going to change overnight their tribalistic natures and the beefs that they have with that tribe over there and this tribe over there. So it's it's difficult. It's unfortunate because I quite respect the Native American cultures and stuff. I think there's some really interesting religious culture from them, and their societies in general, I think, is quite just fascinating to look at. And it's a shame that they've been diminished in the way that they have, really. It is something of an injustice. But
get the call here.
That's okay. I'll just waffle on about Native Americans for a little bit, but I do wish that now that with the reservations and all this kind of stuff, I do wish that they could have done a bit more with that. Maybe I think they still can, really. I think it's just been squandered over time. Well, not for everyone, obviously. There has been some things done, but I know that Native Americans are some of the poorest communities in America, and I think it's largely because they've kind of got themselves into a cycle of like alcohol abuse and just not working the lands anymore and stuff like that. And I understand why, like don't get me wrong, I have sympathies for why these things occurred. Obviously, they've been beaten down, they've been kind of discarded by society. They said, okay, you can have these reservations and we'll just leave you alone and you make your own fucking rules and we'll just fuck off. And they've also kind of been railroaded by other things and stuff. So it has been a lot of unfair things that have happened to them. But however, I do also think that there is a pathway for them to become more successful. But I think at this point in time, it's a situation where they've kind of got to overcome their own obstacles. So, I don't think it's irrelevant to bring up past historical issues, but I don't know if that's really going to be that helpful to Native American societies in today's day and age. I think it's probably going to be more helpful to figure out pathways for them to build on their communities that they have now. And that's going to be more fruitful for them as a people moving forward, just generally. But I think that about all people, to be honest. It's not.
It's really hard to say. I mean, have you talked to people that have lived in Native American land in the States?
No, I haven't. I would love to, but I haven't. No, to be fair.
I mean, if you saw me, you would think, why?
Yeah.
I'm one, like my Indian card, or I'm sorry, not Indian, Native American card says I'm 256 Cherokee. But that's enough to get free healthcare. That's enough to get free, dentistry.
Wow. Is that on reservations?
There's not teepees here.
No. I didn't think that. I just meant on I know there's specific lands that Native Americans control. I know it's not loads. I know it's not like massive swaths of America or anything, but they do have like certain lands that they control, and I know that they can actually create. They're almost like states in a way, and I know that they can create their own like laws and things like that, and that's why gambling's legal and stuff like that there, because they were just like, well, we can just make it legal.
Here's kind of a weird thing that happens. I work at I do IT at a casino, right?
Mm.
So whenever I come in the day after, I'll see someone that gets busted for in Oklahoma, marijuana is medicinal.
Yeah.
So as long as you have a card, you're
good to go.
handle. You can have it as much as I think 3 ounces of marijuana.
That's quite a lot as well.
But, it's quite a bit. But we have this. We have what's called light horse, which is the equivalent to the sheriffs of normal law enforcement.
Yeah.
So what can be legal outside of the casino? The casino does not consider marijuana legal.
Oh.
Because they don't go by what the state says; they go by what the tribe says.
Right.
So if someone goes to our casino and lights up a huge blunt, they can actually get arrested for a blunt whenever it's legal.
Whether it's medicinal or not, yeah. That's pretty much it. It's interesting, the dynamic there, but I like it. I like that they, in a way, maybe it's the slight libertarian in me, but I do quite like that the Native Indians have been given that freedom to make those decisions for themselves. Now, do I agree with that? Not really. I think the weed should be fine, but I do quite like that they're given that choice to make those decisions for themselves. I think it's the least that could be done, after everything.
Yeah. Have you done like a deep dive? How the white man kind of did take over Native American land.
I know a fair bit about it. I've never read like a definitive history book about it, which I would love to do, but I've never read that. But I have gone into this topic a fair bit, and it seems to be one of those situations where it was a gradual process over time that became worse over time. There was a
It was a false promise, basically. It's like they would say, okay, we're not going to take your land. We're going to give you your land, but you can't do this certain thing, and then they would come in and say, "Oh, well, you're doing this certain thing, even though they didn't say that you couldn't do it," and then take it over.
Yeah. There was also other deals made with other tribes where it'd be like, oh, we don't like this tribe and we want a bit of their land. So if you kind of like fuck with them, then they'd make deals with a tribe like that didn't like the other tribe, and they'd say, okay, well, if you fuck with them a bit, then we'll take a bit of that land for you. But then a lot of times they would renege on that as well, or something like that of that nature. There was also, I know there was also agreements made where the Native Americans would break the agreement. But to be honest with you, I understand why they would do that, obviously, because they just see the white man as the invader, so they were trying to play back against them and stuff like that. But obviously then that gives the white man ammo to be like, well, now we can just go and do this, blah, blah, blah. So this is why I say it was like a process of, over time, it cycled into becoming worse and worse and worse.
It's like they set boundaries and then we're looking for a reason. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're doing this. Like it's not. It's not. We're not feeling it by any means, but we take acceptance to it. So we're going to go ahead and just take all your land. Like, it's they tried to say it was legally theirs, but they would find a reason not to agree to the agreement.
There was a lot of shifty deals like that. Yeah, there was a lot of little loopholes that they would try and create or whatever. That there was. I am aware of a bunch of these different dealings, and this is why I say that it was a shame that the tribes themselves weren't as united as they could be, because I reckon that the native I keep saying Indians now because you were saying it before, but it doesn't really matter, to be fair, I suppose. But it's unless you just want to be super PC, but
no, man.
But like
Go for it.
But yeah, basically, like if they were more united, then there'd probably be a bigger nation for them now. So it's a shame. Right. It's a shame that they couldn't reconcile their own issues, like internally as a people, because I think that lended itself to the white man taking advantage, basically.
The politics right now is like, we're giving you the authority to make money gambling illegally, so just do that and be happy with it.
Well, I'm pretty sure they do still control lands as well, right? So they could potentially be agricultural to certain degrees, or miners or whatever, if they so chose to move into those industries. I don't actually know all the ins and outs of the economies of the reservations and stuff, so maybe some of them do. I don't actually know. I know that they could.
There's a very interesting court case. Let me see if I can find it here. That there was one person that got in trouble with, like, I think the initial court case was about drugs, but I think they tried to say that this was happening on Indian land, so the federal laws do not, I didn't break any federal laws, so you can't arrest me. Let me find that case real quick. It's really interesting.
So, like that insinuates then that federal law is not necessarily a prevailing law in the reservations. Like the reservations basically get to supersede federal law.
Right. I mean, like, I'm around all these lands, so like we act like, we follow federal law, but there's I think it's called like McGraw, or let me find it real quick. I'll link it here.
Well, like I'm not gonna read it right this second, but yeah, if you send me a link to it, I'll pop it up in a tab and I'll take a peek at it in my free time. But yeah, the I mean, if that's the ruling, it would insinuate that. But I expect for the reservations, it's probably just less earache to just go along with federal law, so that they're just not having to have these lawsuits and stuff all the time and whatever. Because I mean, I'd probably do that as well if I was running reservation lands or whatever. I'd probably just be like, you know what, we'll just go along with most of this because fuck it, you know, it's just easier. But if they want to have the option, I think that what the case you're talking about would suggest that if they wanted to, they could supersede federal law if they so chose to do that.
For a short amount of time, people on Indian land could violate federal law, and then their defense was, I'm on Indian land, you can't prosecute me under this federal law.
Yeah.
And they won a numerous amount of time.
Good.
So
good.
They were getting away with a lot of shit.
I'm sure there was a lot of abuses of that as well. So this is what I mean is like, okay.
It was
when I say good, what I mean is I like that they have the freedom because at least it means that they can be somewhat a sovereign people, which I think is the least that can be given to a people that have been conquered like that, I suppose. And but on the flip side of that, that means then that people can maybe abuse that situation for some not so savory things. So, you know, it's there's pros and cons to everything, isn't there, really? Are we still here, or did you just take a call? I think he might be on a call. Yeah, it's interesting. I do find the Native Americans, Native Indians, whatever you want to fucking call them, the tribesmen of the North. I do find them quite fascinating. They're an interesting people. You know, I understand why many of them, or you know, black people in America or whatever, might have, you know, historical animosities towards white people, but something that Perspective Philosophy said was that I think at this point in time, as time has moved on, I think there has to come a point where these things get let go and you just kind of have to accept the past for what it is. I know maybe that's easy for me to say, oh, you're white guy. I know also I'm British, so I'm just pretty much removed from the situation, but I think there's some power to be spoken for that, because I think there is an element where that animosity starts to become a hindrance rather than really helping the people. And that's not to say that they should ever forget the history or anything like that, because no, you never should. I think history is so important, so deeply important to understand and look into. Whether you just do it, you know, generally. Oh, let me know if you want to. Oh, no, dude. Yeah. Let me go. Okay, I'll make my point while I'm making it. But yes. So I think the fundamental point I'm trying to make is that I think for any peoples like that, whether it be the Native Indians, black people, or whoever, I think it's good to acknowledge the history and know it, and you know, for the purposes of not repeating those prejudices and stuff like that. I think it's good for white people to know and everyone to know, really. I think just in general, I think history is really important. However, I think there does come a point where holding on to historical grievances becomes more of a problem for that community than it is really helpful. So I think it's just unfortunate that a lot of times people are not really ready to have that conversation and let that go. Yeah, Zion, by the way, yeah, you ready? You're fine to jump back in now, by the way. But you're saying you're not a public speaker, but it's fine. You're doing fine, man. I wouldn't worry about it too much. It's an interesting conversation.
Right on. I just had to reset someone's password on the casino land.
Yeah, that's all right. But yeah, by the way, if you are pulled away and you can't say before you're pulled away, if you do just pop like, a letter in the chat or something like that, I'll know you've jumped off to do that then. But anyway, so is there you're from Oklahoma and stuff. How old did you say you were?
I'll be 40 in
40. Oh, okay. You're a bit older than me. I kind of pegged you for being about my age, but well, yeah, no, that's fair enough.
I get that. I look younger as well.
Okay. Gift,
but
you've been blessed.
Yes, yeah.
Is that native Indian blood?
Complain.
It's that native Indian blood, you know. But yeah, no, fair play though. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I'm glad that I can appeal to people of all ages. To be honest with you, I was a bit afraid when I started getting a few more followers on YouTube and stuff. I was a bit afraid that I was going to get a very young audience, and I wasn't sure of how I would deal with that. And I'm kind of glad that isn't really the case, to be honest.
Not at all. What I enjoyed about you is that you saw both sides of the argument, no matter what it was.
Yeah.
That's what I like to see.
Oh, good. I'm glad that you pick it up on that. Because some people get really frustrated with that, and I understand why. Because a lot of people just want it to be black and white. I've just never. I don't like to approach things that way. I say never. I did. I have been.
Nothing is black and white.
But the more you learn about history, I think history is what really brought me out of that, and also just trying to reconnect with Christianity and empathy and stuff. This is a little bit of a thing that maybe I picked up from Mr. Girl as well. I mean, obviously I was kind of going down this road before getting into him, but he has helped crystallize this a little bit more, is that trying to empathize with the taboo or the darker side of humanity is more helpful than just completely demonizing it. And trying to understand why history is like it is, why people were doing what they were doing, and why the white man felt that they were justified in doing what they were doing versus why the the Native Indians were justified in doing what they were doing, and blah 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 blah. Or why many people, including the Native Indians, thought slavery was just a-okay, and all that kind of stuff. Like, there was such a complex cultural system of norms that we even covered in that debate with when we were talking about how public executions used to be like public entertainment and stuff. Like, some of the cultural norms of the past are so hard to fathom for us now because we would find them so barbaric. But back then it was so fucking normal. It was like drinking water. It's like they didn't even blink twice at it. And so that's why I don't judge. I try not to judge historical events in this kind of from the framework that I'm working at now. Like, I believe what I believe is right and wrong now, obviously. And I would never want to repeat those things. And that's why I want to learn from history. But at the same time, you have to understand these people were working within those frameworks. And I don't judge them in that same way. So when I look at slaveholders back in the days, I look at them in the context they're in. They didn't see this as a moral problem. That's that, and that's why you have to take them in that way. So that's why the people who were against slavery were so radical and so important to acknowledge. But you even still get people today on this woke side trying to call abolitionists and stuff like that racists because they may have used racial language back in the day or whatever.
I can understand if they were back in the day, but in modern day, that's where I take offense. And I see you have the video pulled up there where Destiny and Rose. I'm not too familiar with Rose, and I don't think he did the best job defending himself. But I am a big fan of Destiny.
Me too.
I do think I don't always. Well, I don't know. Destiny does kind of sway me sometimes. I think he is a good debater. I don't know how you feel, but I think he does kind of sway. In the video here, I think Fuentes just kind of tries to run out the clock. In
he
his
starts
arguments.
like filibustering, you mean?
Oh, oh
Right.
yeah.
Oh
Hey,
god.
have you seen this one?
I've not seen this one. I think this only happened the other day or something. When was this done? May the 23rd. We're now on the 20th. Yeah, so
Yeah,
about
it's
2 days ago.
yeah, a couple days ago. You know, I probably will be getting taken up here. Like I don't know. I'll get a call every 30 minutes or so. But you know, it's your stream. You do whatever you want to
Hey
do.
man, honestly,
But,
I'm happy to have you keep you on. If you want to jump in and give your thoughts on the debate and how it's going and stuff like that, you're more than welcome to stay. If you
Thank you.
going to find it easier to jump off and jump in the chat instead, you're more than welcome to do that as well. It's whatever's easiest for you. To be honest with you, I'm literally it's my
Absolutely.
day off from work. That's whenever I stream. Is my days off from work is most days, unless I've got like family obligations or other things to do, which does happen as well. But I've got plenty of time. My housemate is not coming back for a good few hours, so I've got some time to kill, and I'm pretty happy to just fuck around and listen to this and see what you have
You're
to say.
in the UK.
I am in the UK, yeah.
Whereabouts?
I won't say specifically, but I am in North Wales.
Okay.
I'm a Wenglish man, so
I'm not. Yeah, I mean, you could say Liverpool versus something else. I would have no idea.
oh
But like, all right. So
yeah,
yeah.
no, I was born in England. Most of my family are English, but I moved to Wales when I was probably about 10 or 11. And to be honest with you, even though we moved to quite a poor part of Wales, and it was, a bit fucked up in its own way, it was definitely better than where I came from. So to be honest, it changed my life really moving to North Wales because I think if I'd have stayed where I was, I probably would have got involved in some pretty unsavory stuff. So
I think I can ask this to anyone, and I think it would be a legit question. Did your upbringing versus what you know now? Do you think that maybe it would have swayed you one way or the other? Or like do you think the very location that you were brought up?
I think you're gonna have to rephrase this one.
Okay. 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 Oh shit! I'm getting a call.
That's okay. That's okay. I think he's trying to ask me, is it my upbringing that has caused my views to be as they are, or just what I've learned over time? I think that's what he's trying to ask me. But I'll let him come on and I'll let him come back and ask the question himself, because maybe I'm misinterpreting it. Oh god, I should probably message back my housemate. Well, okay. Okay. Oh god. Now I need to check my bloody bank statements, don't I? Jesus. Just had some bloody message about rent or something. We did pay it though. at least we better have done. I'm pretty sure we did though. No. Yeah. Yeah. There's obviously been a fuck up. There's been a fuck up on their end. I'm gonna have to call my landlords and stuff tomorrow and sort it out, but fuck hell. Yeah, my housemate just messaged me to say that the landlord's messaged her saying that we didn't pay the rent this month. I just checked my bank account and we fucking did. We fucking did. But there's like, because of the bank holiday, there's a bank holiday at the end of this month, which means that there's another payment we have to make in the same month. So I've had to pay rent twice in the same month, which is really annoying, to be honest. It's a very annoying situation, but and I think that's what they're trying to pull us up on, but it hasn't come up to the date yet to do that, I don't think. Yeah, the date for that is not until the 30th for that. So I'm going to have to ring them tomorrow and sort it out, and I'll just tell them, like, look, it's coming out on the 30th. You're going to get your fucking money, shut your face. I'm sure they'll be fine, though. It's probably just some automated thing. There's probably just been some mix-up on their end or something like that. But we definitely paid it. I see the bank statement. I can send them the screenshots. I'll do it all. I'll sort it all out. So yeah, I'm not too worried about that. It's just annoying. Now part of my day off tomorrow is gonna have to be taken up by sorting this bloody bullshit out. Hopefully it won't take long, but sometimes it just sometimes this shit can actually go on for hours while you're waiting on calls with people and you're sitting on hold and you're doing all this stuff. Just so you can speak to someone for 2 minutes and they go, okay, I'm going to have to go speak to my manager and blah, 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 and then they're going off looking for emails and stuff and blah, 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 paperwork and whatever. It's very annoying. Admin errors are some of the most annoying things ever. Yeah, he's still in the call, so he hasn't left us yet, Mr. Zion. But I think we are going to move to get into this. So next time, hopefully, next time when he's off on a call, we can just be watching the video because I don't want to keep having this dead air situation going on. And it does seem like he gets calls fairly frequently. I thought it was going to be like a more infrequent thing, but it seems like he does have does get them fairly frequently. It's interesting, though. I mean, anyone else that's watching, by the way, if they're interested in coming on, you just hop in the chat and let me know. I'm more than happy to bring people on. I really don't mind. It's in my mind, it's just makes things more fun. To be honest with you, keeps it interesting. Oh, we're back. Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah. I think you were just coming in a little weak at first, that's all. Right, so yeah, I think it probably is a good idea to get into this debate, just because if you do take more calls, I can then just watch the video and comment.
Yeah. I mean, this kind of was my main. This is entertainment if you just press play. It's crazy.
Yeah. This Rose guy, I will just give my thoughts on Rose real quick. I've seen him a couple of times before. I don't think he's all that great personally. I find him kind of boring.
He's new to me, and he did not impress.
Yeah, I don't think he has a real good grasp of like a lot of the concepts involved. I think he's just a bit of a milquetoast liberal type person, a bit of a progressive maybe, and He likes to debate, I guess, but I don't think he really has a full grasp of a lot of things, or has thought
I
that
think
deeply about
Destiny
them.
was kind of using this as a platform to prop him up. You know
Sorry,
what I mean?
say that again. I think you're a bit far away from the mic.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear. Yeah, I can hear you now.
I think maybe Destiny was using this as a platform to like raise or to pump up Rose,
Right.
because before this debate, he was talking to Rose and saying that you're not as popular. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but you're not as popular as I am, and we're using this platform to get you up. So
Right.
I don't think Rose. Uh, I wish Rose did better.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Destiny does that with a lot of people. He does try to elevate, people who he perceives may be
I
helpful
think I'm
to his.
losing you all.
Oh, you're losing me. Oh, it was a call. All right. Anyway, we'll stop talking about Rose. Basically, I just think he's a bit boring, and apparently he didn't do too well in this debate. But that's not too surprising to me. But yeah, let's kick this off anyway, because I'm getting a bit impatient here. I want to see the crazy, and we all know that Baked Alaska is a bit off the wall, and we've got Mr. Nibber here, otherwise AKA Nick Fuentes, the Mexican Wonder. So we'll see what they've got to say for themselves. I don't even know what the point of the debate is. It's just literally debating them, but on what I don't know. But yeah, we'll see.
Donald Trump is inaugurated president. What did he mean by this?
If this happened in one county, in one single county, it would be the biggest election fraud story in the history of the entire planet.
To distill.
I mean, that's one thing I'll have to say to Destiny. He's not as historically cognizant as I wish he did more history reading, because there has been pretty significant election fraud, especially in the early days of America. This is what Gangs of New York has really taught me, but also there's another book that I'm reading at the minute about Tammany Hall, which is basically where the Democrats as we know them today were spawned. Now, they had a loose affiliation with the Dixie Democrats, the Southern Democrats, but they weren't really the same. They have a slightly different history and trajectory. But the Democrats that we know today are more those Democrats, basically. And they began in New York. And it's an interesting story, and I might do an actual scripted video, like an actual documentary where I reference these books and also, some old-timey newspaper clippings and all that kind of stuff, and get some pictures in there and actually make a real video, you guys. I might actually make a real video on that because I find the topic so fascinating. And I just want to show how the Democrats of today have largely not really changed much from the earliest inceptions of these Northern Democrats, you might say. And they are quite corrupt. And it's more of an expose because I want to show that people need to stop putting their faith in them. A lot of people, I rail against the left a lot more than I do the right, because I hold the left to a higher standard, and I do feel that my heart is there in a lot of respects. I know I call myself a centrist and all that kind of stuff, but I do think that I want them to awaken in a real way, away from this path that they've been going down. And they can't do that if they're still caught in this two-party system where they think the Democrats are going to help them when they're not really. They're just promising them shit to bribe them. It's not really they're not really offering solutions or anything like that. That doesn't mean I want them to turn to socialism either. I just want them to learn to think more practically about political philosophy and policy. And Destiny is actually good for that. Like he has he's a bit of a soc dem as well, and he drills down into policy and weighs up the merits and stuff like that. And he's a good thing for that. But at the end of the day, he doesn't have like a good historical concept of this. And When he's saying, like, I understand what he means, like, in today's day and age, it's like, you know, it would be a big deal if that political fraud happened in that way. But in the past, the political fraud was off the charts. And even today, the political fraud and the political shenanigans that go on are still actually fairly significant. I don't know if they're so significant to alter the election results as many of these far-right Trumpists like to claim. But there were political... just to give some level of credence to their suspicions, there was some level of political shenanigan going on. And it wasn't all just about the votes. It was about what people were doing and saying, and outside forces like Russia and China trying to influence the election results to fit their agenda and things like that. There was a lot going on there. There was a lot. So it is... Again, I still think the results were legitimate. I did watch that whole thing that they did in Pennsylvania, where they... Was it Pennsylvania? Was it Arizona? Sorry. Where they, you know, what were they called? Squid ninjas or something? I can't remember what the fuck they were called, but they were like the cyber ninjas or something. Like the, you know, they did this big audit and all that kind of stuff. And they did find some pretty significant discrepancies, but not enough that lend credence to the idea that there was attempts at political shenanigan going on, but not enough to actually significantly affect those results. That's the takeaway I came away from with that. But yeah, we'll see what these guys have to say.
A statement
anyway.
one could logically
And Zion, I
derive
don't know
from
if
what
you're
you just
listening
said
right
would
now, but
be,
you just jump in whenever.
In some cases, it is not okay to engage in self-defense against somebody who is genociding you. You must believe that then, yes?
Yeah, essentially.
There's a war on white people in this country, and we're fucking sick of it, okay? We built this country. European whites built this country.
I'm trying to be relative.
Wow. It's horrible because, like, the thing that's horrible about it is he's weaponizing that. So, like, yes, it's true. In terms of the America we see today, I mean, there was a conglomerate of people making an effort to create the country. There was also Chinese and black slaves. There was the indentured Irish. There was all these different people, and and also the Native Indians, who all kind of culminated into this, and they had to fight through all the prejudice and hatred, religious division, and all the things that come along with all these things, fighting over resources as well, to create the America that we see today. And largely it was a white European project that was the vision to create it, but it was helped along by all different kinds of things. But the thing is, and the thing is that there is something of a war on white people, in my opinion. Not to the extent where it's like, oh, they're like killing off white people or whatever, but it's or like a great replacement theory. But I do think there is a devaluation of white people. I think there is a dismissal of white people's interests or them as a class or their issues. They're very heavily maligned in the mainstream. I think is a massive detriment even to left-wing things. They could have easily avoided a lot of this stuff. We could have avoided someone like Baked Alaska and his unhinged rants and the Groyper movement. That could have been avoided if the left-wing just said, hey, we don't need to demonize the white people of today for the crimes of the past. It's good to acknowledge the past and learn from history, but we need to move together forward in unity, right? That message would have gone so far and helped so much in these times of division. It would have been a very powerful thing to do, but instead they leaned into the racist division thing. And this is how you know the Democrats are not actually there to help you, right? They want this division. They want that because it helps them to keep voters dependent on them, right? I said this in the last stream. The Democrats want the minorities to hate the whites. The Republicans want the whites to hate the minorities. And this is how they keep their voter bases dependent, right? And until people are willing to wake up to this and say, hey, I don't really want to hate white people anymore. Hey, I don't want to hate black people anymore. I don't want to continue this cycle of hatred. Until people are willing to wake up to that reality, then it's not going to stop, basically. And we're going to get more Baked Alaskas. We're going to get more Nick Fuenteses coming out of the woodwork. And it's antithetical to what people should be wanting, you know? If that makes me a progressive, then so be it. But fucking, you know, personally, I think it's more of a enlightened centrist position. Just so you know. But Zion is saying he's back. Is he? I don't know if he is actually back yet or not. But just jump in, man. You don't need to. Oh yeah, I can hear you. Just jump in. By the way, you don't need to wait for me to say, because I can't always see the chat. So. Because when I'm watching the video, I have to watch the video, so I can't always look at the chat. In fact, I should probably get the chat up on my phone so I can actually see that. Okay.
I have southern, I don't know what you want to call it, but in the States, there's southern etiquette, I guess you could say.
Right.
I'm
sorry, I don't mean to keep saying this, but I think you need to get closer to the microphone because you're coming through a bit muffled sounding now.
Gotcha. Let me change the output.
And by the way, can you hear the video when I play it and stuff as well?
Go ahead and try it.
Relatively consistent on my platform over the past few years. I'm like, okay, hey, listen, violence probably.
Can you hear that? I think you have to be watching the stream itself. So if you go into Discord and you click, there should be a thing where it says live next to my name, and if you click that, you should be able to watch the stream that I'm streaming this video to Discord as well. I don't know if you caught any of that or not, but yay, nay?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
Okay. I have a weird setup right now. Like
Right.
I'm using a headset to take calls, but a earbud to
Oh, I
talk to you.
see. Right, I see.
Two different computers and everything. So
Right, in the Discord, the thing that you use in Discord with is where you're hearing me from, right? So if you go into Discord and you see my name there in the server, there's a button that says live next to me. If you just click that, it'll give you the stream of me streaming the video, and that should open up, and then you should be able to hear that when I'm playing.
And just hit watch stream.
Yes, hit watch stream. Yeah.
10-4.
Are we good to go?
Yep.
Probably isn't the answer. Violence
Can you
probably
hear
is a
that?
good thing.
Right.
And on the other end,
Yep.
you two guys.
Brilliant. Okay, we're good to go then. So yeah, I was giving a little bit of background there that I do think I don't know if you heard anything I said or not, but
I was kind of preoccupied with the last 10 minutes, so I'm caught up except for the last 10 minutes.
Oh, that's okay. I was basically, just to cut a long story short, I just think that Baked Alaska said something about there being a war on white people, and I don't like the way that he's talking about it. But I believe that there is, in a certain way. I think that the rhetoric surrounding white people in the mainstream media, and especially on the left, is actually quite hateful, and I think it maligns white people and alienates them, and it creates people like Baked Alaska, really. And I think this could have been avoided by the left if they were just willing to say a couple of things. If they were just willing to say, number one, it's not good to hate any person of any colour, and we need to move forward together in unity. That would have been a good message, number one. Not to forget the past or to ignore the past, but to acknowledge that we are not the past, we are the future. Also, to just say, what was the other thing? I was saying it before, but then I got sidetracked. And also just to address the concerns and issues within white communities, be it drug problems or poverty or whatever that affects, quite large parts of the white, the white. I don't want to keep calling it a community, but the white peoples or whatever in America.
Sure.
That would have gone a long way to stop people like Nick Fuentes's popping up or Baked Alaska's and all this kind of stuff. I'm not saying that they're all completely to fault, but they have helped this fester by allowing this division and not just doing the basic thing of just saying, hey, we shouldn't hate white people in the mainstream, and that's not cool. Don't do that. You know what I mean?
It didn't help by any means. Absolutely.
Yeah, it really exacerbated the issue. Right-wing extremism and right-wing people, far-right people, are always going to exist. But I think that this attack on white people or Republicans in general, trying to basically frame it was really popular in like 2014 to 2016 to just basically call anyone who's right-wing a Nazi and stuff like that, or a fascist.
I think a good example is the Black Lives Matter versus All Lives Matter. I can't remember who said this, but I was watching a comedian, and the example they use is if your wife said, "Do you love me?" and then you responded, "Well, I love everyone."
Yeah.
So, like meaning, I love you, but also everyone else.
Yeah.
I think that's a good example of I love, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but I do think that with that situation, the issue there is with Black Lives Matter is they knew perfectly well when that movement not the movement, the people who created that movement purposefully knew they were going to create division with that. They did not do that with that kind of purpose of wanting to have people acknowledge or love black people, right? They did it purposefully to create a division between black people and white people on purpose.
Do you think they meant the division on purpose?
100%, absolutely 100%. Yes, they did. It bears out in everything that happened after that. It made black people hate white people more. It made white people hate black people more. It created way more political division than ever needed to happen. Imagine if they just came out of the gate already calling themselves All Lives Matter and against police brutality of all people of all colours, and they made a specific special thing to say, but we're going to make a special thing for black people because black people face it in a different way or something like that, right? How much better and long lasting would that have been? You know, that's what I'm saying. So yeah.
I see what you're saying, but I do disagree. Like, I do see if a black person said Black Lives Matter and then another person said All Lives Matter, I think it does kind of degrade the Black Lives Matter part.
Because the thing is that they are coming out against police brutality, right? But only for black people, and that the problem is that there is quite a lot of white victims of police brutality as well that are completely ignored. And this is why you're alienating white people by doing that, by not including them as victims of police brutality. You're basically saying that only the Black Lives matter in this case when it comes to police shootings or whatever.
Is there an example of the Black Lives Matter movement saying only the black people that were?
I think it's just implicit in the name, is it not? Is it not? Is it not implicit in saying that?
I think that comes kind of back to my point where the original do Black Lives Matter? Yes, all lives matter, of course, but it's kind of like saying like.
Well, but it was. I don't mean to cut you off, but it is also based on a statistical lie. They fudged the statistics to make it sound worse than it is, right? So they're trying to make out that black people are getting killed in the thousands and thousands unjustly by all these police and blah blah blah. When in reality, they're probably getting killed a less proportional rate than the crime that they actually commit, right? And this is very serious crime that is being committed, and black people are actually suffering from that crime, the vast majority of cases. So it's based on a lie, number one, that black people are uniquely facing police brutality in a way that other people aren't, but also and that's whipping people up into a frenzy just by doing that, by misrepresenting that whole situation. And number two, it just implicitly naming it in that way, they knew they were going to alienate white people. They knew they were going to get a reaction out of right-wingers. They knew they were going to have all that happen, and they wanted it to happen. Like, that's the point I'm making here. Like, and it's very obvious. I find it very, very obvious.
I can see, like, can you see the difference between if they said Black Lives Matter versus Black Lives Only Matter?
I can see the difference between that. I understand that, but now we're just getting into like a semantic debate. At the end of the day, people are going to take that like on a surface level, because that's what a lot of people do with most things, and that's what they're banking on. They knew that was going to happen. They're not stupid. The left talk about rhetoric all the time. They have a very good understanding of how people are going to understand something, and they'd use that to their advantage all the time. They don't like to acknowledge when they're using rhetoric badly or hatefully. They'll point it out when the right wing is doing it, but they don't like to point out when they're doing it. But this is an example of that.
Whenever Black Lives or a black person says Black Lives Matter, do you think they only mean Black Lives Matter and
no, because a lot of
matter?
them are taking it on a surface level as well, and they're just taking what they've been told to say. They're just regurgitating the little quips and quotes that they've been told to say.
I totally agree with that. Yeah,
and so they take it on a surface level way. I don't think that most people.
And it is semantics.
Yeah,
it is semantics.
And a lot. By the way, you're coming through a bit fuzzy again, but before the other, I don't know what you did before.
Is that better?
Oh, that's way better. Yeah. But like I don't think the normal Black Lives Matter person who's getting involved in this is thinking about it in this way. Like, I just want to hate white people. Blah, blah, blah. I don't think that's the thing. I think the people who created it wanted that effect, and ultimately that is the effect that it gave. Whether people like it or not, that is what happened. Like, you know, at first, yeah, maybe it was a bit more innocent and stuff like that to the people on the ground, but there's no denying that a lot of people that were involved with Black Lives Matter, it devolved into hating more white people as time went on. And
I think it would be hard to find someone that says Black Lives Only Matter versus Black Lives Matter. And I think
no, but you're misunderstanding what I'm saying here. I don't think it's that they think that Black lives only matter. It's that a lot of them are only thinking about the Black lives, if that makes sense. Like, it's not that they only matter, it's that they only matter to them at this point in time, because they're only thinking about, like, well, this is the black issue, so we need to think about us.
Like they're highlighting what's going on at the time.
Yes, but then it creates like a cycle, because the words that people say do matter, and it creates a psychological effect. And whether they're saying Black Lives Only Matter or Black Lives Matter is kind of irrelevant, because ultimately a psychological effect that it's having is creating this division between people. It's making black people more self-involved and to care less and less about other victims of police brutality. And it's alienating the other sides, whether it be white people or Hispanic people or whoever, who also are having those problems and want to be able to have a voice as well. And now they're being told, well, actually, no, because we're talking about Black lives right now, actually. So your son who was killed by the police unjustly, we don't want to talk about him right now. So can you just fuck off, please? Like, you know what I mean? That's the problem.
I do see what you're saying. I talked to some Black Lives Matter folks, and from what I've heard from them is that it's not Black Lives Only Matter. It is that they're highlighting that Black lives also
I know
matter.
that they think that's what. I know that a lot of people on the ground, that is either what they believe or have been told that is what the movement is for, and they repeat it back to you. But what I'm telling you is that the movement, the people who created the movement, were banking on this psychological effect happening, and it did happen. And like that,
it had a boomerang effect.
Yeah.
It makes it sound like they're saying only Black Lives Matter, or they're more important than white lives.
whether they meant it, whether the people on the ground mean that is another question. But the people who created the movement definitely knew that was going to happen, and they knew that whole division was going to be created, and they wanted it to be created so that they could generate their own agenda out of it. And you can see this with how the original Black Lives Matter creators, all those women, have literally abused the money that has been given to them. Barely any of it has gone back into black communities in any distinguishable way. And it's been a completely abused thing, and they knew that all that was going to happen because they don't fucking care. They don't actually fucking care about police brutality or any of that stuff. They just wanted to manipulate. They saw an opening. They were like, okay, we can manipulate black people into believing this. So that's what we're going to do to make money.
There's a good microcosm.
They're like Nick Fuentes in a way. Nick Fuentes saw an opening to say, I can manipulate white people with this. So that's what I'm going to do. And he created his movement in the same kind of way. Obviously not as successfully as BLM, but he has been successful in his own right. But he uses the similar psychological effect.
He's the king of I hate to use the word gish galloping.
Oh yeah,
but he does it. Like if there's one person that does it, he does.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
But it's effective. Holy shit, it's effective. I disconnected and came back in, but I don't know how far you're into this video.
I'm not very far. I'm literally like 48 seconds.
Holy shit, he is good at just taking the platform and not like I don't know if it was on purpose.
No, he does it on purpose. 100%.
I don't think he does. Yeah, I don't think he's doing this. I don't think he's I don't think he's doing this on purpose, but he does it.
I think he does do it on purpose, but we'll see. Because maybe you can point out to me where you think this is more subconscious or something.
Sure, go ahead.
But my opinion is that he does do it on purpose. But just because I've seen quite a few of his debates and stuff like that, so I do. I think it's a bit of a tactic of his to railroad the whole thing so that the opposition can't speak, kind of a thing. But I see that as common.
Also, him and Big Alaska is talking to the FBI, correct?
Sorry, you're coming through fuzzy again, man. You're coming. Sorry, man. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know if this is like on your phone where your microphone is or anything. But if you can get it in a good place, then we'll be solid. Just because I actually want to hear what you're saying, because I quite like your input. It's interesting. And I'm assuming you are still watching. Yeah, there's a one thing there, so you are watching the streams. That's good. We're all in there. So I'll just hit play. But yeah, if you can find a place to put your microphone where I can just hear you clearly, just because I want to make sure, like when you're jumping in to say your piece, that it's not just coming through all fuzzy and stuff.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's brilliant.
I'm using an earbud and a headset at the same time. Headset to talk to my people that are having printer issues.
So where's the microphone? Is the microphone on your earbud or something? Or?
The microphone's on the earbud. Yeah.
Oh, I see. So you have to hold it up. Hold it up a little bit, right? Okay.
So I have to cover it to talk to people, but I think I can handle it.
Okay, all right. But yeah, just make sure it's like kind of a bit closer to your mouth, or whatever you're doing with it now. If you're gonna jump in, like get that ready.
Okay.
But anyway, let's get into it. So we haven't even got past the coming up bit yet. So, we haven't even gotten into the actual debate.
Lawmakers from the White House or from the Capitol building.
So you're against all uses of force, then, Nick. That's like a big no-go for. Okay, so then when last year you said our founding fathers would get in the streets and they would take this country back by force if necessary. Wait, I can make. Hold on, Nick. Okay, I got something for. Okay, gross, sick. I know that there is like I can make this a bit better for you.
Gross and
I
twisted.
think this is what you prefer a bit more, right? Stuff like this.
Yeah.
This is like
Yeah.
more your aesthetic.
That exists like
Okay,
online,
Rose
like,
actually won me over with that. That was
Rose,
actually
yeah, like you
pretty
guys
funny.
can find like people that have like 100 subs and shit.
Rose
That's-
has
that's
some
not
good
anyway.
points.
Wow,
but
what the-
gets
that's
overtalked.
Sorry, go on. Sorry, what was that?
Rose has some good points, but totally gets overtalked and like just becomes beta in this conversation. In my opinion.
Right, okay. Well, we'll see how this plays out anyway.
Destiny. Is this really how we're gonna go? First the yesterday, the opening statement drama, and now this. Are you serious, Destiny?
Is
Our
the
problem,
volume
Destiny.
okay for you, by the way? I
Officially,
think it was a
right
bit
now,
loud.
half an
before.
hour before the.
Little louder, please.
I am
A
no
little
longer
louder.
on friendly terms with Destiny. We're just POV.
Is that better?
You are Brittany from Politically Provoked.
Little louder.
A little louder. Just that Rose guy came through pretty loud just then, so
That's what this is right now. I hope I'm muted. Hold on. Okay, I'm muted. We're
maybe
fine.
I just need to turn.
Okay, hold on. Let's psychoanalyze Brittany here. Does she look worried? Does she look distressed?
All right. Hey guys, welcome to Politically Provoked, an interactive podcast where we host debates, panels, and interviews. I am your host, Brittany. We are gonna do this tonight. This is happening. So we were supposed to do this last night, and things happen. But
I have a
we
crush
are
on
all
Brittany,
here tonight,
but-
and we are gonna do.
I said at the beginning when we put it on, I said that's Big Papa Fascist's wife, right?
Right.
And I was just like, he got himself a hottie there. You know what I mean? Maybe fascism isn't so bad. You know?
I would be content. I would be content.
Obviously, I'm joking, but yeah, I mean, it's always surprising to me sometimes when some of these spaces you get some hotties cropping up. Very, very interesting.
Oh,
It's not what you normally associate with it, I guess. Is
Make it up,
why
and
it's surprising.
it's gonna be a good show. So I'm really looking forward to this. So let's bring on our guests. First up, let's bring on Mr. Rose Wrist. Hey, Rose,
Hello.
Hi. So, yeah, if you want to introduce yourself, tell people where you lie on the political spectrum and where people can find
And
you.
while you watch it,
Swedish
see if you think she's on Team Nick.
I know she probably is. I don't know. I don't actually know. I don't actually fully know where she is because I've seen her in a couple of debates on what is it called? Modern Day Debate. And she does seem to be more sympathetic to Nick's worldview, it would seem to me.
I haven't seen her enough to form an opinion, but it sounds like that's correct.
Yeah, I would imagine that she is. Like, Big Papa Fascist is like, I don't know. Somebody in the chat says, that's not BPF's wife. Oh, it's not? I well thought it was, because they started this together. I well thought that they were married, but maybe not. Maybe I must be wrong then, I guess. I well thought that they were married, though.
Since I'm in Oklahoma and I'm in a medicinal marijuana state, I'm going to eat a 100 milligram on the clock. Eat a gummy. I will be right back.
You rebel. You absolute rebel.
Progressive Social Democrat, and the main place where I upload my content is YouTube under the name Rose Wrist.
Okay. All right. Next up, let's bring on Mr. Pod Collector. How are you?
Hello, it is Baked Alaska here. Glad everyone is here. Glad we were able to reschedule. You can find me cozy.tv/Baked Alaska. I am a January 6th defendant. Freeyoba.com is my legal fund. Good to be here.
Okay. And let's bring on. Next, let's bring on. Nick. What's going on with my mouse? There we go. How are you tonight, Nick?
Hey.
Hey.
I'm good. How are you doing?
Doing good. So, I mean, I don't think you really need much introduction, but if you want to introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Nick Fuentes.
Is cannabis straight up
I'm a live
illegal where you're at?
streamer.
Weed. It is straight up illegal, but a lot of the police forces here don't enforce the laws. They actually made a bunch of police forces just made public statements, just basically saying we're not going to enforce this.
Gotcha.
Because they just can't be asked. They just know that most people are smoking weed are not really that much of a problem. They go after like big dealers and stuff like that, or people who are just problem people and stuff. So if they are a problem person, they might try and get them for weed or whatever, just whatever they can get them for. But
yeah.
But generally speaking, if they smell a bit of weed and whatever like that, most of the time they do fuck all about it. I remember I used to live in Leeds, in England, and they used to have these big events, the 420 events, where people would go into this big field in the middle of the city. Well, it's just outside the middle of the city, actually, but it's basically right near the city centre. And people just, like, the whole field, people are just blazing it the whole time, and the police will walk through, and they're just like, hey, guys! It's not... They just don't really care a lot of the time.
It's really weird here in Oklahoma because we're the most conservatives, one of the most conservative states, but we just passed medicinal marijuana. So it's I'm a very pro cannabis person. I actually worked for a gummy company for 2 years making them.
Yeah, you were saying in the chat. Yeah. Which is really cool, by the way. Really cool.
I missed the freebies. I'll tell you that. But it's crazy to hear anyone else getting arrested or getting just anything by the cops because you have that. That's ridiculous. But that's another point. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I think the laws are fucked up as well. I really don't agree with. I don't agree with drug laws in general, but the weed one especially. But yeah.
Apologies, by the way, for my absence yesterday. I thought I was going to be able to make it, but I got caught up at the cookout.
Oh, at the gay orgy, you mean?
With Bryson Gray. But I'm glad we're able to reschedule quickly, so I'm excited for this debate or discussion. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, and now we're waiting on Destiny for a few minutes. I think he might be punishing you a little bit.
He is. He is.
I think he might be, because he's live, but he might be getting even right now.
He's toying with me.
Yeah, he'll be here in a few minutes.
If I can be here on time after what I was put through yesterday, he should be able to, okay? That's just how it is.
Yes.
True.
He'll be here. He will be here. He's live. He's got it in his title, so he's going to be here in a couple of minutes. Looks like he's got a intro screen.
Should we skip over to when Destiny comes in? Or?
How are you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Good.
My debate part, dude. I was taking these guys
I think so.
on myself yesterday, so it's nice to have a partner now.
Pause. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna skip it along until where Destiny comes in.
Now we'll take them together. Swedish time, okay?
What does that mean?
There's not much Bake and Rose. It's a lot of
Nick and Destiny. To be honest, that's what we really want, though, isn't it? Let's face it.
Yeah, you're right. It's a lot of Nick just kind of rambling. I mean, and that's I would say that if I was a Nick fan or not a Nick fan, he knows how to take the reins and just ramble.
Yeah, I don't like that. To be honest with you, it makes it a bit tedious to watch, in all honesty. That's what I was trying to do with the debate with me in Perspective Philosophy, was just let it flow nicely and freely and just ask pertinent questions and give my side when it was needed, and let him talk about things,
I think that's I think that's where I caught you in the the whatever you want to call it, the
chat. Yeah, you might have caught the back end of that debate. I mean, it wasn't. I don't know if it was quite a debate or not, or just a fleshed out discussion. But if you want to go back and watch the full thing, it's better to go to his channel than mine, just because I made the fatal mistake of not clicking start stream at the beginning, and I didn't notice for 20-30 minutes. So I was fucking fuming at myself when I realized. But I got most of it on there. Most of it's on here, so it's up to you what you want to do. But if you want to catch the first 20-30 minutes of it, then you can catch it there. But anyway, let's carry on.
Hi, I'm Destiny. I do far left, center left, far right, fashy, commie content. I don't know what the fuck you people say I do, but yeah, what's up?
Alrighty. So it looks like I'm on my own tonight, so that'll be fun. All right, so here is what we're gonna do. I know that Rose and Destiny, or it's gonna be mostly Rose, but each person would have about 5 minutes.
It's gonna be mostly me.
Well, isn't that what you guys said?
I think it was pretty even between us, right, Destiny? Isn't that how it was?
Yeah.
All right, there we go. We're good.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't even know
All
what the
right, fine.
debate topic
anyways,
is.
we're going to do 2 topics. The first topic will be about January 6th. Basically, I think it was an insurrection. If you think that people have been treated fairly, obviously we'll want to hear what's been going on with Big.
Now, that is an interesting question because I don't believe it was an insurrection, personally. I think it was fucked up. Don't get me wrong, by the way. And the response to it, to arrest people and everything they did in response to it, I think was, what they should have done, really. But an insurrection to me, and I think even Destiny has said this as well, is that it implies that there was a level of coordination or pre-planning to it. But I feel like it was kind of a spontaneous... I think there was nefarious actors involved who were spurring it on, who did want this kind of thing to happen. And maybe some of them were planning certain things. But I think as an actual event, I don't think it was planned like that. And I think, realistically, if they really wanted to cause an insurrection there and then they not only could they have done that, but, they probably would have been somewhat successful in a certain respect. But I think the giveaway as to why it wasn't a real insurrection in terms of it being organised or well planned or whatever is because they weren't particularly well armed. And at the first sign of trouble, when somebody got shot, they scarpered. They ran for the hills, and it decried from it. I think that was when the reality set in that this wasn't a LARP anymore. They were actually doing something really wrong, and people's lives are actually on the line. And that's when they were like, oh, shit, like, we need to stop right now. And that's what they did. And so that's why it's, to me, is not an insurrection. Was it a fucked up riot? A politically motivated riot? Yes. But was it an actual thought-out insurrection where they were really trying to overthrow the election and overthrow the government or whatever? No, I don't think so. They may have been saying a lot of crazy shit when they were going in there because they were amped up and whatever. But were they actually going to do all that? I don't think so. That's just my take on it.
Can you hear me, babe?
Sorry?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. I don't agree on the insurrection. I do think that there was some actors in place to overthrow the government, whether it be in a low form or a high form.
Yes.
But there were some people on January 6th thinking they were going to overthrow the government and go against what the Congress was trying to do.
Yeah, there definitely were a few who had an idea that they could whip people into a frenzy and maybe get that result. I just think that, unfortunately for them, the vast majority of the people involved in that were not really a part of that or wanted that, if that makes sense. Like, yes, they weren't happy with the election results, and maybe a lot of them were suspicious of the goings-on, but I don't think they really wanted to overthrow the government or anything like that. I think they were just really unhappy, and it was a really highly charged political riot that was targeted at the political elites.
I agree with like 95%. Yes, yeah.
One thing I will say as well.
They had it planned.
I don't know what you. Oh, go on. Sorry, go on. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said there. What was that?
I don't think they had it planned, but I think they saw what happened and went along with it.
Yeah, definitely. And like that, that's why I wouldn't call it an insurrection, because an insurrection to me is like somewhat planned. Like it's an actual, like they're going to go in there. Maybe some of us are going to maybe some of us are going to get killed, but we have a goal that we have set and we have planned to go in there and do this thing. But to me, it seemed way more spontaneous than that. And
but the you know, like Congress is going to have their thing here in the next month, calling people under oath. So I guess we'll see whether it was planned or not under,
yeah, I mean, I could be proven wrong there, but it just my general vibe. And I watched a lot of the on the ground, like, GoPro kind of video footage of like everybody in the crowd going in and all this stuff. I watched a hell of a lot of stuff about it, and just the vibe I got from it was just not what people said. And to be honest with you,
did you watch New York Times like an hour and a half video?
No, I don't think so. Or maybe I saw some. I'm not exactly sure. I tried to steer away from mainstream media sources when it comes to this kind of stuff, because they cut a lot of stuff out. And when you watch like a full, I remember when the BLM riots were going on, there was on YouTube, there was full streams of people on the ground in various different places all over the country streaming these things live at the time. And watching them versus the mainstream coverage of it was night and day. It was so different. And that goes for both sides, whether it was the left-wing side or the Fox News side, whatever. They were both characterizing it in ways that wasn't quite real. I'd say the Fox News side got it slightly more correct, but they were still using it to weaponize and characterize it in a particular way. Because like there was a lot of people who were against what was going on that were part of the BLM stuff, and they didn't talk about those people. So they were characterized in a certain way, but then the left-wingy side of the media were just outright just denying it was even a problem when it was clearly a huge problem. So it's like, both sides were fudging it to some extent, some more than others.
I disagree on I think it was organized to a point, but not as organized as like we have several hundred people going in and doing this exact thing on January 6th.
Yeah, it's like what you said with January. Like there were some actors there who had planned that maybe we could whip up a riot here, and if we can whip up a riot here, then we're going to try and do this XYZ thing. And so I wouldn't say that like, but that to me is not an insurrection. That's people being opportunistic and taking advantage of a situation. Again, not the same as an insurrection, which to me is a planned effort to do something.
I'm going to find you a link. The New York Times did get a hold of some audio that no one else did. And I'll link you the audio and the video. And you can just judge for yourself.
Yeah, no, I'm sure that they did capture some people talking in that way, because there was, I wholeheartedly believe there were some people there who were trying to orchestrate this to happen, and they facilitated it to happen. I think what I'm getting at is like the larger group, because there was a lot of people. Like we're talking like a good couple of thousand people there, and I think like the vast majority, like 95%, if not more, were not involved in planning this particular thing to happen. Like I just don't think that's the case. So that's why I wouldn't call it an insurrection. That's just why I wouldn't call it that. Another side to this, and this might be a little bit spicier here, but I do honestly think that the venomous reaction from the far left side of things, where they really want it to stick that this is an insurrection, and they really want it to be like this horrible negative thing, and it was pretty horrible to be fair, but they really want to make it into this really, really way more than what it is, because they're a little bit jealous. They're a little bit jealous that they never had the balls to do it themselves. That's what I think.
Wow. Okay.
They're always talking about revolution and breaking down capitalism and doing all this stuff. And I think they're a bit jealous that the right-wing Trump-tards had more balls to go in there and challenge those politicians everybody knows are massively corrupt, and actually get close to touching, to even feeling or thinking about doing something like that, whereas they just fantasize about it all day and just get on Twitter and argue with people. That
I
is my
will
little thing.
agree to disagree. I I think that the right wing was just butthurt whenever they didn't win the election and tried to find anything and everything that tried to make them look like they made it. Whenever they found out that they couldn't do it through the judicial system,
Yeah.
that they'll take it into their own hands and
Oh yeah,
just
that, from their perspective, that is
overthrow.
that is from their side. That is kind of the kind of subconscious or even overtly conscious vibe of the situation. Yeah, I do agree to that. Like
Because there was 2 weeks left, right?
Hmm.
January 6th, and
they could
Biden
feel
was
the
taking
clock ticking. Yeah,
January 20th. Yeah, so there was 2 weeks left. They were kind of like out of options. That's the way I see it. They
yeah.
like
And
they
they were
were
whipped up into a frenzy because of that, and
yeah.
obviously certain actors facilitate that, but again, not a planned thing, so not an insurrection, but definitely a politically motivated riot. That's what I think it was. But then the reason why I'm saying the far left and even the mainstream media left, maybe not just your regular leftist left wing person, but like the far left and like the mainstream left, they wanted to make it way worse than it is and call it this insurrection and say that they're all traitors to America and blah 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 blah, blah all this kind of stuff.
Sure.
The reason they want to say all that, sometimes, to me, this is just my little spicy take, but I honestly do believe that these tankies and these far left people were just a bit jealous that they didn't have the balls to do it themselves. I really do think some of them were like that, because they talk all day about revolution, they talk all day about breaking down capitalism or whatever the fuck they want to they want to free the fucking working class people or whatever the fuck they talk about. And I think they were just a bit jealous that they saw the right wing do it before them, and they're like, fuck, no, we got to make this sound really horrible now because fuck these guys, you know what I mean? Like, I wanted to do that, you bastards. Like,
I think there's a lot less actual leftists in America than what either Twitter or
like
forums
hardline communist socialist types. Yeah, there's a lot less than that than there is like the far right types. But the woke side, the wokeists, who are kind of a separate, they're kind of intermingled in a way with the communist socialist types, but then they're kind of their own faction. They're much more widespread, in my opinion. Like
they are, but I think they're very rare. I don't see them being a big force in American politics.
Oh, I think they're a huge force, man. There's like loads of policy that's being centered around them.
On Twitter, sure, but
no, not on Twitter.
Electorate, no.
You're in the flyover states. I can't imagine that they're a particular force, but in like the very populous city regions on the coasts and stuff, who do have quite a large political sway, and in the mainstream left-wing media, which also has quite a large sway over the public as well and influence, I think they are quite powerful.
I mean, the Overton window is not as far left in the U.S. Like what you would call far left in the UK is not the far left in the United States.
I do take that point. Everything's in a certain political context, but the wokeists are far left, but they're not in the far. I don't even know if they're far left. They're postmodernists, a lot of them, and some of them are like kind of roundabout socialists. But I don't think a lot of them even understand a lot of the.
About
ideology.
the farthest left you'll find in the U.S. is Bernie supporters, and that's not the far left, worldwide.
They're more like social democrat type people and whatever.
Yes, you won't find hardly anyone else further left than Bernie supporters here in the U.S. So it is hard to make the argument that there's hard lefty.
The far left to me is the socialist elements, although I will agree that they are not as numerous as other things, but they do exist. But
There's a very far right in the U.S.
Yeah, there is a far right. Yeah. We're looking at them right now. But I was just saying, like,
right.
But I make a distinction between both of them. Like, there's a far right, there's a far left. The far right is probably more numerous than the far left, but the far left have a lot more cultural, institutional power. And the wokists are kind of intermingled with the far left, but are not necessarily the far left, if that makes sense.
Sure.
It's a very nuanced thing. It's hard to categorize, but I'm just trying to make sense of the cultural shifts.
In the United States, they're considered far left. Worldwide, they're considered maybe center left.
What, wokists?
Sure.
I don't know about that. I think wokists is seen as, I think for basic sounding things, I think most people would consider them far left generally. However, I think that they're something of their own. They're their own beast in a way.
It depends on what question you ask. You know, like, I mean, like if you ask someone, like, should the state control the means, you'll have 95% of people saying no. If you want to say, should the government control or have universal health care? Yes, but I don't consider that far left.
No, not necessarily. It's just a social democrat kind of position.
Yeah, so it. I mean, it really.
But the wokists,
it really is semantics.
The wokists are more culturally based in what they want, though. It's not just about like political institutions and stuff like that. Like the wokists are the type of people that turn around and say we need to fucking defund the police or like abolish the police and all that kind of shit, or they give into a lot of like cultural pressures around race where they disseminate narratives about race relations that are just so beyond the scope of like what is actually going to be unifying for people, and it usually just feeds into a lot more hateful rhetoric and stuff. And their conceptualization of the world that they're living in and conceptualization of reality is really warped by a lot of these the way that they view culture and the way they view themselves or the way they view class and stuff like that. So to me, the wokists are more like a cultural phenomenon. They're not necessarily always about policy exactly or economics. And a lot of the times, I think the wokists are just regurgitators. They're sheep people. They don't really understand the ideologies they're getting wrapped up in, and that's why they're a bit harder to pin down in terms of are they super left wing or whatever. Because there are certain wokists who are definitely far left in terms of being socialists or like outright communists or whatever. But then there's a lot more in the mix that are just kind of there because like, oh, this sounds good. You know what I mean? Like they don't really think about it too deeply, and then they just kind of get caught up in like all these weirdo philosophies that they don't even really know what they're getting themselves into.
Right. I will add that, I mean, there are, like I said, like, you know, I'm from Oklahoma, but I'm a Bernie supporter.
Right.
But I don't consider myself the far left. I consider myself like a left libertarian.
Yeah. I think a Bernie supporter is definitely closer to center left than a lot of wokists.
Worldly, yes. Yeah, you know what I mean? What is considered in the world versus the US is completely different. So I mean, I don't know if it's just me, but I haven't came across a lot of like hardcore leftists in the United States.
I mean, I wouldn't imagine there is a whole lot of them in Oklahoma, to be fair. But
I mean, I'm on Twitter. I'm on, you know, I'm on some other social media. I don't see hardcore leftists.
I see a lot of them, but maybe it's just because I'm in the political spheres a lot. So maybe that's just why. So it could just be a biased sample, I suppose. But
absolutely, if you run across them, you know, absolutely. But you know, me personally, I don't.
No, it's fair enough, honestly. Like, to be fair, like I'm very willing to hold my hands up and say that the hardcore far left is nowhere near as numerous as the hardcore far right. Like, I'll happily say that. Or the only point I'm making is that I'm just saying that they do exist.
Gotcha.
That's all I'm saying.
Let me ask you a quick question.
Yeah.
Do you think, like, in the past, let's say let's just say like 10 years.
Hmm.
Do you think the Overton window has moved to the left or the right?
Um,
In the U.S.
in the US, I think in mainstream media sense, I think it's shifted more into the postmodern left spectrum,
Okay.
rather than the hardcore socialist spectrum. Which is, when I say the postmodernist leftist spectrum, that's more the wokist agenda
Okay.
than the socialist agenda, although they are sometimes intertwined. However, there is also to me, the Overton window has been split in half, and
Interesting.
and the right side has its own massive influence as well. And what has become acceptable in right-wing spaces has degraded over time as well. Like it's become more socially acceptable to be more like the Nick Fuenteses or the Baked Alaskas of the world in more like milk toasty conservative places. And I do think it is a counter reaction to this alienation of white people that has been brought about from this kind of wokist like doctrine that has kind of sprung up. It kind of started springing up in like mid 2000s to 2010, but then kind of hit a peak in like 2014. And then in 2016 is obviously when we get Trump, and Trump was like a direct counteraction to this growing wokist phenomenon, and then that phenomenon then became its own thing. Like the Trump phenomenon then became its own thing, and then that became a place where this weirdo right stuff became more acceptable in that Overton window on the right wing side of things. So it's really difficult. It's a very, very complex landscape politically, and to me, I just see it as massively politically divided. And I think that this could be solved by the left. In all honesty, I think the left wing could solve this if they were willing to let go of constantly pushing racial issues, or if they're going to push racial issues, at least also push some racial issues for white people. Say, well, white people are being affected by this thing, or blah, blah, and at least address some issues that white people are facing so that they're not feeling so alienated by the left. And have more of a strong sense of just talking about unity between races. That would have avoided so much stuff, and it would bring so many of these disaffected people from the middle or the left or the centre right, would bring them right back around. And I think a lot of these Nick Fuenteses and Baked Alaskas and all these people would start to just fade away into obscurity after that. But the left don't seem to be involved in wanting to do that. They don't seem to have any care in wanting to do that. So,
can you think of an example of what you would call the far left, like a political public figure?
Well, you've got like if you're talking about
not like I don't think Vaush would. I don't think he would.
You don't think he would count? You talking about in the mainstream media culture? Because it depends, because we're mixing up terms, right? Because I don't know if I would call wokists far leftists exactly, but they are their own brand of political ideology that has become quite prominent, right? So like, and they are involved in the left. I don't know if they're far left, but they are a prominent cultural phenomenon, and they're quite prevalent in the media. So when you're even watching fucking things like Loose Women, they not Loose Women. What is it in America? It's The View or some shit like that, right? Even on daytime TV, on normal TV that people are just watching in their homes, they will be talking about how all white people are just inherently racist because of the system they live in and blah, 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 and all this stuff.
Right, which is entirely wrong.
Exactly. And it's, to me, that is like how permeated and how far these warped ideas have become, and how that feeds into the division.
Ammunition.
Yes, it gives the right ammunition, and it helps breed these people. Like, it helps people get pushed into their arms, because then they get disaffected. They feel alienated. They're like, well, I'm a white person that has problems and stuff like that. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
I disagree with this. I guess I agree with these people, which is not, I mean, not the center. Uh, it, I mean, the reason why I ask is because, you are, by your name, a centrist. So, like, I mean, you can see it from the left and the right. So, whenever someone sees something from the left or right, if they see a far left point of view, then like they have like a kind of a binary point of view. These people are wrong, therefore these people are right.
Yes. A lot of people who are not as politically active or I think as deeply on the political spectrum, they do seem to have like a lot of black and white reactions like that. And this is what I'm saying is to be cognizant of that means that you have to be more cognizant of the rhetoric you're using. And that's where the left-wing wokeists are failing. And it's what people like Nick Fuentes and Baked Alaska are taking advantage of. And like that's the issue there. And that's why I think the left could actually solve it and put a stop to a lot of this if they just woke up to that fact and just said, hey, maybe we need to stop pushing all this race shit and calling white people all racist just because they're white or whatever. And and if we just went with a message of unity, that's not to say we should ignore racial issues. It's just to say that we need to start thinking about moving forward in the culture. And a lot more people would be responsive to that. I think a lot of these people that follow Nick Fuentes and all these other people, they're only following them because they feel alienated by the left side. They feel betrayed or they feel let down. They feel like their issues in their communities, or if they're poor whites or whatever, are not being addressed properly. And they actually, probably a lot of them, want the left wing to actually open themselves up to them. But because they're not doing that, they feel like they've got nowhere else to go. And then these people like Nick Fuentes, these nefarious actors, take full advantage of that and milk them for money and use them to turn them into more hateful people and turn their hatred against other people. You know, it's all that kind of stuff.
I also think it has to do with like thinking the left has no sense of humor or edginess. Like where they think, oh, I have some edgy political jokes, and only the right lets them be.
Well, they've done it to themselves because they try to enforce PC culture on everybody. The left wing used to be the bread and butter of comedy for a long time. And in recent years, they've really fallen off the wagon. Like most stand-up comedy that I see today that has a left-wing bent to it, which is most, they are not very funny. They're pretty fucking shockingly bad, actually. And comparing that to some of the legends like George Carlin, Richard Pryor, Bill Hicks.
I love George Carlin. Have you seen the new documentary?
No, I didn't know there was one. I'll definitely watch that. But,
Google George Carlin, American Dream. It's on HBO Max. Oh my god, you'll love it.
Yeah, no, I'll definitely watch that. But I love Louis. What's his name?
CK.
No, not Louis C.K. The guy from the 1950s. He was friends with George Carlin. Why can't I think of his name right now?
Okay.
He had like big lawsuits with the government over obscenity and all that. So I know all the details. I can't think of his fucking name right now. Why can't I think of his fucking name?
God damn it. I can't think of it either.
But yeah, anyway, like the point being is that the left wing had actually a massive free speech platform. They, a lot of the civil rights wouldn't have come through without freedom of speech. A lot of, and a lot of the comedy they were talking about, they were railing against like, the Puritan, Republican Christians and all that stuff and critiquing all them. Like none of that could have existed without freedom of speech and all that kind of stuff. But these days, the left are all like, well, you can't say this, you can't say that, and if you say this, then you're just a horrible person who needs to be written off.
Lenny Bruce?
Lenny Bruce, that's the one, yes, 100%, okay. They've tried to implement PC culture to the extent where they're self-censoring and censoring each other all the times in social situations and stuff like that. Like people who they're friends with for years and years and years, might tell an edgy joke at a party or something like that, or say something a bit uncouth or whatever. But instead of giving them the benefit of the doubt to say, oh, they just meant it in a humorous way or whatever, or they were just quoting a joke. They might have even just been quoting a joke from a black comedian or something. But just because they said a word, now they're written off as a racist and stuff like that. And they've done it to themselves. And that's why comedy now is failing. And that's why comedy has been handed over to right-wing, edgy characters. And they're doing more successfully now. Because people want to hear that. They want to hear the edgy jokes. They want to hear critiques of the cultural norms. They want to hear somebody say something risque, because that's what comedy has always been. And the left wing knew that very well a long time ago, but they just don't seem to know it anymore. And it's a massive shame, really. They've given up.
I do have a question. Like, you as a centrist, do you see the difference between left wing and right wing comedians? And do you see how kind of right wing can hit a wall?
The right wing at the minute are having a field day because they can critique wokeists or a lot of these postmodernist kind of movements that are coming out, like the transgenderism stuff and whatever. Not a lot of them don't even have to be right wing comedians. Some of them can just be apolitical and just, take the piss out of some of this stuff.
I mean, you can hit wokeism.
Yeah, without being right wing, but people like Sam Hyde, for instance,
having original material. What I mean is, like, George Carlin hit the left and right.
They're doing a lot better than the left wing comedians are in terms of original material at this point. I mean, the left wing comedians at this point have nothing really to go off other than Trump is bad, conservatives are bad. And, like, they don't really have anything new or clever or interesting to say whatsoever. Like, it's become...
Definitely got a point there.
It's really stale. Like, it's become really stale. Like, I watch The Flagrant 2. I don't know if you know them. It's Andrew Schultz and I forget the other guy's name.
I do not.
But they're not political in any particular way, but they're not PC. And they take the piss out of the right wing, left wing, whatever. They don't really care. All they care about is being funny, and that to me is where it should always be. And that's all. And if you're gonna do political comedy, that's fine, but at least make it new and interesting. At least do something with it that is gonna be insightful or something. Bring something to the table. If you're just coming in and saying Trump is bad, well, guess what? I've just heard 10 other left-wing comedians say the exact same thing. It's not. It's not. It's nothing new at this point.
Hey, coming from a Bernie supporter, you've got a very good point.
You know what I mean? Like, it's fun for a left-wing comedian to take the piss out of Democrats and be like, "Hey, Democrats are kind of corrupt, right? Fuck Bernie out of his thing and blah 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 blah." That at least would be something interesting to see a left-wing comedian at least having the insight to critique their own side and bring some political commentary in that way. Again, maybe not super original or anything like that, but it would be something. It would be fucking something. But they just don't do it, man. Most of them just don't do it, and it is getting very, very boring. It really is. And it lends itself to right wing people to fill that void. It just absolutely
right. I do have a left wing lens, but I can't find any right wing comedians that make me laugh.
You ever seen Sam Hyde?
Sam Hyde?
Yeah.
Is that the dude that they keep posting on mass shooters? Is that Sam?
There's a running meme. Yes.
Okay, that's the only way I know about him. I've never seen any of this.
He's got a bunch of random stand-up bits and pieces on YouTube and stuff like that, and his stand-up is genuinely quite funny. He also had a comedy show called
I'll check it out.
He had a comedy show on a sketch show on Adult Swim called $1 Million Extreme. Also, the YouTube channel $1 Million Extreme probably still exists. They had like a bunch of stuff on there as well. He's considered a right. I don't know if he actually is. See, he keeps it ambiguous. And I think
Okay.
very purposefully so. But to be for all
Sure.
for all intents and purposes, I would say that he is an
Yeah.
example of a right-wing comedian that I think is quite funny. He did a TEDx talk,
Right on.
which is probably one of the funniest things he's ever done. Where he did a TEDx talk where he basically comes in and completely satirizes a TEDx talk and starts talking about all this crazy shit, and all these people think he's a legitimate talker. I think a lot of them cotton
He
on.
TEDx talk, the TEDx talk.
Yes, he did, and he I think for the first 10 minutes they think he's kind of serious, and then a lot of them cotton on that he is obviously taking the piss. But
That's pretty amazing.
But it is hilarious. It's so fun, and none of the people who organised it knew what he was going to do. They all thought he was a serious, legitimate speaker, and he just trolled the
Let's
whole
make
thing.
a deal. I will watch that. You watch the George Carlin.
100%. I absolutely will. Yeah, and if you feel like coming on
you'll
again,
love
we'll talk about that, because I want to know what your thoughts are on that.
Absolutely, let's do it. I have to kind of pay attention to my calls coming in.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean,
I'm gonna play this
I see
anyway.
I have the debate pulled up there, but I'll be watching your stream. I'll put my input whenever you want it, but
Just jump in whenever you're available. If you just be like, hey, or whatever, like, just jump in and say what you got to say. I don't mind. I'll pause it straight away. So, but
right on. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good, man. But yeah, don't worry. You don't need to be chiming in every 2 seconds or anything like that. I'm just gonna watch and give my thoughts as I go along, and you just jump in when you feel the need.
Sounds good, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's all good, man. All good.
Even though he kind of told a little bit last night, but I think he can go into more details if he wants. Nothing that'll get you into any kind of trouble, though, obviously. Yeah, I know Rose is going to go first for openings. We have about like 5 minutes each, or 10 minutes.
One thing I hate about
just one thing. I think Britain wants Princess's dick. I'm just gonna say it.
You need to put the microphone up again.
I think Brittany wants Fuentes' dick.
Maybe. I thought she was Big Papa Fash's wife, but apparently not. But maybe she is.
Same, but just keep that in mind while you're watching it.
Okay, maybe, yeah, that could be an element here. But I'm also going to say, though, and I am loath to say, I said this last time when I was watching the Kino thing, but Nick Fuentes with that mustache, he kind of looks like Tom Selleck. And I hate to say it, but he fucking does. He looks like Tom Selleck.
He's pulling it off. That bastard is pulling it off.
It's so annoying. I wish that was not a thing that I could say, but it is a fucking thing.
I know.
It's a fucking thing. I hate it so
much. I know. It's like .1, like America First won, other people 0, and they won. But god damn it, that mustache is right.
It's everything. He's got the eyes, the eyebrows. He's got the little bit of stubble. Like he fucking is almost the spitting image of him. He just needs to
get. If he could only get pussy. I mean the P word.
You can say pussy.
Okay. If only he could like everything. I think in the world would be balanced if he could get pussy, but he can't.
Well, I think there's an ongoing debate about whether or not he even wants pussy. That's the
he wants Jaden. He wants Jaden.
Yes, there could be.
He doesn't like Jaden because Jaden got pussy.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is. I don't know. I don't want to cast aspersions about Nick Fuentes. I don't know if he's gay or not.
Right.
To be honest, I don't really care if he is or not. I think it's funny if he is, mainly just because he built his whole ideology about being against being gay. But it wouldn't surprise me if he was gay, because that'd be so.
It's one of those things I shouldn't care about, but I do for some reason.
It's just because of the way he positions himself. It's not something that you would normally care about. But when somebody's coming out of the woodwork being like, gay people are like a dredge in our society and they need to be fucking shot out of a cannon or something like that, and then they turn around and they're engaging in gay orgies every weekend, and you're just like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck, man? Fuck you! What a dick!
I'm totally against the people that want dick, but I want dick.
It's just, I don't know. It's funny, and there is some evidence to suggest that might be the case, but I don't know if it's fully true.
Rose
Yeah,
might go
yeah,
over, and
I'm
that's
totally
not
with
the
you.
gist of it. So it'll be Rose, then Baked, then Destiny, then Nick. So yeah, Rose, why don't you get started with openings then?
All right, excellent. So at 2:13 p.m. on January 6, 2021, the first of the Trump-supporting rioters entered the Capitol building. They had been brought there by belief in a conspiracy that the election was being stolen and that they could prevent this from happening by storming the Capitol. This conspiracy was propagated by Trump, Republican lawmakers, and the conservative media, including both members of our opposition for today's debate. This conspiracy is patently false. Trying to save
Now
your
you
democracy
can
is a
lose
noble
the
ambition.
debate by
However, the biggest threat to
not having the right facts, but not having the right tactics. Rose, I think, is Rose does not have the right tactics.
Yes, you need a good blend of both, really, because yeah, you can come in with all the facts that you want, but if you're not communicating those facts well, or with assertiveness, or with authority, or also clarity. Another thing that I really don't like is when people come in with the right kind of facts, but they speak in so much jargon, or they speak in such flowery language that it's hard for normal people to follow. And I think that hurts them a lot. And yeah, I think you're right to pick up on that. I think Rose is a bit like that. Yeah, he might have the facts on his side, but facts aren't everything in a debate. It'd be great if it was, but unfortunately, it's not. You have to assert your argument in a way that is clear, concise, factually backed up. If you do have the facts on your side, and that is the way to actually win it. But if you can't do some of those, like if you can't get it concise, if you can't do it assertively, then you've kind of fucked it, even if you have the facts, really.
Democracy on that day were not the lawmakers conducting the legitimate, peaceful transfer of power, but the rioters who attempted to interfere with that process. Claims that the election are stolen are completely and utterly unfounded, with no legitimate evidence to match the claims made. Lawsuit after lawsuit, case after case fell in courts. In courts, by the way, with judges that were largely appointed by Trump himself. The conservative Supreme Court declined to hear their cases since they had no legitimate legal standing.
I think that's also like that is quite an important point, that a lot of the judges were appointed by Trump. I think I think like at the end of the day, there'd be more smoke in the gun barrel for this side if a lot of these judges were politically motivated against Trump to be involved in some kind of cover-up. Like, again, not saying that would actually be true or not, but just in like the hypothetical, I think it would lend itself to their conspiracy theory more strongly. But knowing that a lot of them were appointed by Trump, I guess if you really wanted to put your tinfoil hat on, you could say that maybe they were still against Trump anyway, even though he appointed them. Like, they were still involved with like the old school Republican rhinos who want to keep the Republican Democrat kind of coin going so that they can, you know, carry on doing what they've been doing for years and years and blah blah blah. So like, it could, if you really wanted to finesse it in the conspiracy theory paranoid way, you could make arguments to say that this is still like a conspiracy, basically. But I just think,
well, here's the thing: 2024, okay, presidential election.
Yeah.
Trump is putting in people that are in position to overrule the voting electorate, right?
Right.
What's going to happen then?
I'm not sure. I know what you. Oh, right, the voting so like the electoral college, you mean?
Yes. So Trump is putting in people that have to call legit or not legit on the voting. So of course it's legit. I mean, that's my own personal opinion, but okay, like it's totally legit. But Trump is putting people in positions, like it depends on the state, but for example, Attorney General in Georgia, they can say, oh, hold on.
It's okay. Yeah, I think the point being made here is that these people could create a problem in the electoral college to maybe call votes in their favor, which is also kind of a corrupt thing to do. But it does beg the question, are the Democrat side doing that also? So there is I don't know. To me, that both sides are corrupt, and they're probably both doing or attempting to do those kinds of things. Yeah, that would be my thing with that.
With both control of the executive and the
So I don't really know what the answer is, I guess, is what I'm saying. Is like, I don't really know. Is Trump wrong to do that? I think it is wrong to do that generally, but in a situation where the other political parties are also doing it, then he's doing. I think on an individual level, it's wrong. No one should be engaging in that. But he's no better. It doesn't make him worse than the others. You know, they're all doing it. You know, so to single him out as if he is the bad one.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, okay, you're back. I was just saying that I think your point being was that he's putting people in positions where they could potentially impede those votes or change election results in some way or another to suit himself. Or but the thing that I was going to say was that I'm pretty sure that all the political parties are doing that already. So he's not any worse for doing it. I still think it's wrong, by the way. It's a corrupt thing to do.
No, has this ever happened in history?
What, where people who are politically affiliated to particular people are involved in the electoral college?
In a democracy, has anyone ever put someone in place to nullify the result of an election?
Oh, that's their specific job.
But that's never I mean, like, even though they can or can't, and that's happened, whenever, they made that. That's never happened before in history where they put them there specifically to nullify if it went against them. And that is scary as shit.
That is pretty fucked. I'd have to look a bit more into that to know the ins and outs of it. I can't really give a full comment on that because I think I misunderstood when you first started talking about it. Honestly, I honestly don't know about that.
Can you hear me better now?
Oh yeah, massively. Yeah, 100%.
God damn. Okay, okay. I'm rifling with earbuds and a headset. Like the headset, I talk to the people that are having like printer issues. But I'm talking to you on a head or earbud.
It's all good, man. It's all good, man.
I'm not gonna bore you with it, but I haven't done it enough where there's muscle memory to it. So like
no, it's okay.
I'm trying to talk to two people at the same time. One person to fix their printer, and then another one to talk about Trump. So like it's a fucked up situation.
It's kind of by the situation anyway. Like when it comes to these two, I do like, just to give my perspective. Like when it came to the election results, I was a bit suspicious at first, just because it did seem a little strange, like some of the goings on. But then after the audits and stuff like that, and the court situation and whatever, I just thought, you know what? No, it does seem pretty legit. There's no need to.
Do you think if there was something, they would have found it by now?
See, the only thing that I'll say is that if there was a cover up, that could have also happened, right? If there was a concerted effort by the powers that be in. If there was a joint effort by the old school rhino fucking Republicans and the Democrats to cause a cover up of if they did commit like large scale election fraud, they could. It is within their power to have caused that to happen. They have the levers of power to cause that to happen. And some of the findings, of I can't remember what they were called, the cyber ninjas or whatever the fuck they were called. that did the audit
in Arizona.
In Arizona. They did find significant tomfoolery. I will say, not enough to actually overturn the election result in that area, but it was enough to say it was enough to suggest that there was attempts at tomfoolery there.
Okay,
and the powers that be in that audit did not give certain evidence that they were asked to give, and they purposefully did not give it, and they were subpoenaed to give it, and they still didn't give it. There was certain things that they did seem to be acting very strangely about. However, despite all that, I still think, generally speaking, it probably was a legitimate thing. It was a legitimate vote. It was a legitimate election. That's how I come out of the other end of it. However, there was some tomfoolery, and if at the end of the day, they did have the political
may
power to
have
do that.
been.
There may have been. I'm not saying there was. I'm saying that if you really wanted to ask me and pin me, if you wanted to ask me and pin me down, and if you asked me, did the Democrats or old school Republicans, if they were choosing to do that, if that was a possibility and they were choosing to do it and they had the power to cover it up, they absolutely had the power to cover that up if they so chose.
What was there any more room for tomfoolery in this election, or that election, the one we're talking about in 2020, versus any other election? Is there
other elections before that one?
They did have more mail-in ballots because of the coronavirus.
Yes, which is the opportunity probably, but also a lot of the machines that they used to vote with were out of date or linked up to the internet when they never should have been. There was also like other breach. They never updated their software in any way, which obviously means it's much more prone to hacking, especially if they have people that they know can fiddle with it, because obviously the government has their own hacking experts that they use to do counterintelligence on people and stuff like that. So there's there's even outside forces that might want to make this happen, like Russia or China or whoever else. So it's not like these things couldn't happen. I don't know if they really did happen, but if you're going to ask me,
the opportunity. Can you agree that the opportunity was there, but there's no direct evidence showing that?
There's no significant evidence that it happened, but it did. If you ask me, did they have the power to make it happen? They absolutely did.
Did they have the power? Sure. But is there any
there's no significant evidence that they did do it.
If I was on the other side looking in, I would say, what is it, May, and the voting happened in November. Was it 9 months, 8 months, 9 months? I think if the opposing side has some credible evidence, it would have been shown by now.
Yeah, but this is what I mean, though, is it like they did have the power to maybe suppress that evidence, and like that's the point I'm making, is that like we'll never really fully know. I think that there's no massively strong evidence to suggest it. I'm just going to accept it as a legitimate vote for now. That's just my come away from it. I just think it's probably just better to just move on and accept it as a legitimate vote.
It's just a question mark for you.
But I do think that there are significant. You
don't think Biden won in 2020?
No, I've said multiple times. I think it was a legitimate vote. I think he won that election.
You think Biden is the president by the votes counted?
Yes.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is if they chose to cause election fraud and cause Biden to win by corrupt means and then cover it up, they did. As in, make it happen. They wanted Biden to win, so they wanted to make it happen, so they did make it happen. Not only did they have the opportunity with the coronavirus and the mail-in ballots to do that, they also had the political institutional power to make it happen and also then cover it up as well. So there is a question mark in the sense that they had the power to make that happen, which is part of the suspicion. It's part of the conspiracy theory, because that's the kernel of truth that all conspiracy theories have. All conspiracy theories have a kernel of truth to them usually, and that is the kernel of truth that people are using. Is that ultimately they could have used the levers of power at their disposal to make that happen if they so chose. The question is, did they choose to do that? I don't know if they did, and it seems to me that in this point in time, it was probably a legitimate vote, and it's fine. But there is a question mark in the sense that they could have done it if they chose to do it, and the question mark is, did they choose to do it? I don't know. Probably not. That's my take.
Right on. Give me one sec.
But that question mark is the fuel for the fire for these people. Is what I'm saying. But anyway, I'm gonna carry on playing the video. Anyway.
Judicial branch, no attempts to overturn the 2020 election could hold its ground. Trump's own Attorney General, William Barr, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Department of Justice, and the Department of Homeland Security all affirmed the legitimacy and security of the 2020 election. In fact, they even go as far as to call this election the most secure in American history. Furthermore...
See, I don't like that they say that. I mean, again, that adds more fuel to the fire of their conspiracy theories, because it suggests that, like, many other ones have not been so secure, but also people know that there was a lot of shenanigans going on. Maybe not enough to actually change the result, but there was stuff going on. And I think to try and play that down or pretend it wasn't happening or anything like that, it fuels the fire even more. I think it's just better to be honest and say, hey, people tried to fuck around with this election, but it didn't work. Right? That would be a better thing to say for most people than to just be like, this was the most secure election that's ever been done, ever in the history of... When literally the election before that, they were fucking banging on about how Russia basically rigged it all and stuff like that. You can't have two opinions at the same time, you know. You either think that there can be tomfoolery in these elections or you don't. And I think, like, you know, there was tomfoolery. Was it enough? Probably not.
Can you hold two at the same, two thoughts at the same time? Could there be room for tomfoolery? Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it enough to sway an election?
No, but that's the point I'm making. Is I that was the thought I had with Trump's election. I thought maybe Russia were trying to fiddle around and make it happen, but was it enough to actually be the determining factor? I don't know. I don't know if it was, really. I think that it was more that people were just fucking sick and tired of all this woke shit that was fucking
even
exploding.
If you found the answer, would it matter?
Sorry, go on, say that again, sorry.
Oh, even if you found the answer to that question, would it matter?
I mean, it would matter.
It would yes or no.
I think it would, because it would matter if Trump was if there was enough sway by Russian actors or whatever, or outside forces to put Trump in power, then yes, because it would call into question the integrity of American elections throughout history. But also, if it did turn out that the institutions of America fixed a vote to make Biden win after that fact as well, then that would mean that like elections going forward are also why would anyone have any trust in it anymore? It would completely collapse in on itself. So yes to both of those questions would be very significant if that was true. If both of those things were true, it'd be massively significant to the political world.
I agree.
So it's very, like, you know, and that's why they have like such a massive vested interest in saying that it's the most secure election ever. But that's what makes it even more suspicious to even say that.
Yeah, that was a stupid thing, saying it was the most secure election ever.
It makes it seem more suspicious.
We haven't seen any widespread fraud going on, period.
You know
No,
what I
no,
mean?
no. In terms of the evidence that has been provided to the public and all that, there's no massively strong evidence that there was enough tomfoolery going on to
That's what I mean.
to really
That's what
affect
they
the
should
election.
have said. Not the most secure
Yes.
election
Yeah.
ever in the
But
world.
this is the honesty.
Like, yeah,
This
just
is the
say,
honesty
hey,
side. This
we
is
haven't seen any shit. Thanks.
Yeah.
Drop the mic. Bye.
Yeah, yeah. It's like there was no fraud whatsoever, not one single fraudulent vote ever made, which is almost like a Trumpian thing to say. It's just like these have been the greatest,
Right.
most secure elections
No
ever
more,
made.
no less. Just do it.
Yeah, it's like now you're making it sound even more suspicious. And now these fucking conspiracy theorists are thinking it even more because you said that. You know what I mean? It's like
It's like a okay. I see what you're saying. Like because he did that. It's a like he could have said something and it could have been gone, but he decided to say nothing, and it's gonna amplify it now.
yeah, it's made it more suspicious to say it's the most secure election ever when everybody knows there was tomfoolery going on. I think just makes it seem more suspicious. That's just my basic opinion on that statement. When the White House came out with that statement, or was it the Home Secretary people or whatever, when they came out saying this is the most secure election ever, I was just like, come on, guys, you're giving a man more ammunition. You're making yourself sound fucking stupid. Everybody knows there was tomfoolery because there's tomfoolery in every single election. It's just generally not enough to actually cause a real issue. That's the thing. Anyway, I'll carry on.
We also have evidence pointing to dishonest
Oh, that's
motivation
fine.
for these Republican investigations, such as Trump's "Find Me 11,780 votes" incident. In response to this truth, we may see a wide range of flimsy counterarguments presented by the opposition, such as, well, what about mail-in ballots? Just as with the overall election, there is no credible evidence that mail-in ballots are unreliable, and they have been a secure staple of US elections for decades. While it is true that mail ballots are marginally more likely to be fraudulent than in-person ballots, it is still more likely for an American to be struck by lightning than to commit mail voting fraud.
I don't know how true that really all is, because those audits in Arizona did find like quite high numbers of like irregularities and stuff like that. Again, not enough to actually change the result of the election, but to pretend like it was not somewhat significant, again, I just don't think it lends itself to. I just don't think optically it's very good. I think they just need to be honest with it and just be like, look, mail-in ballots are not perfect. You know, there was definitely higher rates of irregularity when we did that because normally it wouldn't have been as prevalent, and obviously things happened. But again, just not enough of that happened for it to be significant or whatever. But again, there's this tendency to minimize it, and then when they do that, it just makes it more. It makes it more suspicious. Because these irregularities were in like the tens of thousands, if not the hundreds of thousands of these mail-in ballots were found to be like not right. Like they, not in the sense that they were necessarily fraudulent, but in like a lot of other circumstances probably wouldn't have been admitted or used as legitimate votes a lot of the time, and they were counted anyway. And so it's things like that. I don't know if that's exactly fraud or not, but like it was definitely either negligence or people just kind of not doing their jobs properly and stuff. And you gotta acknowledge that. Like if you don't acknowledge it, then you're giving these fucking people more ammunition and you're hurting the side. I think you're just hurting the position that the election was legitimate.
As such, if Republicans are so concerned with the impact of their voting share caused by the use of mail-in ballots, they could just urge their constituents to remain indoors during thunderstorms for a similar effect. Despite this, the opposition may still want to squabble about a tiny amount of fraudulent votes, in which case they have to grapple with the fact that, once again, out of the very limited instances of voter fraud, most of them are due to mistakes and clerical errors, not organized efforts, as well as the fact that not all fraudulent
so he did kind of mention it there, but again, he is still minimizing it.
Ballots are cast for Democrats. We may also see the conspiratorial film 2000 Mules be referenced during this debate. This film has been extensively debunked, and at the end of the day, there's a reason why it's a film and not a court case. Ultimately, there are no sound arguments for the election fraud conspiracy, And at this point, maybe your opposition's only option are absurd, non-falsifiable
Did
claims.
he say most of the fraudulent ones?
Hey, there, Centrist.
Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have I have less than an hour left on my actual job.
Okay.
I don't think I'll get a call, but I have to pay more attention to that. I'm still here. I'm just gonna kind of
No, that's
play
okay,
more,
man. You concentrate on
more
what you need to.
active
I'm going to
role.
be obviously talking to the audience and stuff like that. But if you ever want to chime in, it's that's your prerogative. But yeah, if you need to concentrate for a little bit longer, you go for it. I'm going to be here for a little bit longer anyway, good another hour or two myself. So
Right on.
yeah. So don't worry about it too much. But
Cool.
yeah.
If we don't get to talk again, it's been a pleasure. Appreciate it.
No, it's been great, and I'd have you on again easily. So there's no problem with that. And anyone else that's watching in the chat or wants to jump in the chat to interact or whatever, you can do that. And if anybody ever fancied coming on my show, then you're more than welcome. I'm more than happy to have people on and chat with people. Just to be honest with you, I just like the energy. I like bouncing off people. It makes it more interesting. But yeah, so what was the point I was going to make with Rose here? Like, he said that most of the ones that the audits found that seem to be inconsistent or were not. I want to shy away from calling them fraudulent, but like in the sense of like they were negligently made or like they didn't meet the standards of what a proper vote should have been, but they were counted anyway. And then these audits found them and said that like, oh, okay, all these votes, like the fucking, they shouldn't have really been counted. He said, oh, well, most of them were for Democrats anyway. And I was like, well, yeah, but isn't that the point? Like, they were trying to get the Democrats to win, so they were trying to flood more votes in. I mean, that's like the kind of the idea here. But apparently they didn't need those excess votes because they already had all the votes they actually needed anyway. So, but the point is that if they were trying to get Biden to win, then yeah, of course they would have. A lot of them would have been for Democrats, so I don't really get what his point was there. Unless, did I just hear him wrong? Did I hear him wrong when it? Because I guess maybe they took them out. Maybe they re-amended the results and they took them out. So maybe that's why he was saying that. It's like, oh, they were for Democrats anyway, and we took them out. So, but the Democrats still won anyway. But that was like the point being is that like they shouldn't have been counted, and they were counted for Democrats. So that means that like that's like again, adds fuel to the fire for the conspiracy.
Claims such as, well, maybe the Republicans just weren't trying hard enough. We may also see a range of false equivalencies between what happened on January 6th and election conspiracies with democratic instances of demonstration and investigation. What about the BLM riots? First of all, neither I, as you all know probably, nor Destiny support the BLM riots. Secondly, there were over 10,000 BLM demonstrations that occurred over more than a year, of which 94% were peaceful, as opposed to the Capitol riot, which was 100% a riot.
Yes, but that was like one riot in one incident. It was still a bad riot, like, don't get me wrong. But the BLM thing, I don't know if they should really be compared, in all honesty. And most of the demonstrations for BLM, like he says, most of them were peaceful, but a lot of them were just like, 20, 30 people in a random town somewhere just doing a march and stuff like that. Like, the really big, significant ones in the cities all across the nation that caused like literally billions of dollars worth of damage and wrecked people's businesses. A lot of those businesses are not coming back. It really did a hit on the economy and ruined a lot of people's lives. A lot of people also died because of them as well. And also the police forces were spread thin from COVID, but then also spread thin by the riots themselves as well, which also lent opportunistic criminals lent itself to them to do more violence and bad things. And overall, it was a fucking mess and really, really bad. Like they say, they didn't support that. Destiny didn't support any of that and stuff like that, which I commend him for. But I don't even know why they should be compared, to be honest with you. They shouldn't be compared. It shouldn't be like, well, BLM rioted, so we should be able to go into the White House and fucking riot there. No. Like, it's not a good point. Like, it's just not a good point. Like, oh.
Thirdly, just because riots occurred at some BLM demonstrations, that does
how
not
about
excuse the
no?
riot at the Capitol. And finally, the fundamental grievances of BLM, those being police brutality and systemic racism, are real. Widespread election fraud is not. Well, what about the Kavanaugh protest? During the Kavanaugh protest, the Capitol was open to the public, unlike on January 6th. In fact, people who demonstrated inside the building stood in line for tickets in order to be allowed to enter. They're also not comparable in terms of violence, as the Kavanaugh protests were peaceful, whereas the Capitol riot was not. Well, what about Russian interference? Isn't that like the election fraud conspiracy? No.
Sorry, I'm just switching my light on. It's getting a bit dark in here. Got the lamp on my face, but it's getting a bit bright. Turn it off and have this instead. I think that might be a bit better. Or am I still looking a little dark? I can't tell. It's better for me anyway, it's better for my eyes. Switch that back on.
No, it's not. Firstly, Hillary conceded immediately following the election. Trump did not. Trump is still pushing the narrative that he was cheated. Secondly, the Russian investigators did actually lead to several indictments and prove the existence of Russian interference in the presidential election, specifically on social media. The election conspiracy has no such findings. We may also get conspiracies about how the police let them into the Capitol, and such claims betray either a fundamental misunderstanding of riot management or proof that you take...
Wait, wasn't there, didn't Twitter and loads of media companies and Facebook and stuff, they released that thing where they were like, we're going to do this thing. I can't remember what the fuck it was now off the top of my head. But they were like, we're going to remove all these people from platforms. We're going to not allow certain people to say certain things about the election and blah, blah, blah. And they were like, came down and like did this massive big sweep thing that was like, it was kind of fucked up, really. And in a way, that was them interfering in the election in a certain way. Like, you know, if he's going to talk about Russian interference via social media, then surely the social media companies could very, very possibly have had a hand in how that election went as well. So it's, you know, it's I don't know. He's kind of glossing over some stuff here. Like there was some weird shit going on at that point in time. There was a lot of weird shit going on.
30-second out-of-context videos as proof. As such, it is
You know what? I'm gonna have to go to the toilet. I don't mean to keep pausing it so much. I just once I've gone to the toilet, I can get it out of my system. We can actually get into this a little bit more. Here we go.
Barely worth my time in my opening statement. Finally, we may get equally unfounded accusations that Antifa or the...
fuck me. I've just forgot something else. Sorry guys, I'm really sorry. I won't be a sec. Alright. Oh, fuck it. I should probably get some snacks.
The
Okay,
FBI were
okay,
present at the
package.
Capitol riots, and you know what? I can't really blame you, because if I was a conservative, I'd think that Baked Alaska was a psyop too. This brings us to Nick Fuentes and Baked Alaska. I have sympathy for those duped into the election conspiracy by demagogues, but very little for the demagogues themselves. The election fraud conspiracies they pushed contributed to the stochastic force that compelled so many Trump supporters to show up at the Capitol. Nick Fuentes and Baked Alaska either knowingly pushed a false conspiracy, or they too were duped into believing it. As such, they're either deliberate liars or so heavily infected with conservative brain rot that you can safely disregard anything they say. Baked Alaska entered and paraded inside the Capitol building and streamed all the way through. Despite all the talks about conservative prosecution and hyper-politicization of the January 6 charges, he was given a plea deal that merely required him to plead guilty to misdemeanors. A plea deal which, may I add, he almost fumbled because he couldn't hold his tongue in court. Perhaps the prosecution was so lenient with him because of how very helpful his livestream was in identifying other rioters. Fuentes, on the other hand, was smart enough not to enter the Capitol building, although he had no issues inciting his fans to do so. In conclusion, January 6th riot was a violent event that resulted in millions of dollars of damages, hundreds of injuries, a half-dozen deaths, and a unique assault on the peaceful democratic transition of power, all driven by a bogus theory pushed by Trump, Republican lawmakers, the conservative media, and the two members of our opposition in today's debate. Thank you.
Okay, Baked, if
Not
you
a bad,
wanna...
not a bad opening
Okay,
statement.
yeah. Well, first of all, there's a lot of personal stuff in there. For an opening statement, I thought we were focused on January 6th, Buffalo shooting. Okay, interesting.
And we'll open the floor after everybody gives their openings and...
Yeah, very, very, very interesting there. Thank you for that, Rose. All right. Well, yeah. I mean, let's see. Where did I don't know where to start with this, but I haven't seen 2,000 Mules. Obviously, there was fraud. There was major fraud in the 2020 election. There's so much evidence of it. You know, Trump got more votes than Obama, yet you want us to believe that Joe Biden, the lowest approval rated president of all time, I believe, got more votes than Trump with zero energy. No one's showing up at his rallies. You know, it really does not.
I mean, look, it could just be that people weren't going because of COVID, you know, and shit. There was like a completely different reaction on that side of the political spectrum to COVID than on the Trump side. So, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, what are you going to say? Like, maybe a lot of people, like, in the way that Trump was a reaction to a lot of the wokeness and all that kind of stuff, and people were like, I'm fed up with this, let's go with Trump. And they kind of did it on the spur of the moment, a lot of people, I think. I think after 4 years of Trump, a lot of people are probably like, you know what, I'm kind of sick of everything being about Trump all the fucking time. Maybe we should just go with Biden, because fuck it, man, this is getting really stupid. Could just be that as well. You don't know, man. Oh shit, what was that?
Got more votes than Obama, yet you want us to believe that Joe Biden, the lowest approval rated president of all time, I believe, got more votes than Trump with zero energy. No one's showing up at his rallies. You know, it really does not add up there. So, you know, we'll get more into that, but obviously there's so much proof about the fraud. There's so much proof about the fraud, about Trump.
At least actually bring some. If you're going to say there's some proof, at least fucking bring some. You know? I've at least referenced the Arizona audit, right? At least that's something that you can look at and come away with your own conclusions. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong on what I said. I'm pretty sure I'm right. I'm pretty sure I read it correctly. I may forget some of the exact numbers of things, but you know, like I say, it's kind of by the by. At least I've said something here. Alaska, you're coming in going, oh, there's so much proof of it. At least give some fucking proof if you're going to say there's some fucking proof. Like, Jesus Christ, man.
Absolutely dominating in 2020, just like he did in 16, sorry. And you know, we're gonna prove that today. As far as like all the personal shots or whatever, I mean, you're not even a fucking American. I don't know where you come from. But I actually was at January 6th. I was arrested by the feds. You can keep simping for, you know, global corporate entities all you want. You know, I find it so interesting too. The left loves corporations now. Isn't that funny? You know, they started this whole Occupy Wall Street thing. Oh, wow. Now they're simping for the corporations. Okay, but you know what I say? I say fuck the feds, fuck the corporations. Yes, I am fighting this legal battle in court. And you say, oh, you know, 100% of it was a riot. That's not true. People have already been fucking acquitted, you idiot. Look at the court logs, dude. Like, you're so lost. I mean, you're not even American. You're so out of touch with this shit. It's not even funny. That was embarrassing. I mean, you're reading off like a fucking mainstream media cheat sheet there. You know, good job. Woo! Great job with your stats there, buddy. You know, that was boring as shit. But listen, I'm a real human being. So is Nick.
You're not really bringing anything, though. You're just kind of attacking the guy and whatever. You're not really bringing anything, based on that. That's what the problem is here. You know, it's like, at least bring something. Like, you know, then maybe I could actually have some sympathy towards your side. But at this point in time, you're just justifying all this shit with, like, motivated reasoning and no real proof to back it up.
Nick, we're real American patriots. We didn't believe in a lie or conspiracy theory like your globalist overlords want to tell you. But Trump won the election in 2020.
I do take his point, though, that the left completely simp for massive corporations now. It's very strange. I do take that side of it. But this is the postmodernist left that are not the same as the far left socialists who don't necessarily do that. But the woke left definitely do. The woke left, that is definitely a corporate, postmodernist, like nihilist. I don't know. Just a fucking weird movement, man.
2020, there was a largely peaceful protest. BLM sucks. They are not peaceful. And, you know, we're just going to prove that here today. So good to be here, guys. Thank you.
All right, Destiny. Get in there.
I mean, obviously, I agree with everything that Rose just said. It's hard to say that it's not going to be personal when you are both kind of like personally involved in this. I mean, there's going to be some level of personal investment. There's going to be some level of like personal indictment throughout the course of this conversation, I imagine. I am excited to talk about the evidence, I guess, for fake ballots or for a rigged election or for there to be so much fraud that it would have changed the outcome of any of the states that were important in actually determining the outcome of the election.
Destiny.
I do agree with what Baked Alaska said. Donald Trump did indeed get more votes than Obama, but unfortunately, there was one other guy that got more votes than Obama too, and he got even more votes than Donald Trump, and that was Joe Biden. And at the end of the day, well, really, that's not even all that counts. What counts is the Electoral College, which Trump also tried to stop, by the way, and he was unable to do so successfully. But yeah, the January 6th riots themselves wouldn't necessarily be a problem. Fighting for your democracy is a noble cause. It's just a little bit sad when there are players, both politically, lawmakers, or the president, and players in terms of activism or YouTube, like Baked Alaska or Nick Fuentes, that are kind of misleading people into believing that the election was stolen, which is causing them to take these violent actions, which is what we'll probably be talking about today.
Yeah. Very good response from Destiny. Very good.
Okay. So I guess the first claim here is about January 6th and that people went there to try to stop the actual counting of the electoral votes. And I would dispute that characterization because there were approximately 500,000 people in D.C. that day. And if you recall, Donald Trump himself held a rally on the Ellipse outside the White House that morning. I actually have learned since some of these indictments came out, for example, against Stuart Rhodes and against Enrique Tarrio, that the militias may have planned to disrupt the Electoral College, meaning there was a premeditated plan to breach the Capitol and then occupy the Capitol for the purpose of obstructing the act of Congress. I didn't know that at the time. I think most people didn't know that at the time. That was strictly two groups. I think the number of people that have been charged with conspiracy is between 50 and 100. So you have 500,000 people there, and the people actually charged with conspiracy. In other words, that there was a premeditated effort to go in there and prevent the count. That was a very, very small percentage of the actual people there. I think most people there, most people that were present at the Capitol on 1/6 didn't breach. And most people that breached, I think, did that in a way that was not premeditated. I think that, you know, if you look at a guy like Baked Alaska as an example, I don't think, and I know him, that he planned on storming the Capitol to stop the count. I think they went to the Capitol. They were met with police barricades. The barricades were pushed back. The cops were pushed back. And I think some people pushed inside the Capitol, and then they were cleared out. And this is evidenced by the fact that a lot of them didn't really even have a plan. It's not like these people went in there and said, okay, here's our map. Here, we're going here. You know, people are taking pictures. People are walking within the velvet robes. People are acting like tourists. They're not carrying firearms. They're not carrying weapons. They're not wearing armor. So when you look at who, if anybody, had a plan to stop the count, it's a fraction of the people. It's a small fraction of the people that breached, and the people that breached are a small fraction of the people that were there. The vast majority of people that were there on 1/6, including myself and Baked Alaska, were there to peacefully protest the last sort of major constitutional date before a new president was inaugurated. I can tell you, I had no intentions. My idea of January 6th was I was going there, and it was like the last get together before the Biden administration. I had no hope that Mike Pence was going to do the things that Republicans wanted him to do. My plan was to attend the Trump rally, and then I had made dinner plans at like 5 o'clock that evening to go meet with friends, and I was going to go shoot an interview with Alex Jones and do something for my documentary. So I dispute the characterization that like a lot or even most, or vice versa, most or even a lot of the people that were there had some kind of plan to obstruct the counting of the vote and disrupting the process. I don't think that's borne out by the facts. And we could see the facts in the indictments. Those are all public. All the complaints filed by the DOJ in connection with the 6 are publicly searchable in a database. And
I think on this point, he's correct. On the debate point that, was it an insurrection? No. Was it fucked up? Yes. But was there reasoning for doing everything they did wrong? Which is not really the point in hand, is it really? It's not really the debate point in hand, but was their reasoning for what they were doing valid? Was it backed up by evidence and reality? Not necessarily. Well, we could just say no, I suppose. So, whether it was an insurrection or not, what they're doing and what they're advocating for was still wrong and based on faulty logic and basically no evidence. So, you know, but for the debate point of was it an insurrection, I'd say no. And I think even Destiny has said that. So I don't know why you would agree to this debate point exactly. They should have rephrased this debate point. Like maybe was the January 6th riot valid or something like that, right? That was the riot a valid thing to do? Then we'd have a debate here. Then we'd have a real debate.
The last time I checked, which was recently, the number of conspiracy charges is like 50 to 100 out of 500,000. And even if you're being conservative about the numbers, maybe it's 250,000. At the most, it's 500,000 people. Either way, 100 out of 250,000 or 500,000 isn't a lot. Then you get to the issue of election fraud. And I'll say this, for us to be successful in this debate, we don't need to prove necessarily that there was fraud that pushed the election in favor of Biden. All we have to do is prove that there is a reasonable doubt about the validity of the election, which I think is a far simpler task. And what I mean by this is, when you look at Arizona is the only state that has conducted an independent ballot audit to date. And what they found is over 100,000 discrepancies in the vote. Now, Donald Trump only lost Arizona by a margin of 10,000 votes. The independent ballot audit has delivered over 100,000 discrepancies. Now, we don't need to necessarily know exactly what those are or what the outcome would be if those weren't there. It's sufficient to say that, if the discrepancies are 10 times greater than the margin of difference between the two candidates, that the whole contest has to be tossed out. The whole contest, you can't go through 100,000 ballots and say, I think this one's good and this one's bad. You just have to throw the election out and say it's not legit, which is what people were saying during the steal. And that's the only state that's conducted. There were states that conducted recounts, and there were states that conducted other things. But the only states that conducted a proper audit, the only state is Arizona in 2021, and they delivered a large enough number of discrepancies that you could reasonably say this election may not have been fair. The other thing is this. I think that the election fraud narrative would make a lot less sense any other year, except that this
I really hate to say it, but what he just said is true. I don't know if it's enough to throw it out. You should probably go through and look you probably should look at the details of it. I don't know if you should throw it out instantly. You should probably look at the details of it first. But then, if it's hard to come to some solid conclusion from what you're looking at, then throw it out and do another vote, right? But it probably should have triggered more of those kinds of audits. That's what I'll say to that. Yeah, I am a bit loath to agree with Nick Fuentes in any given point in time, but he's not actually wrong about this. I watched that audit. I watched a bunch of the court days. I read the documents, and he's not completely wrong here.
2020 election had more non-traditional votes than any other election in history by far. You had more than 40% of the ballots cast by mail. In 2016, it was only 20% cast by mail. So you had double the amount of mail-in ballots. And mail-in ballots are obviously susceptible to fraud. Rose, you said, you have a greater chance of being struck by lightning than having a fake ballot or something. When you have millions of ballots being solicited, meaning sent to people's homes, and then the ballots show up at drop boxes, and that accounts for 40%, 69% of the ballots are early voting or mail-in ballots. This is a completely non-traditional election. And I think it's fair to say, even if you disagree with our conclusions, I think it's fair to say that an election which has more non-traditional voting than ever before deserves more scrutiny than ever before. If this is the first election where you've got nearly half of the ballots are cast by mail, and that's never happened before, you could say this is unique, this is extraordinary, this is exceptional, and therefore it warrants careful scrutiny. Instead, what people are saying is the reverse. They're saying, no, it's the safest election ever. Really? Because we just went through 4 years of special counsel and impeachment because some Russian agent paid for Facebook ads in the state of Michigan in 2016. But 40% mail-in ballots, we're just going to look at that and say, well, the government said it's okay, so it's okay.
I hate that I have to agree with him, but these points are pretty fucking valid. In fact, Destiny's looking really serious right now, and Rose is not looking great either, because I think they both know that Nick is actually making some valid points about the election there. It was even stated, I remember reading articles that were actually before any of this. It was before, it was like years before this election. So before anyone knew they were going to do loads of mail-in ballots, it was an article. I can't remember who wrote it now. It was one of the more main things. I don't know if I can find it again. I'll see if I can find it again. I'm pretty sure it was before all this, because I was trying to find stuff that was. I was purposely trying to find stuff that was kind of outside this debate, because I wanted to know. At the time, I was like, okay, are mail-in ballots more susceptible to this and that and the other thing? And there was an article that, like I say, I'm pretty sure it was written years before this. So they didn't know there was going to be a big mail-in ballot thing. And they were talking specifically about the risks of mail-in ballots and certain instances where there has been certain levels of manipulation used on local elections, very local elections, for stuff like a DA or I don't know, a DA is voted on. I can't remember, but like like a mayor or like a police chief or some shit like that, where people can go and vote, and there was other mail-in voting, or like a district like council member or some shit like that, right? Like little things like that, where you're not going to get these huge voter turnouts and stuff, but like you'll get like a fairly significant enough, and people fiddling with that and using mail-in votes to fiddle with that and stuff like that. There was like a few examples given with that, and there was a couple of Republican ones, there was a couple of Democrat ones that had done it. And yeah, it was one of them where it was like, oh shit, okay, so there is like an element where mail-in ballots have been acknowledged in the past to be susceptible to this. This wasn't like a new thing that people were talking about because of this election. This is something that had been acknowledged in the past about mail-in ballots, and it's why they don't usually use them in such numbers. Obviously, it was a special case because of COVID, but he is right in that sense that yeah, maybe there should have been extra scrutiny to that because of that, and there was already prior knowledge of that being the case. You know what I mean?
In Europe, in France, they outlawed mail-in ballots in the 1970s because of the potential for fraud. And across Europe, many countries have banned mail-in ballots for the same reason. And the reason why is because there's no chain of custody. A mail-in ballot is sent out by the state to the voter's residence, and then the next time the state sees the ballot is in a drop box. There's no chain of custody. They don't see an ID. They don't see that the person that vote was intended for is signing it and voting for it in person, presenting identification. They ship it out. They get it back. No chain of custody. And when that accounts for 40% of the ballots, that poses a big problem about the credibility of the election. So I think it's actually extremely fair that during that period from November 3rd until January 6th, people like myself and Baked Alaska were out there protesting and demanding special sessions of the state legislatures to appoint an independent ballot audit to look at the ballots and verify if the election was legitimate or not. And then if the contest is thrown out, then the state legislatures regain their power to appoint the electors, and then they appoint them in the direction that the state legislature voted. That's originally how the Electoral College worked. So, so again, if we're going to define our terms here, the important thing to keep in mind about the fraud is all we have to prove is that there's a reasonable doubt when you look at these major discrepancies, or a possibility for major discrepancies, and that's obviously there. And I think the only people that reject that are people that are invested so heavily in a Biden victory. I'm willing to say, oh, maybe Trump was a sore loser or whatever, and I think that would have made a lot more sense in 2016. I think that would have made more sense for Republicans in 12 or 2008. But in 2020, 43% mail-in ballots, this warrants extra careful scrutiny, and it didn't get that. So that's my take.
All right, we can open up the floor now. And we're going to do questions after each topic. So if you guys have questions, you can send them in. We'll try to get to as many as we can, but it's through the powerchat.live/politicallyprovoked. All right.
Before we get into the all the voting mail-in stuff, I just have one question for Nick Fuentes. So if you say that you were there just to peacefully protest with Bake Alaska, then why were you outside the Capitol building with a megaphone saying things like, keep moving towards the Capitol. It appears we are taking the Capitol. Keep marching and don't relent. Never relent. Break down the barriers and disregard the police. The Capitol belongs to us now. Let those politicians know. That's exactly how it should be. These politicians do not represent us, they betray us, and now we're forcibly evicting them from the people's house. They should live in fear of the American people. How does that square with your peaceful protest statement?
Because we're referring to the Capitol lawn. If you weren't there on that day, maybe you don't know. But
you're evicting them from the people's house. That's not the lawn, that's the house.
The people's...
Yeah, fuck politicians. To be honest, I don't want them to overthrow the government because they're fucking imbeciles and stupid. Well, they're not stupid. That's a bad thing to say because then you're underestimating them. I Baked Alaska's stupid. That's very clear. Nick is not stupid. But yeah, it's more that I don't want them overthrowing the government. That's for sure because they're very hateful people. They don't even really believe in America first when it comes down to it. They don't really believe in the American people. They don't even believe in the Constitution, a lot of them. I know Nick doesn't. Nick wants to create a fucking monarchy or some retarded shit. He's a fucking idiot. Well, an idiot in the sense of like, I don't like his ideas, not that he's actually stupid. Because he's very smart to be where he is. He's very smart to be saying what he's saying. He's picked a very good argument there. Unlike Baked Alaska, who just resorted to being like, whoa. He had nothing to fucking say, man. He's an idiot. Yeah, Nick is a smart guy, and you have to acknowledge that, because otherwise you're going to underestimate him, and he can do even more damage. So we can't underestimate people like Nick Fuentes. However, I definitely don't want people like him overthrowing the government like that. Absolutely not. But I'm not gonna lie, I do share the same spirit of fuck the politicians, but maybe this isn't the best way to go about it.
His house is the Capitol complex.
The house
Does that
isn't
include
referred
the
to
lawn?
building.
Yeah, the entire property.
what,
is
really?
his house. Well, you can laugh and you can quibble about the details, but you weren't there on that day. You don't even know what you're talking about.
I mean, technically, somebody that wasn't there
Are you
could.
going to let me respond? You asked a question. You read out the whole quote. Let
Sure,
me
well,
respond.
like saying
and
like we're not there isn't a response.
provide
You guys
the
all had
context.
video, right?
Capitol grounds, like legally.
Yeah, I know. I have it.
Wait, let me finish
The
what
reason the video's out there is it's on my phone.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So the entire Capitol complex was barricaded with metal barriers. And so you had people, and if you look on the Capitol complex where I wasn't even close to the building. I wasn't even close. I could provide a map of the Capitol. I could show you exactly where I was. I was outside the lawn.
How do you
And so
evict
where I was
people
standing,
from the
people are
lawn? I'm
moving
really curious about how
towards-
that works, Nick.
And we
Are-
were.
you're going to keep interrupting me because I'm providing the context. See, the problem with I think how the debate's going to work is it's not happening in good faith. You know, when you're going to stand there and say, oh, but you know, it was a chaotic day. I mean, we're out there in like the middle of a world historical moment. And I'll admit, for legal reasons, I probably should have chose my words more carefully. But if you look at the geography of where I was standing, the context provides perfect sense, or makes perfect sense. I was standing out there. People are marching towards peacefully to protest on the lawn. They said, we're taking the Capitol back, meaning we're occupying the Capitol, surrounding it. People were surrounding the Capitol from the Washington Monument all the way across the reflection pond, or whatever that is between the monument and the Capitol, and surrounding the Capitol on all sides. I was not referring to the building. I'm referring to the complex, saying we're taking the city back. We're taking the people's house back. You know, and if I were saying it in any other way, why wouldn't I have breached? If I was saying, you know, we're going in there, whatever. You know, I was wearing a suit. I was wearing dress shoes. The idea
You're smart enough to know you'll
because
get in
of
trouble for that.
It constitutes some premeditated plan. It's just not borne out by any of the rest of
Okay,
it.
so one simple follow-up question then. How do you forcibly evict politicians from the lawn? How does that work?
Well, what they said at the time was that the politicians were running away inside the Capitol because the Capitol was surrounded by 500,000 people.
If it's surrounded, then how are they getting, like, wouldn't that just make them want to stay in there even more? Wouldn't eviction require
Listen,
kind
it
of
wasn't
pushing them out?
I didn't say that in a courtroom. I said that at a rally.
Yeah,
So
it's
that's
regardless of where
rhetoric.
you said it, right? That's relevant. If you're saying you just came there with peaceful intentions and then you're saying stuff like this,
I
it
did.
begs a few
Well,
questions.
let me ask you this. If I came in there with anything other than peaceful intentions, why would I come in dress shoes and no weapons and no tactical gear? The rest to stop the steal, I wore a...
Well, you could very easily just be like a belligerent, you know, like there was drummer boys in the armies. Do you remember that? They used to come to give morale and to shout things and give aid and whatever, but they weren't actually directly involved in the violence a lot of the time. A lot of the time they didn't have arms on them. You know, you were basically a drummer boy. You were shouting things, whipping people into a frenzy because you knew, and you do this as your job, like you literally manipulate people as a public leader, like a leader of a movement. Like you knew that you could cater to their anger and their frustration at the election results, and you know they would do it for you. You'd come up in your dress shoes and your nice suit and whatever, And you would say all those things, and they would do it for you. You didn't need to do it. You knew that they would do it for you if you said the right things. That's why. And now you've got this little cover to be like, oh, that was no.
A bulletproof vest and a bomber jacket. If I was trying to breach the Capitol or forcibly evict anybody,
Note that I have not a single time said that you were trying to get into the Capitol.
Tie and dress shoes and no armor and no weapons. It just doesn't make any sense. Why would I?
That's like saying this is like saying if a general. This is like saying if a general wants to win a war, why isn't he on the front lines fighting with his troops?
True.
Like,
no,
I mean,
it's not
obviously,
like that at all.
It's not like that at all. It absolutely is, right? Like anybody
Not
that's
even
listening.
close.
That can I finish my sentence, please? That's what's going to happen.
Now
People are arguing in bad faith. I let you finish. I let you talk for so long. Okay?
All right. Right.
The idea, obviously, that you're going to show up with a megaphone to tell people to evict who from the lawn? Do they have mole rats? Do they have like what's going on out there that we're evicting people from the lawn? Like it's pretty obvious like what the implication is. Especially
to be fair as well, though, it's also kind of stupid because the politicians are not bound to the building. Like their power still exists even if they did evacuate the building and they occupied the building for a period of time. That wouldn't then make them the leaders just because they're in the house, right? It's not quite how it works. You know?
If you're going to use words around the election, like, well, what's like a reasonable doubt, right? The idea that you showed up and you weren't ready yourself to run in because you've got 1,000 people in front of you that you know that you can scream at or go on to run in, you know, it doesn't exonerate your action.
Destiny coming with the based centrist taste
anymore, and it doesn't point to you being there as a peaceful demonstrator. It's pretty clear that your words, even if you yourself are saying that, well, I didn't.
Yeah, he was a little cheerleader. He was there with his pom poms and shit. You know what I mean? Showing his ass.
Have the intention of doing that, you know what the perception of those words are going to be, right? If I were to give a megaphone to a black person, put them downtown Seattle and have them screaming, we're going to evict the Capitol owners from their businesses, I don't think you would be on the America First program saying, you know, I think that Jamal, what he was saying was he just wanted to clean the sidewalks up.
Jamal. Destiny.
Right? You'd be saying he's sending people into those businesses to tear them down, to take the people onto the street, to beat the shit out of them. That's exactly what you would be saying. And I think it's pretty fair to say that it's probably the same thing that was going on January 6th. You're goading the audience on, you're goading the crowd on. You can tell that people are trying to break in or are breaking into the Capitol building, and you're telling people to get in there and evict the legislatures from their...
Yeah, 100%.
From the lawmaker's house. Like, pretty obvious what's going on.
It's the opposite. It's the opposite. And the thing is, both of you weren't there. You know, me and Baked Alaska are primary sources.
Okay, I will interrupt you when you say this. You can't say we weren't there. We have video.
You weren't there. You weren't there.
That's not an argument. We have video.
Yeah, because that argument could have been used in the Kyle Rittenhouse situation. It'd be like, oh, he was a mass shooter, he was killing everybody, and blah blah blah, and none of it was in self-defense. He just started shooting everybody randomly, and blah blah blah, which obviously didn't happen, and we had the video to see that. And then they turn around and go, well, you weren't there. It's like but there was video evidence of it happening that way. It's not an actual argument. You live streamed the whole fucking thing, which they did. Like, it's a fucking retarded thing to say. Yeah.
We can watch. Wait. Hang on. Of course, it's an argument. It's an argument because you're taking 20-minute video, 25-minute video from the day of. We were there on the ground. We were there. We participated.
Okay, do we want to do Brittany, do we want to do like the do we want to do the Buffalo argument? Me and Rose automatically lose. If their whole argument is just we weren't there. I mean, no one can counter
no,
that. You have it. That's like the key.
Wait, don't worry. We have another.
We weren't there. Like, I mean, you win. Damn. Like, I didn't even consider the back of the argument. We weren't there. Oh my goodness.
Right, Brittany, you got to introduce a little control here. So are we allowed to respond or what?
So I think Bake was trying to say something, right?
Well, hey, no, I got to respond to the first part.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No,
I don't know.
So the argument about January 6th is that if you look at the indictments, you know, the federal government is going after everybody that they can. You know, that's what they said at the beginning. They said, we're going after the e-celebs first, and now they're cracking down on the militias. The indictments for conspiracy for militia groups is between 50 and 100. In other words, the people that conspiracy, meaning that they plotted to breach. this is a fraction. That's the argument. Is
Me
that
and
it's a
Rose-
That's not the
fraction of a
argument we're
fraction.
making.
Hold on.
Hang
Me
on,
and Ro-
whoa,
to be
whoa,
clear-
whoa,
Wait,
now
just
you're
wait,
interrupting
hold
me
on,
again.
yeah.
Well, it is the argument. It is the argument if the debate topic is, was it an insurrection? I'm pretty sure that was the debate topic, right? Was January 6th an insurrection? I'm pretty sure when they started this debate, that was the debate topic is da 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 da. That is what they said. I'm sure of it. And if that is the debate topic, then he is correct in that. Unfortunately, Rose and Destiny, they didn't. They should have asked to change that question, because that's not the debate they actually want to have. They want to have the debate of was January 6th based on any real evidence, and was it a valid riot / protest, right? Like, and
Hello, my dude.
oh, yo, how? Yeah, how's it going, man?
Good. I dipped it out of work a little early.
Oh, right, okay.
Which is all good because it's my Friday. It's preach on, brother.
Yeah, like this is the problem I'm having here with this debate, right? Is that Destiny and Rose want to have a slightly different debate to what the actual debate topic is. And the debate topic actually supports Nick and Baked Alaska. I'm assuming that they either asked for this question, or Destiny and Rose didn't realize that this debate topic was not going to go in this direction. Because
debating on semantics and the definitions of
no. The debate topic is, was it an insurrection? Right, that is the debate topic in of itself, and he's saying, well, when a fraction of people are nefarious actors of like 250,000 people, I'm going to use the conservative estimate of how many people were there. Even then, that is such a small fraction that it can't be characterized as a planned, organized insurrection, right? So in that instance, in that debate topic, he has actually won that debate topic, right? But the debate that they actually want to have, and which is what
depends on what the goal of winning is.
Well, I mean, to be honest, it doesn't. The goal is to. Mostly, this debate is just a reason for these two groups to try and outmaneuver each other optically. But the thing is with it is that Rose and Destiny, when they were organising this debate, when they were given that debate topic or question, they should have said, "Can we change the question to were the riots valid?" or something like that. Maybe not. Maybe that's not quite the right question, but basically something where there's a more open discussion. Because the debate they want to have is, were you doing this on the right pretenses, on the right kind of evidence, on or what was your actual role while you were there? Were you egging it on? Were you facilitating it to happen? And that debate would have been better served by a slightly different debate topic or question. The question that they asked was it an insurrection? And that has nothing to do with the things that Rose and Destiny are trying to debate with. And it's such a shame, because I don't want to agree with Nick on anything where possible. But unfortunately, because of that, just because of that small thing, he's actually winning this debate because of that small oversight where they didn't advocate for that. I think they just thought like, oh, was it an insurrection? Like, whatever, we can just talk about whatever. I don't think they thought too deep about it, but now it's kind of biting them in the arse, you know?
Okay. I kind of see it as Fuentes. I don't think he has any leg to stand on January 6th. So anything that he says, I don't think he has to win. I think anything he says he has to lose. So I mean, things like on a platform, or winning or losing on that, I think it's just losing on January 6th.
I mean just about this debate and this debate topic, like whether he's like, I believe what they're saying when they're saying like, Nick, you were there to basically egg it on, and you were a little cheerleader, and you were basically egging people on to go in there because you knew that they would do it for you. You didn't have to go in with weapons and stuff like that, because you knew You have the manipulative power. He already knows he has this power because he runs the fucking Groyper movement or whatever, America First and all that.
Yeah.
Like, so he knows he has that kind of quality to have that impact on people, and he went there to do that because he knew other people would do it for him. The issue is, though, in order for that side of the debate to work, the debate topic should have been worded slightly differently, so that it opened up the debate to be because these guys don't have to end with this debate topic of was it an insurrection. They don't have to.
Can I interject?
Go on.
One
Sorry.
sec. What do you think the debate topic is, and what do you think the debate topic should be?
The debate topic was January 6th an insurrection, right? What the debate topic should have been.
I'm gonna be okay, like 30 seconds. I gotta tell my I gotta tell my work that I've been productive for the last 10 hours.
That's fine. But what the debate?
I've been way more productive on here.
What the debate topic should have been was the riots on January 6th valid, or did they have any credible? Were they credible in any way? Like in the sense of like, were they backed up by evidence? Were they, and what business did they have being there? Because if they were credible in the sense that like there was like a genuine steal of the election, then the things that they did on that day of egging it on and being present and blah 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 would kind of vindicate them, because then it's like, well, everything they said and did was backed up by, it being a legitimately stolen election, right? But if it's not a valid riot, then they can then Destiny and Rose, they have more evidence on their side. They can be like, well, look, you haven't got a lot of strong evidence for this, and blah 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 blah. And like, but at the minute, because of the debate topic, because the debate topic is was it an insurrection, they don't have to really engage with any of that. You know what I mean? They're entertaining it now just for the debate, but realistically, they don't even have to entertain that. They can just say, well, because of the indictments, and there's only so many, that by definition, it's just not an insurrection, basically. And then they've pretty much just won the debate in that instance. And you can see on Destiny's face, even here, and Rose as well, like they're just, I think it's kind of dawning on them at this point, like, fuck, we're kind of stuck because of the debate topic, and we're stuck beating them on this point because we can't argue that it's an insurrection. You know what I mean? Like, and so they shouldn't have been. To be fair, Destiny himself has even said on stream, I'm absolutely 100% certain I've heard him in debates recently talking about January 6th, saying it was not an insurrection. So why he would take this debate topic on and not advocate for a slightly different version or wording of the debate topic is beyond me, but yeah.
We'll go Nick and then...
Oh, go on, sorry. Oh, sorry, are you here or are you... Oh, I think
he's addressing an argument.
No one is making. Yeah, go for it. No one is about to make the argument.
I mean, if you just talk over us, then yeah.
Who do you think has talked most so far, Nick? Out of everybody here, who do you think has talked most?
All right. Let Nick finish, then Destiny, and then whatever.
That was the argument I made in my opening statement. Now this other guy, guy with the glasses, comes on and says, but what about the speech that you gave? Isn't that evidence? Well, clearly not, because the DOJ doesn't think it's sufficient evidence, and the FBI doesn't think it's sufficient evidence.
It's not evidence of an insurrection. It's evidence of Nick being a little cheerleader and egging it on, but it's not evidence of a planned insurrection. No
evidence, because if they did, they would have charged me. But a 25-minute speech on the Capitol, and the reason I say you weren't there is you don't understand the context of what was happening. You don't know where. You don't know where the speech was happening. You don't know the context of when and the rest of the turn of events. About generals and storming the Capitol. We were there for probably like 60 minutes. And we were so far from the Capitol steps. The idea that we were telling
seriously, can you put a
time? None of this is relevant.
It doesn't make sense because You weren't there. You didn't experience that part of it.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Okay. So, I mean, are we going to have a
You're
debate?
just repeating yourself. Okay, Nick, we get it. They weren't there. They don't know the context. You don't need to keep saying it over and over again. At least let them respond.
If you're just going to talk over my whole answer, I mean, what are we even doing here, right? I mean,
But
if
the
you're
thing
not
is, your answer isn't
listening to
addressing
say-
anything that we're saying.
Hold on, wait. Destiny was next. We'll do 1 minute intervals so that people are not interrupting.
Sure. It'll take me 10 seconds, and then Rose can go if he wants. But like,
Hey,
just
Bates,
to be
can you
very
hear me?
clear, neither me nor
Yeah.
Okay. I think I've been talking for like the past 15 minutes and nothing.
Oh, were you not coming through? I thought you would I thought you had gone to speak to your work.
It's my headset, and I
Oh.
know it's my headset, and I need to replace it.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Well, sorry. What were you saying?
Well, first of all, does this sound better than the earbuds I was using earlier?
This is quite good. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I'm,
On a
assu-
scale
I'm
of 1 to
assuming
10.
I'm assuming you're fully done with work now. Then is that right?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Okay. Good.
Yeah, and there was a way that I kind of there's a way to act like you're working when you're not, and I totally used the
I mean, I don't want to
it's
take
my-
you away from work, but sometimes, fuck it. I know what it's like.
it's my Friday. You know
Yeah.
what? Fuck it.
Yeah,
we
sure.
we have 2 trainees. They're taking all the calls. I'm listening to them. They're doing all right.
Yeah.
Like I'd rather listen to this. And anyway, okay. Okay. So we're listening to the yeah. Oh, okay. Destiny, yes, podcast.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What was your question?
It's okay. I was just talking about they're kind of they're just getting bogged down in, and the reason I was given before was just that the debate topic is a bit more constraining for Rose and Destiny because of how the debate topic is framed. Was it an insurrection? They don't have to engage with a lot of the arguments that Rose and Destiny are making because realistically all they have to say is, well, the indictments show that there was not like a huge planned there was some people planning a conspiracy to try and do something, but it was not a planned insurrection in the sense that all the people there were in on it and trying to make it happen. They're trying to say, Destiny and I are trying to say, well, you were there egging it on, but yeah, he didn't even know. I don't know if Nick really knew exactly what was going on either, but he was definitely egging it on. He's a cheerleader, you know what I mean? He was there with his pom-poms, dancing about, trying to egg people on, and he knows that he can make people do that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Did Rose quote what I can't remember if it was Baked or Nick that said on a bullhorn?
Yes, yeah, it's Nick. Yeah, he's already quoted him. Yeah, we've just come past that point.
Okay.
But the thing is that like whether or not the thing is the debate topic should have been, were the January 6th riots valid, right? Because then Rose and Destiny have way more room to argue with them, and they'd have more ammunition to use about like, well, why were you there? What evidence do you have to show that it was valid for you being there? And saying and egging on and doing the things that you were doing, none of it was based on any like proper evidence or blah blah blah. But they, like Nick and Alaska, they don't actually have to engage with those arguments. They will just for the sake of the debate. They're engaging with them to a degree.
Very vague through this
but they
entire
don't,
thing,
yeah.
and I think that's smart on them because they're both not out of the clear. Or I'm sorry, they're not in the clear. They're
Yeah, well, this is what I mean though, is that like they will for the sake of it, but they don't have to engage with it, and that works to their benefit because of the debate topic. And it's a bit frustrating to me because I would have thought that Destiny especially would have had the foresight to realize that debate topic isn't a good way. It's actually trapping Rose and Destiny just because of the debate topic. It's trapping them into a certain position.
It's it is shadow boxing.
Well, they just want a different debate. What they're trying to debate is not the actual debate topic, and that is what is tripping them up. And then Nick keeps bringing it back to the debate topic to be like, well, the end of the day, it wasn't an insurrection, so you've kind of lost the debate, and you weren't there, and blah 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 blah. And it's like, well, like they don't, you know, it's not working out for Destiny and Rose at this point. And like, I don't like to say that, but that is just how it is. And the one thing that's annoying me about it is that Destiny, I've heard Destiny say on stream in other debates about January 6th that he wouldn't call it an insurrection himself. So I don't know why he would even take this debate topic on when he does not even believe that it was an insurrection anyway. That's what's kind of annoying about it. I thought he would have had more insight to realize that this debate topic works in their favor and that they should have expanded the debate topic a little bit, like worded it slightly differently so that it expanded it out so that they could hold Nick and Alaska a little bit more accountable and hold their feet to the flames over the actual election details and stuff like that and about why they were there. They could have done that a little bit more, but because of the debate topic, they're trapped now, and they're kind of realizing it, and I don't think they know how to get out of it. I think that's what's happening right now. I don't know if they'll explicitly say that, but
like if you were judging this on style, then on substance, this is going nowhere.
No, actually no, because
is there any substance in this at all?
Yes, there is. So
I think it's all rhetorical bullshit.
No, it's not. It's not because he's bringing up the indictments, which are legal documents, which are actually out there already. So like he's talking about legal.
Which one?
Nick. Sorry, I keep thinking you can see my mouse moving, but you probably can't. Nick is talking about.
Oh, I can now. Yep.
Nick is talking about indictments. Nick is also talking about the Arizona audit that brought up irregularities in the vote and blah blah blah, which is kind of not actually that relevant to the insurrection thing, but I guess he was just trying to give context for his side of whatever. Just because there was talk about the election in.
I'm sorry, real quick. What is the exact debate topic?
Was January 6th an insurrection?
Okay.
That's the actual debate topic.
Was it or not? I mean, like, okay. That's the only thing that's being debated here. I mean,
it's the main debate topic, but obviously there's more to say than that.
Sure. Yeah. It's a very complicated.
Yeah, but the thing, this is why they should have picked a different debate topic. Like if they're going to broach January 6th.
That's a hard one to like win or lose because there's so many facets to it. I mean, like, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. It's the issue is that there is substance here. On style alone, I'd say that Nick is doing fairly well, but mainly just because he's being so confident. But the problem is that
he's slicking Nick, in my opinion,
to a certain degree. Because this debate topic works in his favor, he can have that confidence a lot more easily, which is part of why, if we're going to base it on style alone, that he would be coming off better. Destiny's really trying to claw it back and bring it back. I can tell. I can see it in his face now. He's really the gears are churning in his brain right now. Like how are we going to actually bring this back so that we can argue that maybe this was an insurrection that you knew about and was trying to take part in. But realistically, because of how constraining the debate topic is, they can't. I don't know if they can do it. We'll see. We'll see what he says. Maybe they can, but I don't believe that they can. And I think they both had a realization of that literally just a minute or two ago. I think.
Also, I think Rose is coming from an emotional place, and I think Destiny's coming from a more rational. Mindful. I don't know what you want to call it, but rational place.
Yeah,
and I think I'll see.
No, Destiny's always doing that. To be fair, he's a lot more logical in his style of debate, which lends himself to being a really good debater. That's why.
Sure. I also like people that will say they're wrong when they're wrong, and there's not a lot of people that would do that, and he is one of them. I mean, just
he doesn't always,
for what it's worth.
He doesn't always, but to be fair, he's gotten a lot better of that over the years. I remember when I first started coming into contact with Destiny's stuff, like years ago. you can actually see. I did a video on Destiny years ago about his Anthony Bryan Logan debate, where he was actually wrong on a lot of stuff, and he didn't realize, and he just doubled down the whole time, and it was a little bit cringe, to be fair. But
do you ever? Was there ever a solution on that? Like, or
no,
has there
I
ever
don't. I
been
don't
peace
think
on that?
so. I don't think so. I don't think he ever made another stream where he's like, you know what, I was wrong on a bunch of stuff with this debate, or blah blah blah. To be honest, I think he just wrote it off as like a debate that he doesn't think about ever again. To be honest with you,
Gotcha.
yeah.
I haven't followed his entire career, but it sounds like he has he hasn't said specifics, but like he's said that he's said some wrong things in the past.
Oh yeah.
And he's evolved as a person.
He's massively changed. He's like, I've watched him quite regularly, if not even daily, for years now. So like, I treat YouTube almost like radio shows, like daily radio shows, and I listen to them when I'm working or doing whatever, and I listen to Destiny quite a lot. And to be fair, he has changed quite dramatically since when I first started watching him to now, and he's way more. He is definitely way more in the camp of being quite what's the word for it? He's less rhetorically driven. He's less prone to just jumping into angriness as well. He definitely doesn't do that. He's way more nuanced than he used to be. To be honest, I think he's just learned a lot more as well. And just generally he's just a lot better today than he was when I first came into contact with him.
I wouldn't go so far to say like I'm a fan of his, but if I am gonna watch a debate or something, if it comes across my recommended, I'll click on it. I'm not a fan, but I think he has some decent things to say.
Yeah, I would say I'm a Destiny fan personally. I don't always agree with him on everything, but I appreciate him as a sock dem enthusiast. I think I see him as like one of the few people who's willing to challenge any side on anything that he believes in principle. He's also willing to take in new information.
Both sides.
He's willing to take in new information. He's an interesting guy. He's much less. He's less dogmatic than most. And
would you go far to say that his ideas are fluid? Like he gains. I would go so far to say that after every either debate or conversation that he has, his ideas are changed a little bit. I think his ideas are fluid.
I think his principles stay the same, but if he is presented with new information, he does tend to take it in or try to retain it, or so there's like a bit of give and take. Like I wouldn't say that like
more than most.
I wouldn't say that he just changes with the wind with whoever he's talking to, and he's just like flip flopping on different positions. Yeah, he's not.
Destiny is blowing in.
Yeah, no, he's not one of those like wishy-washy people. He has his principles, he sticks to them, but he does broaden his perspective on how those principles should be enacted through politics or how to engage with them in debates and stuff like that. So he does try to change and evolve, and I've seen him do that over the years, and he's a much better debater now than he was when I first came into contact with him. And he's more knowledgeable now than he was when I first came into contact with him. But yeah, no, I would say I'm a fan because just mainly because of what he represents. I think he sticks to his principles pretty hard, and I think I respect that about a lot of people, even if I really disagree with them. To be honest, I agree with Destiny on many things, but
so do you have a badass background like Destiny does?
Oh, like a bedroom?
The stream? Yeah.
No, I don't, because I'm just a regular guy. I do want to get some more posters and stuff, though, so I can jazz up what it looks like behind me. But
you audio only for right now?
Oh, no, you only have me on Discord. I'm actually streaming to YouTube, so you can actually see me on there. Yeah, you can actually see me on YouTube, but
okay.
But on Discord, it's not going to happen because there is a way to do this. I just haven't figured it out how to do it yet. I will figure it out, but
no
but
problem.
You can get it so that I appear on
What
camera
do I
on
need to type?
Discord and appear on camera on my OBS when I'm streaming. That is a possibility. I just haven't figured it out yet. I tried to do it today.
Centrist
But
cuck with a British accent. No results. Okay, what?
What?
No, I'm just kidding with
Oh.
you. That was a total joke. What do I need to search for?
Oh, right, just based centrist. Anyway, I'll carry
Awesome.
on.
I think I found it here. Wait, there's one with a girl picture. Is that you?
Yeah, that's just an avatar. It's not
Okay.
meant to represent anything about.
Oh,
I
I'm already.
I just
I'm
thought it
already
was a
subscribed.
fun picture. Oh yeah, thank you, appreciate that.
Okay. Oh, holy no, duh. Okay. Sorry, I switched I switched workstation. See.
That's okay. Anyway, I think while you're sorting that out, I'm gonna play the video.
Rose are making the argument that you had a pre-planned conspiracy to do anything. None of us have made that argument. You had it in your opening.
What Rose said.
No.
Hold on. It's a.
No, I don't believe Rose said that.
Yes.
Neither of us. Now Nick said it in his opening argument, and now he's arguing against the straw man that he presented in his opening argument. What me and Rose have said was that your presence at that area was to goad people on. That doesn't require a conspiracy. That doesn't require pre-planning. Like you can do that in the heat of the moment, right? Like that's the argument we're making. So if you want to respond to that, you can. If you want to ramble again about indictments and lack of conspiracy stuff, you can do that again for a minute. But like neither of us are making that argument. So
well, the initial argument that he made in his opening statement was that Trump supporters plan to stop the vote in Congress. That was, if I'm not mistaken, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but in the opening statement, which he read out, so he's got the text of it, he said that the Trump supporters, their plan, their mission was to stop the vote from happening.
Once they were,
which was the argument to suggest that it was an insurrection, right? That is what their opening statement and argument is, but that's not really what they actually want to debate. So that's why it's so frustrating to see.
Once they were there, but there's how many?
Once we were there, so we're sitting on the fly.
So
wow.
it's entirely.
It's called a riot. That's
yeah. Sorry, what was that? Oh, I thought he was. Maybe it was.
What a riot is! Sitting on the fly, like.
Oh yeah. Go on.
Oh, I have nothing of substance to say at this.
Oh right. Sorry, I thought you were. I thought you were trying to say something.
For instance,
I switched workstations again, just doing a mic check.
Oh, I see. Okay, no problem.
To a crowd that didn't pre-plan it. That's exactly what it is. Yes, Big.
So it's very simple, right? So you don't need any organization from this. But if you're making an idea that this is happening, there is an election fraud going on, and this is, excuse me, are you going to interrupt me right now, Nick? After all of that,
I never even got to talk.
They're terrified. They let me speak once, and I had that quote. Now they don't want to let me speak again.
We'll
Okay.
have 1 minute uninterrupted when you guys do it, though.
All right, there we go. Okay, cool. So once again, neither me or Destiny are making the argument that this was like an organized plot by a set of people who tried to get everybody to go there, and everybody was in on it, and they were on fucking like walkie-talkies or whatever. That's not our argument. Our argument is simply this: you have a bunch of actors, Trump included, you guys included, who are building into this idea, this conspiracy that the election is being stolen. And as part of that conspiracy is the belief that, hey, right now, if we go in there and you interrupt the stuff that's going on in the Capitol, we can save the election. That doesn't mean that those individual actors are planning and coordinating, hey, you guys go over there, you guys break in there, you guys do this there. It just means that everybody's building into this idea, and this idea drove people to take this action.
But that's not an insurrection. Let's actually just look at the definition of what insurrection is. Insurrection. Okay. Maybe it could meet the definition. Let's have a look.
I personally think it does.
An insurrection, by definition, is a violent uprising against an authority or government. It's clear that. Oh right, okay, that's the. Does an insurrection have to be planned? Because I've always understood an insurrection to be a planned thing, not like a spontaneous event.
There was little plans, but not a huge conspiracy. But violent, check.
Yes, no, I definitely agree to that.
Plan to change a.
Wouldn't that also classify things like Chaz during the BLM riots and stuff? Wouldn't that be classed as an insurrection then? Because a lot of it seems to be based on like a lot of the indictments and a lot of the things where they're trying to get them on this insurrection charge, which is a crime. It seems like there has to be a basis for planning for it. So look, the insurrection was planned in place. Like it's like, and the way that they are prosecuting them in the courts seems to be relying on the fact that there was a. I'm not saying literally every single person has to be in it, but like a widespread, pre-planned idea that we're going to go and do this violent uprising against the government, and not like spontaneously erupting into that. Which is what I've always thought, and what before this is what I always thought of as an insurrection. An insurrection is to plan this violent uprising. It's basically a rebellion, but a rebellion is perhaps even more organized than that. You know what I mean? Like an insurrection would be like, we're going to plan to do this one thing, whereas a rebellion is like a sustained insurrection, but both of them are planned. Right, that would be my thing. And then with the way they're charging them in the courts and the FBI and all that is that they're having to gather evidence of them planning it. So that's why it seems like that to me. But then the definition of insurrection is always just a violent uprising, which could literally be any violent uprising against government. So like the whole thing in Portland where they were attacking those government buildings and protesting out there for literally like nearly a year or something. It went on for fucking forever. Like 6 months at the very least, but it was probably more than 6 months. That is just an ongoing insurrection then. But no one's really said anything about that. You know, I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something here, but
really not that complicated.
That's but see, that's just ridiculous.
That's a great argument.
We're building into a concept.
What was that? You're having audio issues?
Yeah, just issues in general on my end.
Yeah, don't worry about it, man. I mean, if you want to hop off the call, it's okay. You don't have to. There's no obligation to stay on or anything like that. And to be quite honest, I'm probably going to be going myself pretty soon. It's a shame I didn't get through a bit more of this debate, but I might actually come back to this. I do have a day off tomorrow, so I might actually come back to this because this has been kind of funny to watch. Really, I'm interested to see how this goes.
It is good entertainment.
Yeah, just because I want to see it go off the rails a bit, and I know it's going to go off the rails at some point. So, to be quite honest, I think I might actually just leave it here because I'm getting pretty tired. I know my housemate's going to be home pretty soon. So I think I might just leave it there. Actually, if you're having issues as well, then it just makes sense to maybe just leave it here. Actually, so. Tell you what, guys, thanks very much. Thank you to.
It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you to Zion for coming on the stream. Really appreciate that. Big thanks to Perspective Philosophy for having me on his stream earlier and debating that. So if you want to see that, you can go back in earlier into the stream to watch it that way. But I did make the cardinal mistake of not hitting the start streaming button at the beginning of the debate, so I did miss the first 20 30 minutes or so of the debate, which really pissed me off. Really annoyed me. So if you want to catch that first 20-30 minutes, you can get it on the Perspective Philosophy channel as well, if you want to do that. But anyone who's watching, if you want to give a follow, subscribe, all that good stuff, please give a follow and subscribe, and also like the stream as well. That helps us all out. Leave a comment. Yeah, if you want to join us again tomorrow, I'll probably be streaming from roughly 2-3 in the afternoon UK time. That's GMT. So I don't know what that is for wherever you are, you wonderful people out there of the world, but I'm sure you could use Google to figure it out. Yeah, thanks a lot for tuning in, and I'll see you guys soon. I'll see you tomorrow.